is out of alignment with the beliefs of this kid, it's impossible. So I build myself up and I'd start to believe that I'm strong and independent and like now I've got friends and stuff. But over time, this thing would just come in and be like, that's not how I see the world. So in your mind, in your psyche, you have, your psyche sort of can be broken up into lots of different segments, right? Lots of different, pieces of the puzzle here. So, this part here might represent a desire for social interaction. This part here might represent a desire to be on your own. This part here might represent, the idea of you being bullied, and this part here might represent you making money. We are constantly at war with ourselves with these parts. And let's say, for example, that you've been invited to a party, and initially you accept the invitation, and this part of you is getting what it wants. It's getting this social interaction, the extroverted energy, and it's starting to, go out and see people. But then you get close to the party and you start to feel like, I kind of don't really want to go to that party anymore, so I'm just going to ignore them and not go. Or maybe you start to date someone, and at the beginning you are totally in love and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then time goes by and you're sort of like, I'm not so sure, no thank you. And so whenever there's something in your life where you've got two competing parts of yourself, this is an indication that in your psyche and your unconscious, there are two things that are trying to get different things from life, if that makes sense. And this is Jungian psychology. This is some deep, dark psychological stuff, and it goes into a lot of stuff. Say, for example, there is a woman who is outwardly extroverted, right? But when she was a kid, when she was 5 years old, she was playing in a sandbox with some other girls, and the popular girl befriended her, and then the popular girl completely embarrassed her in front of all of her friends, right? If this woman wants to grow up and develop as an adult, to be a healthy, integrated adult, she needs to remember that, or at least recognize the emotions that come with it and process it. Because if this woman now starts going to try and socialize, she might start making friends with people. But as soon as she starts making friends with people that are popular, she's going to naturally ease off. And she won't know why, but basically what's happening is her unconscious, the deep part of herself that's just trying to avoid that same thing that happened is just basically going to manifest and happen again, if that makes sense. So what my point is here is that when we talk about the angel and the devil, the two different parts inside of your psyche, you essentially have different versions of yourself, different pieces of your unconscious mind that are going to fight to compete to get different things. And so if you have extreme oscillations, it's a sign that you're at war, and there's two parts of you that want different things. So the question then becomes, well, how do we deal with this? Because this is the symptom, right? Sorry, the graph is the symptom, but the cause is the two different parts of yourself that want different things. So the way this works, and the way that I basically had to do this, is I had this 12-year-old kid in my unconscious mind, and because I hadn't processed the bullying and processed the stuff, this kid was still convinced that I was being bullied, right? This part of me was still convinced that I'm a victim, that I'm lonely, that I'm sad, that I'm angry, that all of this stuff, right? And so what would sometimes happen in my life is I would start to make progress, I'd start to make friends and I'd start to build a company. But then this part of me at the bottom of my psyche would recognize that and be like, well, that's out of alignment with the way that I see the world, so I'm going to bring in what I want, which is destruction and pain. Because if part of you is convinced that all there is destruction and pain, if you start trying to build non-destruction and non-pain in your life, this part of you is always going to come and break it down. Because it's just you can't behave out, if you've got all these different psychological parts, you can't just behave with one's interest in mind, because all the other ones are going to be unhappy and they're going to come and get you. So how do you fix this? If there's this part, if trauma's there, or if you've got, for whatever reason, you've developed a neurosis, or there's a part of your psychology that just doesn't want to succeed and win, how the hell do you deal with it? Well, you need to perform something called integration, right? And this is entirely possible to do. But you need to integrate your psyches together, and they need to start to see eye to eye and stuff like that. So how did I integrate this part of myself, this bullied 12-year-old kid that would always come and destroy the stuff that I was doing, right? Because as soon as I can tell you, the second that I did this was the second that I took off in my business. And this is not even a joke. I went from doing 30 grand a month to 200 grand a month. This was 2 years ago now, the second that I performed this. So here's what I did. I had a therapist, and well, she wasn't actually a therapist. She helped me with something called shadow work, which is what we're trying to do here, right? And what basically happened is we talked about me being bullied. And she suggested that what I do is I go back to that psychological place. And so I sat down after this session and I started listening to a song called Amber by Flume, right? It's one of my favorite songs. It sounds a bit weird at the beginning, but there's these notes halfway through that are just gorgeous. Like, what you want to do, and I'm not telling you to do this because you might not be psychologically ready, chances are you're rejecting this information, by the way, because the part of you that doesn't want to be dealt with is like going to reject this. But this is how I did it. I sat down and I listened to Amber by Flume, and I shut my eyes and I actually imagined, I took myself back. It was like suddenly I was just snapped into suddenly I was in the shoes of myself at 12 years old again, right? And I took myself back and I remembered the school and it was very vivid. It was like a dream almost. And I just sat there and re-visualized being bullied. That I remember memories, I've repressed them, I've forgotten them. I was convinced that I hadn't even been bullied and it wasn't a big deal at all, just a couple of kids that picked on me. But I sat there and I replayed the memories that unconsciously I've been continuing to play that I wasn't conscious of. And I played them through and it was horrible. I remember, like, you know, in school, I had this memory, came back real fast, and I was next to this place called Practical Block, which is where we used to do all of our science and, like, you know, practical science, right? And I was on the sort of walkway, and Practical Block was on my right, and these kids were coming the other way, and I just played it out, and I remember it, and it was so visual. Like, you know, being pushed around and like abused and just horrible shit, right? And then I went to sitting in the toilet eating my lunch. But like what I would do is I'd pick my feet up and put my feet on the toilet, so that nobody knew I was in there. So like if people came in, they wouldn't recognize my shoes, you know, and then they'd know I was in there. So like, and I remember it, and I remember eating like jam sandwiches, like white bread, just very, 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 very vivid, horrible imaginations, memories that I hadn't processed. And so what I was doing is I was processing this trauma. And, you know, then what I did is I took myself into the third person and I visualized it happening again in third person. Then I put myself in the second person and visualized the bullies bullying me from their perspective. And I did this for about 10 minutes, right? I had Amber, I think Cornfield Chase by Hans, and like songs that made me feel emotional and brought these emotions back. And then 10 minutes of this, it was almost like it was vivid. It was like so extreme, right? I didn't know how much time had passed. Sorry, yeah, it's pretty hard. Sorry. And I did that. And then I opened my eyes. And I remember just a complete wave of, I don't know what emotion overcame me. And I cried a little bit, right? I cried a little bit, just sort of sobbing, like, you know. And I went downstairs, and my girlfriend at the time, I'm not with her anymore, my girlfriend at the time was sat on the sofa downstairs, the couch as you call it in America. And she was very nurturing, she was great, right? And she'd seen that I'd sort of been crying, and she was like, "Are you okay? You know, you're all right." And you know when you're sad and someone asks if you're okay and you're really not, and then you know. And I cried on her for about 45 minutes, and I'm not talking like little sobbing. I'm talking like full on bawling, like full on tears flooding down my face, like whole body like like shaking, like genuine like pain leaving my body. And it felt amazing. It was obviously unpleasant, but I cried and I didn't stop, and I just didn't know when I was going to stop. But this was essentially integration. And I said to my girlfriend at the time, I won't name her name, as I was crying, I said to her, "I'm so proud of myself." I said, "I don't have to worry anymore. I'm not being bullied. I'm not like that kid, that part of me, like he's good. Like I've shown him, like I opened my eyes and I looked around and I saw my desk and I saw my house and I saw like my life, and I realized that I wasn't under the thumb of trauma anymore. Like I opened my eyes and I was like, I've done it. Like, I've built the business, I've got the control, I'm not being bullied, I'm free. And I remember I was crying on her shoulder, and like, you know, I was saying, like, I was talking about how through my tears, like, how like I don't have to worry anymore, and I don't have to destroy myself, and like, I'm not a victim, and I am in control. And sorry, I'm getting got a little bit caught up in this. But how beautiful is that? You know, like how incredible that you can be downtrodden and destroyed malevolently by other people, and you can go through horrible experiences, and you can really be put through the ringer. Sorry, and come out and use that as energy to do something and to fix that. And so what I realized in that moment, God, crying out loud, man. Sorry about this, guys. But what I realized in that moment is that my business up until that point had been all about protecting the child that was like in my unconscious. I was working to protect myself. And the second that I realized this, and it was like a switch in my mind, the second that I took myself to the darkness and the pain and processed it and dealt with it, was the second that I was now unencumbered by that child. And I no longer, like, it was almost like I went down into the cave of my unconscious. I picked up this poor 12-year-old kid that I just hadn't dealt with, or like I hadn't even like acknowledged him, you know. Like, the argument is that when there's like emotions are often or sometimes unconscious parts of you that can't communicate. And so if you've got like a part of you that's been buried away, like when trauma happens, it's like when something bad happens to you when you're younger, you don't want to deal with it. And what happens is, like, it's like your body and your mind take a screenshot of your current psychological state, like a GIF almost, and they bury that GIF under your unconscious. And that continues to replay over and over again, and it will dictate your life if you're not aware of it. And so it was like, I went down into my unconscious through processing this, and it was almost as if I'd gone to this 12-year-old kid who was crying and sat eating lunch on his own, being bullied. And it was like I picked him up, you know, fireman's lift, or I just picked him up, and I brought him to the light. I brought him to the unconscious, and I said to him, he opened his eyes, and I said to him, I got you. We're good. You're not being bullied anymore. You're not a victim. I'm sorry that I've neglected you for the best part of 10 years, because I didn't do this until I was like, well, 23 really, 22. 10 years. Most people don't do this in their entire lifetime, right? But it was like I picked him up, taken him to the light, opened the door of my conscience, said, look at what you've done. Like, you're good, man. There's no more, you don't have to worry about being bullied. I've got you. I've sorted it out, you're fine. This is called integration. Integration is when you take a deep part of your unconscious, like a part of you that is fighting against your conscious efforts, because if you achieve your conscious efforts, you are now out of alignment with that part. So it's impossible for me, if I've got a 12-year-old version of myself inside of my unconscious that is convinced that it's being bullied and a victim, for me to manifest a reality that is out of alignment with that is near enough impossible, because part of me is convinced I can't do it. So this is where limiting beliefs come from. This is where negative behavior comes from. And I'm still not perfect. I still break things down. I still have destructive behaviors and tendencies. And, you know, I'll be honest with you, I'm not like a monk. I'm not a beacon or paragon of discipline. No one is. All the people that you look at online, all of the gurus, all of the self-help people, we all struggle with this. It's just that we're a little bit further along than you are, right, in terms of our ability to do this. And so back to my crying, right? I just realized, like, suddenly in that moment that I was free. Because up until that point, I truly, genuinely have been building my business to protect myself. And so my business was serving the purpose of protection, and like the adult was developed to protect the child, right? So I was doing this to protect this version. And as soon as I brought this 12-year-old version of myself to the light, opened his eyes, gave him a hug, and said, I got you, we're good. You know, that's integration, that's processing trauma. And when you do that, it's almost like you unlock this superpower, because now my work and my, everything that I'm doing through my business is no longer to protect a child. So I am unencumbered by this trauma. I can now just work and focus, and there's lots of stuff I've got to work through. There's tons of manifestations of behavior and emotions that I still want to dig into. I haven't been there since, because it was so psychologically taxing and so painful that I don't want to go back to do it. I'm going to do it in probably soon. But since then I haven't done much shadow work or therapy or anything because of how dangerous, well, not dangerous, you need to know what you're doing. You need to do it with someone that's good. But that was what happened, man. And so that sort of, it comes full circle to the graph. It comes back to this, this graph. Like, remember the symptom and the cause thing? Like, what's the real cause of me destroying everything that I built? Well, it's just having part of me that's, sorry about that, I think the cleaners are cleaning up. Why do I destroy this? It's because, I've got part of me that is just convinced that, like, I can't do it. Like, if it's like, I'm still convinced I'm being bullied, right? So that's how I fix this. And what I'm gonna do, I'm going to take you on a quick excursion through my house to show you some books that might help you understand this in a bit more. So I've got them upstairs. There's cleaners about, so I'm going to have to be careful here. Hang on. All right, there's no one in here. So right, I'm in my room. So the person that really sort of oh, by the way, you can see the view, it's kind of cool. I don't know if you guys have seen the Palm before, but this is the Palm Tower. You can see out there. It's pretty cool, Anyway, so the person that founded the whole idea of the unconscious and stuff was Carl Jung. And so I've spent quite a lot of time studying Carl Jung, and it's helped me make quite a lot of progress in my life. So just a few books that you could read to help you gauge this and understand this better. The Undiscovered Self by Carl Jung is a good book. I haven't read all of these through and through because they're quite dark. It's painful. But his point in The Undiscovered Self is the whole idea that you haven't discovered this part of yourself, blah, blah, blah. Psychology and the Unconscious is a good one. Researches into the Phenomenology of the Self by Carl Jung, once again, dark. Psychology and Alchemy, another one. I haven't read all these all the way through, by the way. You could quiz me on them, but I might not be able to answer. But that, and then the Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious. So, I've kind of summarized to you. Actually, I think there's more. I think I've got a couple more, but have I? No, not in Dubai. Wait, let me just walk downstairs a second. I can't do two things at once, it'll go wrong. It's cleaners. Alright. God, I feel like a vlogger. It's embarrassing. Yeah, this is the living room, by the way. If you can see that. It's kind of cool. So yeah, I mean, you can start reading into Jung if you want to. If you want to get started with this, all you have to do, it really is just go on YouTube. If you go on YouTube and you start searching shadow work, because shadow work is basically the practical solution to the integration of the unconscious parts of you that are fighting against you. And if there's a symptom, there's a cause. So if you have this up and down, and you sabotage yourself, and you are going through this cycle, there's a reason for it, right? And that reason is that there's an unconscious part of you, there's a piece of your psyche that is actively battling and fighting your progress. Because for you to consciously make that progress, you're misaligned with some deep part of your psychology, right? You don't have to sacrifice the goal, you just have to understand the part of yourself that's fighting against you. And then you can integrate it and you can understand it and you can listen to its needs and wants. And then you can devise practical solutions psychologically and metaphorically and spiritually to make sure that when you do achieve your goals, it's in alignment with the part of you that's battling you. Because whether you like it or not, you've got parts of yourself that are going to fight you. And if you want to beat them, you can't beat them. It's impossible. You have to understand them and integrate them. And one example of that is me with that bullying thing. So yeah, so it's quite a dark thing, and like, you know, I'm surprised I managed to do this without getting all like super sad or emotional. But that's how I did it. That's how I broke this cycle. You know, it still exists somewhere, sometimes in my life. Like, it's not perfect. Like, you know, I'll still go through like peaks and troughs. But ever since I did that, my business, like I said, was less about like protecting myself. And now, and this is not even a joke, this is not an exaggeration. The day after I processed all of that trauma and I dealt with that thing, the day after I did that, I came up with my vision for my company. So it was almost like I'd removed this psychological blockade, and suddenly I was now able to see, like, my company was able to serve more than just me. Because if you're traumatized and if you've got parts of yourself you haven't dealt with, the chances are is you're working for yourself. But as soon as you integrate all the parts of yourself properly, then the company becomes something even bigger. And that was being the secret. And ever since I did that, ever since I integrated that part of myself, this has been far less of a problem. It still exists in certain ways. Like, sometimes I'll overwork myself and then I have to take like time off and burn out and stuff. But it's nowhere near as extreme, or it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be when I was sort of like, you know, in the first like 4 years of business. I managed to get like 100 grand a month whilst doing this. So you can still scale with this, but if you remove this, like if you remove the downside, you know, if you remove this ability to self-sabotage, and if you just basically shorten the length of sabotage like this, it's way less painful to work. And really what your success and progress will look like what's going to happen here is you're going to go up and down, but over time, you're going to trend upwards. And this is what your progress will look like. Your progress won't just be like this, it will be an oscillation, and you know, you'll be able to draw averages and lines. And what will happen to someone that's growing over time is, you know, remember we had that, if you remember, we had the blue dotted line, right, like this. All you're trying to do is have your, no thank you man, I'm good. All you're trying to do is basically just have the blue dotted line going upwards. And that's all you're trying to do to be successful. Is you're bouncing between this, and what you're going to recognize here is, like, obviously your ceiling is getting higher over time, but as your ceiling is getting higher, so is your floor. So this is what I was saying earlier. You can't just try to, you know, achieve progress and growth by having bigger goals. You achieve progress and success essentially by increasing your standards. So it's seldom is it about getting more standards, it's always about this. And what you'll notice here is, like, you know, right here is, you know, let's just draw this up, and then we'll probably finish the video, because it's almost been 2 hours. So right here is maybe where you're starting, and this is your current ceiling, right? But if you do, and you know, if you do this properly, over some time, as you make progress, is, you know, if we track this here, if we keep going here, what we're going to find is that, like, here now, when we're here, over time, our first ceiling has now become our floor. Does that make sense? Right? So another example, like, you know, if this is your ceiling, you know, if you're making progress and you're not fighting yourself because you've integrated yourself properly, and you're going up and down, what's going to happen is, you know, if we keep tracking this along, now your ceiling has now become your new floor. So I'm hoping this makes sense. This is how you make progress. Is you have a current ceiling and you have a current floor, and you regulate yourself between those. But what you want to try and do is integrate all of your psyche properly, so you're not battling yourself. You're still going to go up and down, but with less, you know, intensity. And all you're trying to do is just raise your standards. And if you do that often enough, and you continue to raise your standards and not accept anything less than, you know, what you really want, then your goal will become, like, what was your goal and what you really wanted is now what you will never accept. My goal used to be 500 grand a month. Like, my goal used to be everything I ever wanted to do more was 500 grand a month. Now, if I make 500 grand in 1 month, I don't feel happy, I feel terrified, right? It makes me nervous and genuinely I'm beside myself with fear. So that's what's happening. We're making this progress. And I'll leave you with this in closing. It's all about pain. It's all about being able to manufacture pain and like build, like, and I'm not talking like, you don't want to hurt yourself and like, you know, self-harm and stuff like that, because business is kind of just a form of self-harm when you think about it. But it's productive self-harm, right? But it's all about pain. It's all about, you know, not when you get to the ceiling and when you get to this top point, don't celebrate. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Remember the cycle. We go from anger to drive to pride to comfort. When you get, like, I'm not saying you should stay angry or shameful or guilty all the time, but when you get to the point where you feel the drive and you start to feel proud and you start to feel comfortable, just become aware of it and double down and bring, like, for me now, if I start to feel comfortable, I start to register anger as a response to feeling comfortable, because I don't want to feel comfortable. I don't want to get to the point where I am just like deeply comfortable, because I know that as soon as my comfort goes up, my pain level goes down, and my desire to work and make progress is sacrificed. You can't really have comfort and work at the same time. It just doesn't work. So you need to be able to regulate your emotions, but like I said, it all comes back to the root principle. The emotion, like if you ask yourself, what is an emotion? It's a part of you trying to communicate. So this is why if you get to the bottom here, you start to get angry, because there's a part in your psychology that wants to grow and wants to make progress and wants to flourish and succeed. It's a beautiful thing inside of your head, right? Inside of your unconscious. So any time that you get below a standard, that part of you brings up the emotion of anger, or it brings up the emotion of shame, or it brings up the emotion of guilt. Same thing if you have a girlfriend and you cheat on your girlfriend. And maybe you do that, maybe afterwards you feel terrible about it. That's a psychological part of you that like is basically telling you this is a bad thing. It's like the way that your psyche and the different parts of it, you know, remember we've got this psyche here and we've got different segments of our brain or psychology, you know, and the only way that these parts of, the only real way that these parts of us can get what they want and communicate their needs and manifest themselves through the actions of the body is through emotion. So this is why I'm really skeptical of my emotions, because anytime, like if I wake up one morning and I suddenly start feeling like a certain way, I'm like, okay, this is a part of me telling me that it wants something. And then I'll start to explore it. And emotions are sort of like the catalyst for self-understanding. They're like threads of psychological understanding that you can pull on. And really becoming successful is all about just lining up all these parts of yourself with your goal. So this is the thing about a great goal, is a great goal will basically satisfy all of these parts. And then that way, when you need to do the work and start making progress and stuff, like if all of these parts are aligned with the goal, you're not going to be fighting against anything. Because you remember at the beginning I had like war written on the thing? The reason it's war is total war. If you're not integrated and your psyche isn't aligned towards your goal, like if half of your parts want the goal and half of them don't, well of course you're going to be in ups and downs, because they need to, these things, they all need to get what they want. And so if one of these things is a 12-year-old kid that is convinced that it's being bullied and is a victim, and it's given up and it's admitted defeat, right? Which is basically what happened to me when I was like 12. I'd admitted defeat. I was like, great, I'm useless. I have no control over my life and I am a victim. And that was what it believed. And so this part of me, every time I would try and make progress against those beliefs or those unconscious understandings of, you know, myself, I had no choice but to break them down, because unconsciously that was what part of me wanted to do. And so, no thank you, man, I'm good. No thank you, it's all good, thank you. Sorry, the cleaner's coming, but I had to, obviously, not today. So that's how this works. That's how, God, what a video. No, I hope this has helped you. And if I knew this, like it took me what? So I started my entrepreneurial journey when I was 17 really, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. It took me like maybe 5-6 years of this and suffering to figure this out. Most people go through life and they never get to the bottom of this. This video, I'm hoping this will change your life. This should set you off on a trajectory that is so severe and so great that you're never gonna look back. Because as soon as I learned this and as soon as I acknowledge this is like the key, the big secret to progress. You no longer need to worry about self-improvement. It's just like, oh, okay, well the reason that I need to improve myself is because there's another part of myself that wants to destroy myself. And until you address that, self-improvement will do nothing. Like all your behaviors towards your goal and towards your progress, they don't mean anything against the wake of your unconscious. So if you want to fix it, just fix your unconscious. And by fix, I mean integrate. Because you have a goal for a reason, right? There's a part of you that wants to make progress and succeed, and you want to manifest your potential and bring yourself forward and raise the bar of the universe and expand and grow and develop, and that's great, but you're fighting yourself. And if you don't learn the enemy, like it's like Sun Tzu said in The Art of War, like if you understand yourself but not the enemy, you will win half the wars. If you don't understand yourself but you understand the enemy, you'll win half the wars. But if you understand yourself and you understand your enemy, you'll win every war. So the point is you're up against yourself, and the enemy is obviously yourself as well, so it doesn't quite apply. But that's it. I'm at the point in the video now where I'm supposed to sell you something, but honestly it doesn't really feel appropriate. So I'm not going to do that. There's like a link in the description, but I'm not going to tell you anything about it. I just feel like I made this video for you. I don't care if I book no appointments from this. Quite frankly, I couldn't care less, because even if one person watches this and like they get to speed up the process that I went through, like I wouldn't wish this on anyone. So thanks for watching. I hope I haven't scarred you too much, but that's that. Becoming successful is a lot easier when you have your shit together. And so what we're going to be doing in this video is I'm going to explain to you how I actually got my shit together when I was younger, and how that led to me becoming a millionaire, living my dream life and making a ton of money. Now the chances are right now, if you're not where you want to be in life, you don't have your shit together. You've probably got bad habits, you've probably got bad belief systems, you might not be in a healthy place, you might not have any good relationships, you might be completely broke. So what we're going to do in this video is address this problem, and I'm going to help you solve it. And I'm going to help you solve it as someone who has solved it themselves. So I've definitely got my shit together, right? I've got my dream life, I've got my dream relationships in my life, I've got more money than I know what to do with, I'm healthy, I'm happy, I'm in a good spot. And so I'm going to explain what I did 7 years ago to create this life so you can have the same thing. So without further ado, let's hop into it. So really, happiness and being happy with your life comes down to a couple of different variables. You've got health, you've got wealth, and then you've got love. And typically, generally speaking, if you study the human condition, if you're healthy, wealthy, and you have love in your life, i.e. with personal or intimate friendships or relationships, you're probably going to be happy. Now, if you just have wealth and love, but you're really unhealthy, then you're probably not going to be happy. And if you have loads of, if you're really healthy and you have lots of love, but you're dead broke and you can't afford anything and you're in a terrible financial spot, you're probably not going to be happy. And likewise, if you have love, and health, so if you have health and wealth, if you're really healthy and you're really wealthy, but no one loves you and you don't love anyone, and you have no friends and nothing like that, then you're probably not going to be happy. Now, a lot of people would argue that all you need to be happy is love. Well, why don't you go and look at the statistics for what ends most marriages? It's finances. It's people not having enough money to make the marriage work, and most marriages end over wealth. And so what I've experienced throughout my short 25, 26 years on this planet is that if you have these three things in tow, you're probably going to be happy. And having these three things in tow constitutes having your shit together. And so what we're going to be doing here over the next hour or two is I'm going to explain my philosophy for acquiring these three things. Now, I don't have a huge amount of life experience. I'm only 25 years old, but in my short 25 years on this planet, I've been able to make more than $20 million online. I've been able to sustain healthy relationships. I've got tons of great friendships. I've got a fantastic team of people that work with me and for me. I've got a great relationship with my parents. I live in my dream house. I have my dream car. So I have these things and I'm happy. And if you're not, then I'm going to explain how. So let's dive into this. So the first thing that I'm going to explain is what you don't need to do, because there's a lot of misconceptions around how to get your shit together and how to have a good life. And a lot of them, in my opinion, are wrong. And so I'm going to break some belief systems, hopefully. So you do not need monk mode. Don't need it. You don't need meditation. You don't need it. You don't need journaling. You don't need it. You don't need to read. What other habits are there? You don't even need to go to the gym, right? All of these things, I've got some notes on my phone here, but all of these things like self-improvement, you don't need it. Now, are these things bad? No, absolutely not. And these can be great habits that can massively benefit you and help you in life. But getting your shit together when you're near rock bottom or you're not in a good place in your life is far less about adding things and adding good habits. It's not about adding things when you need to get your shit together. It's about removing things. When you need to get your shit together, it's way more your leverage and your ability to get your shit together is way more about removing habits and bad things from your life than it is adding things. Because these habits here are fantastic to acquire, but you need to achieve what I'm going to call a solid base. Okay? Now, a base, this represents your character. And what I mean by this is, as you, this is you right now, if this is your shit together-ometer, you know, this is your shit together-ometer, here is 0, where you don't have your shit together, but you don't not have your shit together. You're just sort of, like here is neutral point base, right? You're not in a bad place, but you're not really in a good place. You're not happy, you're not unhappy, you're just existing without any great habits or really bad habits. Down here is where we have hell. And up here is where we have heaven. Excuse the biblical analogies, but I'm sure you can get the point. And so down here is probably where you are right now. You're probably in the depths of hell, where you're broke or you're unhealthy or you don't have any relationships. And that's probably because you're young and you're yet to figure out a lot of things to do with life. But the thing is all of the habits that I listed on the board earlier, well, they bring you up here to heaven. But there's not much point in trying to seek heaven in your life when you're trudging through hell. If you want to get to heaven, the first thing you have to do is get out of hell. And you don't get to heaven by getting out of hell. You start by getting out of hell first, to your base, where you're just at the surface of the earth. So if this is the surface, and this is hell, and this is heaven, you know, this is bad and this is good. We don't escape hell by looking for heaven. We escape hell just by trying to get to the bloody surface. And then once we're at the surface here, then we can start looking for the good thing. And so if your life sucks right now, and if you're down here somewhere, if you've got mental health problems or money issues or relationship issues or whatever, you're not going to fix those and you're not going to improve your life by randomly starting to meditate. The leverage is in removal, not addition. If you want to add, you must first subtract. And so I want you to imagine that, let's just say that there's you have 10 different things in your life that you do, whether they're good or bad things. There might only be 10 things that you can do. This is an arbitrary number, it's a mental model, right? It's not exactly true, but my point is that before you try adding something good, you need to remove something bad, because there's only so much time, energy, and willpower you have. And there's way more leverage and there's way more power in removing things down here than there are in adding things up here. Because your job right now is not to try and live a good life and have a happy, amazing life. It's just not to have a bad one. And so what we want to do is we want to borrow a mental model or an abstraction called inversion or obliquity, where we try to achieve something through its opposite. So how do we become successful? Well, we just try to not be unsuccessful. And so what we're going to do in this video is I'm going to walk you through what you need to remove. I'm not going to tell you to add anything. I'm not going to tell you to enter a monk mode protocol or start drinking more water or journaling or meditating, because none of those things are going to help you if you have fundamental, terrible, bad habits going on down here. For example, let's say that you smoke weed and you drink alcohol and you're addicted to video games, you can't stop watching pornography, you're constantly scrolling through social media and Instagram, and your life is just, you work a job you hate and everything's bad. You doing meditation for 5 minutes a day is not going to change your life anywhere near enough in contrast to the removal of those habits. Or if you have a terrible life, but then you start journaling, all you're going to do is you're just going to start depressing yourself even more because you're reflecting on how shit your life is. So the good habits are good to adopt, but only when you have a solid, healthy base. And the way you get a solid, healthy base is by the removal. So what we're going to be doing here is walking through how to actually get to, base 0 And base 0 basically represents being at a place where you can start to build and you can start to grow your life. And so I want you to look at it like this. This is where you are right now. And this represents you without your stuff together. You do not have your shit together at this point in your life here. The problem is if you haven't got your shit together and you've got all these bad habits and lots of terrible things happening and you're unhappy, well, what's going to happen is you don't really know yourself. Like, this is the problem that I see time and time again, where this person here, you know, down here in this depth of hell, so to speak. I'm just going to get a different pen here. Where's my black pen? Let's grab it. The person in the depth of hell, like, they don't know themselves. And so what a lot of gurus are doing online right now is they're telling you in your current state, in your hell-like state, with all your bad habits, to start figuring out what you want to do with your life. And have you ever been asked this question before of what do you want to do with your life, or what's your goal, and you have absolutely no idea? Well, the reason you have absolutely no idea is because you don't really know yourself. And the reason you don't know yourself and your true self is because you buried yourself away with all these bad habits. Like, if you smoke weed, or if you drink alcohol, or you watch pornography, or, you know, if you're on social media all the time, your brain is fundamentally, like, your brain is just completely, it's overstimulated, its reward mechanism and its goals drive mechanism is completely out of whack. And it's no wonder you can't figure out what you want to do, let alone read a page of a book. Because how could you possibly? If you're massively overstimulating your brain, you're messing around with all your chemicals, and your brain and body, like, doing all these behaviors cannot achieve, like, a natural state, then you don't know what you want, because how could you possibly? Like, how could you possibly figure out what you want? Or how could you possibly figure out what to do when your brain isn't working properly because you've overstimulated it, or because you've just completely destroyed it with all these bad habits? Like, it baffles me that people think, like, you know, they ask an 18-year-old what they want to do with their life, and that 18-year-old is just out drinking and playing video games all the time without a job, and they're just like some idiot. It's like, well, that person can't possibly know what they want because they don't have their shit together. So let me get a different pen here. What we're going to do is we're going to go through in order of what I believe to be some of the big ones and the important ones that will help you get your shit together. Because what we need to do is, in order for you to get to this base, you know, so you can actually start, you know, going net positive. Because think of it like this, like, right now, if you're not in a natural healthy state, i.e. you've got bad habits and you've got weird anxieties and depressions which are not natural, then you're in debt, essentially. And, you know, if this up here represents being a millionaire, and this down here represents being, like, in debt, then before you can start to make money and save money, you need to pay off this debt. And that's like finance 101. You know, the most common advice given in personal finance is, before you try to start saving money and making money, pay off any of your debts first. And so that's what we need to do with your behaviors and your habits and with your brain, is we need to pay off this damn debt and get out of it. And then once you've paid off the debt, you can actually start to think about building things. So don't you dare try and start a business if you haven't got your shit together. It just won't work, because a business is a reflection of you. Business, understand this, people say that 9 out of 10 businesses fail. Businesses don't fail, people do. Seldom is the business model the problem. It's the person starting the business. 9 out of 10 business people fail, but not 9 out of 10 businesses, because the business is an arbitrary thing. It's just like it just exists. How could it possibly fail? The person failed. So let's actually start talking about some practical advice you can use to get out of this personal debt and fix your brain, so you can actually start to become somewhat successful and get your shit together. So the point I've just made is that, truthfully, if you've got lots of bad habits and you're doing things you know you shouldn't do that are bad for you, then you're probably operating at maybe 10 to 20% of your potential. And if you try to build a company or build a successful life or a successful career with your current brain and your current habits, you're only ever going to achieve 10 to 20% of the success you usually would, because fundamentally your neural circuitry is going to hold you back. So let's get started here. So what actually do we need to do? Because I'm going to give you a bit of a challenge, because this is how I did it. And I'm going to walk you through exactly how I got my shit together and when I did this, I went from dead broke with no friends and no girlfriend and no like life basically. I sat and played League of Legends all day and just did rubbish, ate rubbish food and did stupid things for like 3 years of my life when I was a teenager. And then when I was 18, I had enough of it. So I started doing this get my shit together protocol, and it worked. And now I make like $1 million a month and have a cool life. So this is how it works. So the first thing that you want to look to eliminate from your life is sugar. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you these habits, and I'm going to give you these variables that you need to eliminate. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain why, from a business perspective, you want to eliminate them. So we're going to talk about removing them. Telling you to remove something is the easy part, but he who has a why can bear almost any how. So I want to justify to you why you need to remove these individual things, and that should help you understand the imperativeness of my argument, so you actually do take it on board. Otherwise, you're just going to click off this YouTube video and just carry on with your shit life, which I don't want. So sugar is the first thing to remove. Sugar is basically, right now, sugar is like the devil. It is absolutely awful for you. Because what sugar does is, it stimulates your brain, like heavily, but it just completely ruins your body and your brain. And I can tell you right now that if you are having weird anxieties and weird depressions, and if you're having weird mood swings and you have huge energy spikes and then in the afternoon you have like a massive energy crash, or if you're just randomly sat there checking your emails and you have a wave of anxiety come over you, it's likely to be because of sugar. Now, I'm not a clinical psychologist. I'm not going to tell you you're depressed because you're eating sugar, but it usually is the case. At least it was for me. Sugar is like what it does is it basically puts your brain in roller coaster mode. And so it sends you from like a super high to a super low, back to a high and then back up. And it basically makes your emotional wavelength and state look like this. And it also does this with your sleep, and it does this with your mood, and it does this with your energy. And it's not a very good fuel to burn, And I've gone as far now to the point where not only have I cut out sugar from my life completely, but I've also completely removed carbohydrates. Now, I'm not here telling you to remove carbs because, you can do whatever the hell you want. But the first thing you need to look to eliminate is sugar completely. I don't eat any carbohydrates at all. I haven't for like 2 months now. And my brain is so unbelievably steady and clean, and my clarity of thought is absolutely unprecedented in my life at the moment. And it's because I got rid of this. And so if you have a brain that looks like this, well, your business is going to look like this, and your career is going to look like this, and your relationships are going to look like this, because really in life, all we have is a body and a brain, and how we treat that body and that brain, and how that body and brain is manifesting into the world is near enough how all of our behaviors will manifest into the world. And so, if you have a business and like you're suddenly on like a sugar crash and you're all anxious and your brain's going all haywire and weird because you're consuming a synthetic material that's not made for human digestion. You're not supposed to digest it. Well, you're going to start to hit low points, and the enemy to business success and the enemy to career growth is emotion. And so if 1 minute you're up here talking to clients feeling amazing, and the next minute a client calls you and you're in the gutter, or if you're making content 1 minute and you feel amazing, and then halfway through the content you feel terrible, it's just unpredictable. You're never going to have predictability in your life, in your business, because sugar is basically like you're digesting it, you're spiking your insulin, you have this massive burst of energy, and then it just cuts off, and then you just start, and then you have this contrast, and you crave it again, so you eat more next time. Like anything that contains sugar should be eliminated from your diet. This is the very first thing that you have to eliminate if you want to actually get your shit together. Because until you've eliminated this, until you've got rid of sugar, and I would almost argue like any sort of stimulant, like I also have eliminated caffeine as well because it does the same thing. But sugar's the main one. This is the catalyst. This is the big boy. If you get rid of this, removing everything else in your life gets significantly easier. Because what sugar's going to do is it's going to put you at a low point in your moods, and it's going to put you, in these states of lack of energy. And when you haven't got the energy, and when you're in a bad mood, and when you're feeling all anxious and depressed and emotional, then that emotion and that state is the catalyst or the precedent that you will set for engaging in bad behaviors. And so what will happen at these points, this is when, if you try to exercise willpower, but you're on a sugar crash and you've got no energy and you're in a bad mood, this is when you're going to start to do stupid stuff like watch porn or play video games or, do all this other crap that you shouldn't do. And so this is the catalyst, this is the first thing. We are what we eat. And if we eat a chaotic substance that is unnatural and isn't supposed to work, then we will naturally be chaotic, unnatural, and we won't be supposed to work. So that's the first thing to remove. What you need to do is if you're going to fix your life, you can't do it in a 30-day sweep. The monk mode protocol is a load of rubbish. Monk mode is a fantastic tool for people who have already paid off their personal crap debt and they're actually wanting to be successful, they need to lock in for a month or two. Monk mode's fine for people that have a good base. But if you're the kind of person that's going up and down like this and you're doing all these stupid behaviors and you apply monk mode, all you're going to do is accentuate the length over which these behaviors are going to manifest once you come out of monk mode. And so what we want to do is you want to use the 30-day principle. I'm just going to write this up here. I'm going to put this in here. So the 30-day principle is basically you eliminate this for 30 days. And so what I'm going to suggest you do here is not try and fix everything at once immediately. We're going to try and fix your life over a 6 to 9 month period or a 3 to 9 month period, where we're going to take your individual bad habits and the behaviors that are holding you back, and we're going to eliminate them one by one in 30-day increments. Now, what I can tell you right now is we're going to agree to quit whatever it is for 30 days. But I know that if you actually quit it after 30 days, you won't want to reintroduce it because you'll feel way better. And if you tell everyone that you've quit it, then you're done. So we're not just saying we're quitting sugar forever because that's too difficult to justify to your sugar craving brain. Whilst we intend to quit it forever, we start with 30 days because, as Jordan Peterson said to Joe Rogan when they were talking about the carnivore diet, I could hang on to the windowsills by my fingernails for 30 days if I had to. It's possible. When you say, I'm going to quit this for 30 days, in your brain, it's just like okay, it's only 30 days. I can do that. Like, it's more fathomable. But when you say, I'm going to quit it forever, well, you're not, because your brain it's too difficult for you to comprehend with your crappy behavior, okay? Once you've paid off your debts and you've got a good base, then you can start to tell yourself, I'm not going to do this ever again, and you just won't. It becomes a decision. But the first thing that I want you to look to do is eliminate all sugar from your diet. And not only this, but really, you want to eliminate all processed foods, okay? And if you're wondering, like, well, what the hell does that leave me? Well, really, it's just meat, complex carbs, and vegetables. And I'm saying get rid of fruit, get rid of honey. Those are just copes. Oh, I'm going to do the keto. I'm going to do carnivore, but I'm still going to eat honey and fruit. Idiot. Cretin. Stupid boy. Like, that's just cope. It's sugar in a different form. So, what have you got left here? You want to eat a relatively straightforward Paleolithic diet where you're eating complex carbs, like you can do rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, whatever. Like, that's still sugary and those are still carbs, but they're going to burn slowly and you're not going to have these huge spikes. We're also going to remove all of the synthetic stuff, like, any crap that you're eating, like, crisps and popcorn and all. I don't even know what crap people eat. This also accounts for all of your drinking as well. So no diet drinks, no like Diet Coke or Diet Sprite. Literally just drink water and eat like boring foods that don't stimulate your dopaminergic system. And that's literally it. And if you do this for 30 days, you're no longer gonna have this wild spike, and it's gonna be way easier for you to self-regulate the other bad behaviors that you're going to eliminate 30 days later. And so this is the first thing I removed. It changed my life, and that's step numero 2. So once you've eliminated sugar, this will do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. Because if you remember, we're trying to optimize for 3 variables here. We're trying to optimize for health, wealth, and love. And if we get these 3 things and we put them all together, then we should, in theory, be happy. And that's what we're looking for. And so I can tell you now that building wealth and feeling worthy of love and being able to form genuine, real connections, it usually comes from your health. Because if you try and build a company when you're really, really unhealthy, and if you try and start becoming successful and making money and stuff when you can't get out of bed in the morning because you're on such a sugar crash, or you're sleeping 3 hours a night and your emotions are haywire, it's incredibly difficult to build wealth with terrible health. It's possible, and a lot of people have done it before, but you put yourself at a massive disadvantage into your competition when you don't eat and sleep properly. And so the first things we're focusing on here are your health, and really the easiest way to become healthier real quick is not to go to the gym or start like running and stuff like that, but literally just to stop eating sugar. And if you can nail that, then you'll be absolutely fine. So the next thing that we're going to eliminate or look to eliminate, and you might not have this in your life, you probably have the sugar one, but you may or may not have this one. The next thing we're looking to eliminate is alcohol. Okay? Now, alcohol, I don't know if I spelled it right, but you get the point, right? But once again, we're doing this on a 30-day window. So your first decision should be to eliminate sugar for 30 days. We're not trying to eliminate any more than one behavior at once because it's simply going to be too difficult for you. I can tell you right now that you will not be able to do it. If you've never actually done an audit on your life and properly quit behaviors before, it's a really hard thing to do. And you're going to have to learn to manage your cravings and manage your impulses so you don't give in to your emotional situations. But the next thing to eliminate is alcohol. So alcohol, a lot of alcohol will actually be covered in the sugar thing. I'm going to drink some water here real quick. A lot of alcohol will actually be covered in the sugar thing because, you're not going to be able to drink beer and you're not going to be able to drink any mixers or anything. So really the only alcohol you're going to be able to drink is vodka or whatever, which you won't want to do straight. But alcohol is the second thing that you need to eliminate from your life. Now, I've never really struggled with alcohol before, so I can't really tell you too much about what it does to you because I've never been a drunk. I've drank before and I've had heavy nights out and stuff before. But the reason alcohol is so bad for you is because it just completely ruins your body. You're literally ingesting a toxin. It's ethanol. And your body has to then deal with that, and that's why hangovers feel so bad. But what alcohol does is it just completely screws you up for 1 or 2 days. And usually if you have a heavy night out, and you're gonna be out of whack for maybe 4 days until you actually get back to normal. First day is horrible, second day you feel tired. The third day you're having these crazy emotional spikes because of all your hormones all over the place. And so what we want to learn to do is eliminate something like alcohol so that our chemicals and our brain is just able to actually function without having these crazy weird spikes. Ingesting a poison is probably not going to be a good thing if you want to be happy. You can have a drink every now and then, and I still do that as well. But just don't go out and go absolutely crazy once a week because, you're sedating yourself. You're disabling yourself. And, let's say that you drink once a week really heavily. You have 7 days in the week. If you drink once a week really heavily, for the first day after you drink, you're going to operate at maybe 3% of your potential if you have a heavy night. And then the second day after you drink, you might be operating at 22% of your potential. The third day after you've had a drink, maybe you're operating at 50% of your potential. And then by the fourth day, maybe you're 80%. But that's half the week where you're not operating at 100% purely because you were just being an idiot. And most people drink because they don't like their lives. That's a generalized sweeping statement, but a lot of people drink to escape their life and the feeling of being alive because they have all these bad habits. So once again, once you've got rid of sugar, alcohol, this is the next big one to remove. Because I'd rather have a few drinks every now and then than eat sugar, to be honest. They're both as bad as each other, but once again, it's the health thing. It's what you're ingesting into your body. This has to be removed. I can tell you right now, there's absolutely no, journaling, gym, meditating, becoming, if you want to become a millionaire and be really successful, there's lots of habits and things you can do to do that. But if twice a week you're going out and drinking your body weight in alcohol and you're hungover for the whole week, it doesn't matter if you journal or meditate or, cold call, you're not going to do anything. You're being silly. So the next one that we're going to remove is slightly different to something you're ingesting. And this is a really big one. Video games. So by this point, you should be on day 60. So day 0 to 30 is sugar, you can see that. And then day 60 is obviously alcohol we've eliminated. So you might not need to eliminate alcohol because you might not drink much, like I didn't when I was younger. So therefore you could just jump straight to video games. But my God, is this a big one? So if you are a man, which you probably are watching this, because my YouTube analytics tells me that you are, inside of your brain, if you are conscientious and you want to be successful, you have something called a goal striving mechanism. So what this means is that somewhere buried into your brain is a part of your brain dedicated to achieving goals and dedicated towards feeling, what is achieving a goal? It's feeling a sense of progress along a trajectory towards an outcome that you've set for yourself. And as a man, and I can't speak for women here because I'm not a woman, but as a man, how I get my meaning and I derive my meaning in life and a lot of my happiness and fulfillment comes from setting a goal and then seeing myself progress towards that goal. Seldom is it the achievement of the goal that makes me feel good, but actually the progressing and the journey towards it. And so I'm going to make a bet here that most men, especially the ones watching this video, you probably have a goal-striving mechanism in your brain because you probably want things. Now, I know lots of girls that have goals as well, and I'm not saying this is just men, but from my experience with girls and women, sometimes they don't have a goal. They're just way easier, they're way easier going, they just want to chill out, and some guys are like that as well. But if we take the average, it's probably safe to say that most dudes have goals. I don't know about girls because I'm not a girl. God knows if I can figure out how they work, right? But what this means is that you want something. You want things in your life. And the problem is when you're playing video games, what video games do is they channel and they basically they use this goal-striving mechanism. And so this goal-striving mechanism is basically a finite resource. And it means that you have to use it, because as a man, if you're not striving, at least in my experience, based on what I've seen, most guys, if they're not striving towards a goal, they become quite unhappy. And I know myself personally, I become very neurotic and depressed and anxious when I'm not making progress towards a goal, because I have to be doing this. And so what video games do is they basically sedate your goal-striving mechanism. They strip you of this thing. Because what is a video game? Well, it's really a goal. If you're playing a game, then usually there's levels and there's outcomes, and you're playing every day to work towards that outcome. Like, for example, if you're playing Call of Duty, then you're leveling up. Or, if you're playing Call of Duty, you're trying to get your KD up or your skill up. There's some sort of measurable metric with every single video game, whether it's a ranking system or a certain weapon or a certain level or something, where you work your way towards something. Okay? And that's goal striving. And so what video games do is they use this goal striving mechanism that is latent and built into us men or women. And what they do is your goal striving mechanism will now latch onto the video game, and your life now becomes about a video game. And so if you are playing video games whilst also trying to start a business, then you're significantly hindering your ability to succeed in the business. Because if you remove the video games, right, so let's just say that, let's just look at this. So here we have this goal-striving mechanism in our brain, right? Goal mechanism. The mechanism, the part of our brain dedicated to setting goals and finding meaning and fulfillment towards the accomplishment of them. And then let's say over here we have a business, which is your goal might be 10K per month. Okay? But then over here we have a video game where your goal might be, level 99 or whatever. Well, now what's happening is this goal-striving mechanism is now split between the video game and the business. And you might think, oh, that's not how it works, because 10K a month matters way more to my life than level 99. But your brain isn't smart. And I'm not insulting you with that. What my point is that your brain as a force of nature, as an unconscious manifestation of biology, cannot tell the difference between level 99 and 10K a month. To you, 10K a month matters more consciously, but your brain doesn't work consciously. It's a biological force. And it would be like trying to ask a deer to tell the difference between 10k a month and 99 levels. Like the deer or the horse isn't going to be able to tell the difference. And so what you do, and especially if you're playing multiple video games, but you know what you're doing is your brain is now dedicated towards this video game just as much as it is the business. And the thing is there's way more dopamine and there's way more gratification in these games. And so what that means is that your goal will actually become way more about the video game than it will about the business, because you're being rewarded more often. Because, you know, in business, business is a game in that sense that, you know, there's levels and experience and achievement, but it takes a lot longer to become successful and to start leveling up in business. It can take a year to get your first client. But if you play a video game and you play a video game for a year, then you're going to make tons of progress and receive tons of reward. So you need this goal-striving mechanism. It exists in your brain. And here's why removing video games is so bloody powerful. Because if you remove this and you get rid of the video games, well, this goal-striving mechanism has to latch on to something, because otherwise you go insane. And so what will happen is the goal-striving mechanism will now start to attach to the business. And so, you know, when you're going for a walk or when you're driving, instead of thinking about what tactic you're going to use to beat a dragon, or, you know, what gun you're going to acquire next on a game, you'll naturally start thinking about your company. And so if you want your life to be more about your business than about your video game experience, just remove the video games. It will suck for 14 days, but after 14 days, what will start to happen is you'll start to naturally think about the business. And the game that you play in life will be business. And when that's all you think about, and when your entire goal-striving mechanism is centered towards this, you'll become more successful. Now you can make the argument, Charlie, well, what about like the gym? Because I have a goal in the gym of getting to like 90 kilograms and being 10% body fat. Yes, of course. You know, your goal-striving mechanism is going to be in some shape or form taken up by that goal, but nowhere near as much as a video game would be, because the video game is like it's engineered to use this thing as much as possible. And so what you really want to do in life is have as few goals as humanly possible. And so in my life, for example, I can list out my goals, because you don't want to spread yourself too thin. So, you know, really the framework is simple. You know, we talk about this, where we've got health, we've got wealth, and we've got love, and then these things all create happiness, okay? But there's more to life than these three things. You can say like hobbies and stuff like that. But my goals are very straightforward and very simple. My first goal is to be a billionaire, because I'm playing a game, and as far as I'm concerned, I used to be addicted to video games, and as far as I'm concerned, $1 billion in your bank account in cash is the completion of the game. At this point, you're done, right? That's it. My second goal is to read the biography of every great person throughout history. This is just another goal that I'm working towards, and it might take me, I might die before that happens. I don't know how many biographies I'm going to have to read, but every day I spend some time on that goal, because funnily enough, doing that also contributes to this. And then my third goal is obviously to do with my health, and I won't get into that because it's personal. And then I've also got some other goals around relationships, and I know what I want family-wise and stuff like that. But I haven't got the goal of getting to Challenger on League of Legends, or getting a 3 kill death ratio on Call of Duty, or completing the quest cape on RuneScape, because quite frankly, that's just a little bit pathetic, okay? So that's the third thing you have to remove, and you want to do it for 30 days, and I promise after 30 days you won't want to do it anymore, because you'll be making progress in your business and you'll become significantly and, you know, way more successful. So the next thing that you need to look at removing is a little bit more touchy, and this is pornography. I don't know if you can see this. Let's see, my pens are running out of ink here. Okay, yeah, here we go. The fourth thing that you need to remove is porn, because I am of the opinion, I'm just going to move this because you can't see it because it's over there. I've written porn 3 times on this whiteboard. The fourth thing to remove is pornography, because I'm sorry, but you can't really, like, I don't know how you can expect to be able to feel or accept true, genuine love in your life when you're watching pornography all the time. And if you're wondering why, well, it's exactly the same mechanism that your brain uses. It's like you know how the goal-striving mechanism thing works, where you can't really pull it in two directions. Well, the same thing is true in your brain. So naturally inside of your brain, and I'm pretty sure every single human being has this, is a relationship driving mechanism. Okay? And, you know, this is, you can argue that this comes from either a spiritual place, but really it's probably more from a biological place. Now, I know I don't want to reduce the entire, you know, experience of love down to biology, because there might be more to it than this, there probably is. But inside of your brain, you have a relationship driving mechanism, an intimacy driving mechanism, where you naturally want and desire a partner to reproduce with, because that's literally the meaning of life, is reproduction. If you don't believe me, you can go and read The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. But in order for you to be happy, and in order for you to feel fulfilled and like you've got a good life, typically having a partner is a pretty good way to do that. Because if you haven't got a partner, your limbic system goes kind of insane. Your limbic system is like your nervous system, right? And, you know, the human body's entire purpose on this planet is to reproduce. Like, near enough every single, like, morsel of your fiber of your being is wanting to reproduce. That's kind of like why our bodies exist. If you first principle it out, like, what is the meaning of life? Is reproduction. And if you don't believe me, you can just look anywhere else in nature. Like, why does any animal exist? It's not because they look cool or because, you know, they want to be there. It's because they want to reproduce. It's like it's the selfish gene theory, right? You might disagree, but this is how I see it, and this is my experience. And this is my YouTube channel, so you can just, I don't care, right? So I can tell you now that if you're not engaged in some sort of intimate relationship, it's like there's a part of your brain, this part of your brain is always going to be seeking it. And so when I was younger, before I had a partner or, you know, someone to love, or someone to love me, I would, if I went out in public, I would be on, like, it would almost be like my entire brain was just engineered towards looking for a partner. Have you had this before, where, like, you go to the mall or you go out somewhere, and if you're not in a relationship or you're not talking to someone, you know, if you're not like dating someone, it's like your brain's just looking at all these options, like, okay, that girl over there just walked past, she was trying to back over there, maybe I should talk to her, maybe this person. And then you're on Instagram, and then you see like one of those OnlyFans ads, and you're like, oh, I'm going to click on that, because, like, you know, you start doing crazy, stupid shit when you don't have a partner. Because this thing in your brain, this relationship driving mechanism, is extremely visceral, and it sits at the very core of your brainstem, which is where most of our tribal, primitive behaviors come from. You know, and if not having like a steady or stable relationship, or at least an understanding that you have the status to achieve a relationship, because some people don't want a relationship because it's not what they want right now, but they know that at least they could have one. And so if you're a dude and you're broke, unsuccessful, out of shape, and you just feel like no woman's going to want you, then this thing goes insane. But if you're successful, in shape, you've got your shit together, and you know that you could attract a mate if you wanted to, then it's within your control and you don't go insane. So I'm not saying you need to be in a relationship. I'm not prescribing a relationship. But if you're not in a good way, and your life is just, oh, it's a killer mosquito there. God, I got it. This mosquito's been flying around the camera, so I had to just quickly murder it before it got me. But my point is this, like, if you don't have your shit together enough to get a partner, or if you don't have a partner, then your brain's going to dedicate an awful lot of resources towards trying to find one. And you're going to start to do stupid shit, like spending money on expensive cars and then putting them on Instagram. And I used to do this as well. Like, I used to flex on Instagram. Like, dude, I can tell you this, and we're going to talk about social media in a second. But like, if you really break down a lot of your behaviors and why you do them, and you really get to the bottom of why you perform and act in a certain way, if you haven't got a partner, or you haven't got the status to get a partner if you wanted, you're going to find that most of your behavior is this relationship driver mechanism just pushing things out. Why are you on Instagram talking about rubbish? Why are you on watching porn and stuff like that? Like, porn is the ultimate manifestation of this. And so what happens if you're lazy, and if you're stupid, and if you're weak, then what starts to happen is you start to watch pornography. Because when you watch porn, you temporarily sedate this relationship driving mechanism. And so when you masturbate to this crap and this toxic, awful, disgusting manifestation of the 21st century, you start to subdue and what would you call it? Temporarily satisfy the relationship driving mechanism. The problem is that every time you do this and you watch porn and you satisfy this, you have to come back to the porn, a day or two later, because this is no longer satisfied. So when you watch porn and you masturbate to it, well, for a day or two, like this has got a short half-life, for maybe 24 to 72 hours, this thing is now calm. But the problem is that after a couple of days, it's going to crave, this relationship driving mechanism will once again crave this stimulation and this meaning and temporarily shameful fulfillment, and you're going to go back and you're going to do it again. And so until you get this thing straight, you're going to constantly go through this loop. And so how do we get this thing straight? How do we satisfy this relationship driving mechanism? Because this is a huge component of getting your shit together. Well, what you do is you eliminate porn. If you remove the short-term, if you pursue the short-term expedient thing that is pornography, and you remove this loop, then what's going to start to happen is your relationship driving mechanism is going to start to look elsewhere into more natural places for fulfillment. Because if it knows it can't go to porn, it's the same thing as a goals driving mechanism. It has to manifest. It's what makes you human. And if it doesn't manifest, you go insane. So it has to manifest in some way, shape or form. And so what this will do is it will force you to start actually doing shit. And so before you know it, you're going to want to go to the gym because there's going to be girls in the gym that you can talk to. Or you're going to want to go and start randomly working on your business in a coffee shop somewhere because there might be girls for you to talk to. Or, when you might want to start going on runs because you might see people. Like, if you remove this thing, if you get rid of porn, and I promise you, and I know this is true because I've done it, if you get rid of porn, intimacy, connection, and meaningful relationships actually become possible. You can completely, it sucks for 30 days because you're going to constantly think about it and it's going to freak you out and this, that, and the other. But you'll start to masturbate less, which means that your life force, or your, quite literally, pun not intended, your actual life force, it's like you retain more energy. And I'm not talking about NoFap and not masturbating and stuff like that, because sometimes it's healthy to do that. If you're wondering what I do, I'm not going to tell you because it's weird, but I don't watch porn, and it's very seldom that I masturbate because I don't need to, right? I don't feel like I'm not controlled by my impulses or emotions. And if you have a partner and you're constantly masturbating and you're watching porn all the time, your relationship is going to be completely destroyed, because this relationship driving mechanism will feed all of its time and energy into pornography and not your partner. And so if you want to destroy your relationship, just watch porn. But if you don't want to, then don't. But if you want to get into a relationship, stop watching porn because you won't give yourself a choice. Okay? And so you'll start to look for more natural ways to find connection and find intimacy. And you'll start to feel, you'll stop objectifying women, you'll stop overly sexualizing women. And I'm not this, red pill, have sex with as many girls as you want. I've been through the whole dating app thing and the expedient, constant one-night stands. That's something that I've done, and I'm not shameful of it because it was a different version of myself, but it's not something to be proud of. A high body count isn't something to be, oh yeah, this is amazing. It's not. What you should be proud of is a long-term, satisfying, deep, meaningful connection with one person, because that's the natural way to do it. If you want to be happy and you want to have a meaningful, fulfilled life, then you want to do what the Stoics called lining yourselves up with nature, where all of your behaviors and all of the ways in which you orient and manifest yourself in the world are in alignment with the way that nature intended. And so when we look at nature, what do we see? Well, most, you could make the red pill Andrew Tate argument of some animals have multiple partners and stuff, but typically speaking, when you look at how civilization is developed, most people naturally just want one person. It's a natural urge. Now, I'm not going to get into the red pill argument of having multiple wives or sleeping around. I've done both of these things. I've done the sleeping around thing and I've done the single partner thing. And I can tell you almost every time without fail that the partner thing makes me way happier, way more fulfilled. That's my experience. I'm not here to tell you what you should and shouldn't do with your personal relationships. I'm just telling you what worked for me, and this was a massive component of getting my shit together. Because remember, it's health, wealth, love, and happiness. It's difficult to build wealth without good health, and if you're trying to build wealth whilst you've got this constant striving for sex and intimacy, it takes up so much of your brain, and your limbic system goes so haywire that it's very difficult for you to focus on work, because all you're thinking about is where your next orgasm is going to come from. So that's just a crude way of putting it, but sometimes this stuff is uncomfortable to talk about on a wide audience, but a lot of people need to hear this. You need to have this thing in check, man. And if you remove the pornography, you'll start to find that when you're talking to women, and this is what's happened to me, when you're talking to girls and women, it's less about, I just want to have sex, I just want to have sex with this person. It's less about their body and having sex with them and reproducing, and it's more about actually getting to know them and understanding what they value and connecting with them. There's way more to a woman than her vagina. And for some reason, a lot of people think that's a controversial thing to say. But I don't think it is, because when you have removed the bad crap, and I did the same thing, I removed porn, then I removed dating apps. I gave myself no choice but to go and do it the right way, the natural way. And you'll start to see women in a different way. You'll start to see them in a way more positive, healthy, natural, meaningful way. And that's a huge component of getting your shit together, okay? So removal of porn. Once again, this is a 30-day affair. I'm not telling you to give it up forever. I'm just telling you, for the first 30 days, just stop it. And you'll find that, by week 3 and 4, you're going to start to be doing more natural behaviors. You're going to start to be going out and going out with friends to try and find mutual friends. And if you give yourself no choice, you'll find a partner. And at this point already, you've given up sugar, so you're not all haywire, and you're starting to lose weight, and you're starting to feel better in your body, and you're not eating processed foods. You're not drinking alcohol, so you're not useless and in bed all the time and feeling sorry for yourself. You've also stopped playing video games, so you're actually starting to do more useful things, and you're actually starting to work on your business. And now you've removed porn. If you eat healthily, if you don't drink, and if you actually start working on something meaningful, that's going to give you way more confidence to go and find a girlfriend, and you'll start to become successful. A lot of the self-improvement game is fueled by women, and it's fueled by trying to get a girlfriend. And I've seen some of the stuff that I've seen guys do to try and get girls is ridiculous. All you have to do, and I can tell you this because I've done it, all you have to do is take good care of your health, focus on your money and becoming successful. I'm not saying that girls want money, but it's going to make you significantly more likely to find an attractive and beautiful girl if she knows that you can take care of her and provide for her and take care of potential future children. If you nail that, and you're healthy and you're a half decent person and you're not being all weird and psychotic with all these bad behaviors, then you're going to find a girl. It's not hard to beat the average man. It really isn't. Trust me, it doesn't require as much suffering as you quite frankly might think. Okay? So that's the 4th thing to remove. I'm just going to write this here. Now, the final thing that we're going to talk about here is short form / social media. So a lot of people spend time on social media and watching short form content. You can't, dude, if you want to get your shit together, you got to stop doing that. Because one of the, what I said a minute ago about how it's not hard to compete with the average person these days? It's not hard to compete with the average man because most of them are just, well, quite frankly, just stupid. But the easiest way to compete with someone in this day and age is just to beat them on attention span. And every time you watch a piece of short form content is another time that you slightly reduce your attention span. If you ask any billionaire what the #1 key to their success is, they will tell you it's focus. And the reason I know that to be true is because 2 of the most prominent, richest billionaires in the world, being Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, were once both asked in a separate room, what's the one thing that you think leads to success? And they both said focus. And so if we know from billionaires, i.e. people that, not even billionaires, but people that are worth $100 billion each, that have built the most successful empires and capitalistic companies in the world, Like they've monopolized markets and added hundreds, if not trillions of dollars to the value of the market. If they say that focus is the most important thing, then it probably is. And focus is about being able to concentrate your energy and time onto one thing for an elongated period of time, so an elapsement of time. And I can tell you right now that if you're watching short form content, this is destroying your attention span. And focus is basically about putting your attention span onto one thing, and the elapsement of time that can happen before you get distracted is how long you can focus for. And so if you're watching short form content and you're so used to like a new stimulus or a novel stimulus every 15 to 10 seconds or 30 seconds, then that's the only content you're ever going to be able to consume. And so when it comes to consuming other content, like important business videos, or reading books that help you become successful, or important conversations with people that can make you a lot of money, you're going to find it extremely difficult to concentrate and gather and interpret the information that you can later synthesize to become successful. And so this is the real consequence of short form content, is it fries your brain. And not only that, but it's the actual content itself. It's the stuff inside of the short form content that you're seeing that is going to ruin you. So the problem with the short form content, and the reason it's part of this, the reason I think it's like part of like the devil and hell, so to speak, is because, well, what's most of the short form content that you're going to see? Oh, well, hang on a minute. You're going to see food, and you're going to see like, you know, those videos of people making shitty food that contains sugar that you shouldn't eat. So it's going to encourage you to eat the bad food you shouldn't eat. Then you're going to see videos of people having fun and drinking and partying and clubbing and stuff like that. Then you're going to see videos of video games that you play. And the algorithm's going to start to show you and encourage you to play video games again. You're also going to see softcore pornography as well. You're going to start to see OnlyFans models and girls in bikinis and basically thirst traps. And so the reason you want to eliminate short form content as the last thing here, I mean, there's lots of other things you can eliminate, but it's because it's going to act as an encouragement for all of the behaviors that you don't want to relapse into. Because if you're exposing yourself to porn, softcore porn, bad, like people eating crap food and mukbangs and stuff, people having like a crazy time drinking and having like a full send night out, and you know, if you're seeing short form content of video games you love, then you're still stimulating the parts of your brain associated with the behaviors that you've worked so hard to remove. And so it's imperative to not only your attention span, but the relapsement into the bad behaviors that I listed earlier, that you remove this. Now, if you want to do this completely, you just remove social media completely. And so I've done this myself. I'm not theory crafting, telling you it's a good thing to do. I've actually done it. So I obviously have YouTube, and then for business, for my work, I have an Instagram, I have the TikTok and the Twitter. I don't actually use those things. They're managed by my team. I think I've logged into them maybe 2 or 3 times. So I don't, like, you know, on my phone here, well, actually, you can't see it, unfortunately, because I'm recording on my other phone. This is my notes phone. I don't have, personally, for my personal life, I do not have Facebook. I do not have Twitter. I do not have Snapchat. I do not have Reddit. I do not have Discord. I do not have Instagram. I do not have LinkedIn. I do not have, like, I think I've said Facebook. I do not have TikTok. I don't have YouTube Shorts. I don't have anything. The only thing that people can communicate with me on, that I can consume content from other people on, is WhatsApp. And for work, I don't have Slack. So I've intentionally eliminated those things because they don't serve me. They don't do me any good. Social media is like, brother, if you want to grow into a man, what the hell are you doing on Instagram or TikTok? Like, if you're a grown man, if you're over the age of like 18 and you're like an adult now, or if you're like 17 or 16, you want to be a man, brother, what on earth are you doing on TikTok or Instagram? Posting little pictures of yourself, like little poses. Like, what? You're a man. You're not supposed to sit there and be like, and that's fine if a girl wants to do that and she wants to share pictures with her friends and stuff, but if you want to be a real man and you want to get your shit together, you don't tell people about it. You don't go in the gym and post like like little cute, like, you know, leg day. Off. What are you doing? Same thing, bro. If you're scrolling through TikTok, what's wrong with you? Like, are you ill? Is there something wrong with your brain? Are you not functioning properly? Do you have any idea how bad that is for your brain? Just constantly stimulating yourself and constantly entertaining yourself and constantly making yourself feel temporarily good at the sacrifice of one of the most important skills you can develop to become successful. And not only that, but you're seeing stuff that you shouldn't see. Dude, I don't get it, man. Like, people literally sabotage themselves. Same thing if you're on Twitter. What are you doing? Just polarizing yourself and reading, you know, stuff about like politics and gender and all this crap, and being offended and upset and getting emotional by words from strangers. You've got work to do, man. You've got a life to fix. You've got more important stuff to do than scrolling through thirst traps, watching video games, and then, you know, just seeing random videos. Like, name one TikTok you watched recently. Like, you can't remember any of them. It's just numbing. You're sedating yourself. So stop it. So, in summary, if you remove these things, if we remove sugar, and I'm going to give you one last secret here. If we remove alcohol, if we remove video games, if we remove porn, and if we remove social media, I'm just going to put short form here as well. What we've done, if we do this in 30 days, another 30 days, another 30 days, now the chances are, is maybe you've got, in addition to these ones, you might have other bad habits as well. Maybe you smoke weed, for example, or I don't really know what else do people do these days that's bad for them. You know what I'm talking about. You know what you should be doing. But every 30 days, eliminate one. Don't try and do it all in one go with one massive monk mode blast where you do everything you should and more for 5 days, you feel great, and then you relapse because you've been an idiot. Because, like, if you remove all these at once, then what's going to happen is your brain has to fight 5 impulses. You can fight one impulse. That's pretty bloody easy. You'll all struggle and it will hurt, but you should be able to fight one craving at a time. Like, smoking is another example as well. You might want to remove that. And so once you've cleared out, and I'm not saying like you can't try to build a business whilst you've got these things on, but think of these like actual disabilities. These things here are literal disabilities. And so if you're trying to start a business, you want to see that a business is like a 100-meter race. Okay? It's like a 100-meter race. And you're going to start this race here, but you're up against, say, 10 other people. Now, if you have these 5 things, you're starting the race in a wheelchair. You are disabled. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing or that I'm judging people who are in wheelchairs. You've got to be a real idiot to think that I've got anything against someone who has a disability. I mean, that's not the point I'm making. But the visualization, the metaphor that I'm giving you here is if you have these things, fundamentally, people will easily beat you. Because you're going to be all weird and chaotic because you're on sugar. You're going to be hungover all the time and your hormones are going to be out of whack, so you can't do any proper focused work. You're not really going to take the business seriously because your goals driving mechanism is being satisfied elsewhere. You're not going to be able to focus on work properly because all you're worried about is and then on top of that, your attention span's being completely destroyed and you're stupidly polarizing yourself emotionally into stupid people's content. And so you're disabled. Before you can learn to run the race, you need to learn how to get out of the wheelchair. And that's the point I'm making here by, trying to find a good base. If you are drinking, gaming, constantly wanking, constantly spending time on social media, and constantly eating sugar and smoking weed and doing stupid shit and going out to raves or whatever the hell you're doing, you don't know yourself. Once you've cleared these out, and once you've stepped out of the wheelchair, now you can actually set a goal, and now you can actually start to work on things that are meaningful and fulfilling. You have to learn to pay the debt off. You cannot save money until you've paid off debt, because the APR will eat you alive. Likewise, if you try to start journaling and meditating and going on self-improvement and going to the gym and doing cold approaches and looks maxing or whatever the hell people suggest you do, you're going to fail. Because that's like learning how to stretch your hand. Like meditating for someone who has all these things is like learning how to stretch your hamstrings when you're still sat in a wheelchair. It ain't going to be much use, all right? So get rid of these things first. Do it every 30 days. Be patient with it. It's going to take 6 months to eliminate all your bad habits. But you've got probably, hopefully on this planet, 85 years. And so if you can spend half of one of those years paying off all of this debt, so you can eventually start to introduce good habits and become successful, it's probably pretty worthwhile. I know this to be true because this is how I've done it. Now, I'm not saying that you can't try to work on a business and try to become successful whilst you have these things. That's fine. I got a 10K a month when I was eating sugar. I was playing video games. Actually, to be fair, I wasn't. All I really did was the sugar thing and some social media stuff. I cut all the other ones out real quick. That's how I did it. Bye-bye. So I recently found meaning in my life, and I have found my life's purpose, and I actually now know why I was born. It feels like I've discovered God again, or I've met my wife. Like, I have basically found my purpose and the whole reason that I'm alive. And doing that is a pretty cool thing to do. And so what I'm going to do is make a video explaining how I did it, how long it's taken, and how I've carved out what I believe to be, for me, the actual meaning of life. So I'm a 26-year-old entrepreneur. And as you can see here, this is my life stripe for my company. I'm making 30, 40 grand a day, sometimes $50,000 a day. And I'm now in a very blessed, fortunate position where I no longer need money. I have enough money to sustain me for the rest of my life, whether I work another day in my life or not. I have true financial freedom. And I've really had that now for well over a year. And for the last year, I've been struggling with I wouldn't call it an existential crisis or a depression, because that's not how I roll. But I've been struggling with a real crisis of identity, or, whatever you want to call it. Don't worry, I'm not transitioning to a woman. The point I'm trying to make here is all I've done for the last year is wake up and make money. And when you no longer need to make money, and when you no longer need money, it's extremely difficult to justify that. And it's extremely difficult to fall in love with the process and fall in love with the work when you're just working for money when you already have enough. It's akin to being on a desert island and you're in a survival situation. And perhaps on that desert island, you have found a source of water. And you now know that for the rest of your life on that desert island, you're never going to go thirsty again. Well, waking up every morning on that desert island and going to search for water when you already have enough to last you for a lifetime feels a little bit meaningless and pointless. And that's really where I've been in the last year. I've been in a very short term thinking, like, just make money. And I don't want to get all hippie on you, because making money is damn good and it feels damn good. But when you're 26 years old and you're making 50 grand a day, 40 grand a day, and you don't need more money, it's like, what's the point? It's really empty. So what I've done is I've really spent a whole year, and I kid you not, pretty much a year to date from April or May last year, deciding what I want to do with my life. And I finally figured it out. And I mean it when I say, like, it's like I've met Jesus or Muhammad or God or some sort of religious figure. It's like I've met the person I want to spend the rest of my life with, or something. Like, it is the most elating, joyful, meaningful, fulfilling feeling I could possibly ever describe. And in this video, I'm going to explain what it is, how I found it, and how to find true purpose in your life. Now, the thing is about entrepreneurs is our needs exist in a pyramid. And, down here, at this point in the pyramid, if we look down here, this point is this is probably where most of you are right now. This is where you have needs. You have basic biological imperatives at this level of the pyramid. And this is basically, you just need money. But really, it's not money that you need. At this point, you need safety, you need shelter, you need food, you need water. Basic biological imperatives. Above that, you start to find that, you want, like, to belong to a community, and you want fulfillment, and you want to start to, buy things and have status, really. This is status. So this is biology. And biology is basically, do you have somewhere to go to the toilet and sleep safely? And status is like, okay, once I've established that my toilet is there, now how do I improve that toilet more than other people's toilets? That's kind of how humans work, although perhaps not with toilets, but with other stuff as well. Then we get status. So status comes in when you start making money, and you've superseded your biological needs, and you can now focus on something different. So if you're on a desert island and you've secured shelter, you've secured water, and you've secured, food, if there were other people on that island, what you'd start to do is you'd start to try and find things that give you status over those people, especially if you're a man. That's kind of how we roll. And, once you've found status, and once you've achieved this, really what happens is, once you've got enough of it, it can trap you. It can become very addictive, and you can find yourself in this never-ending feedback loop to fulfill this drive and this biological, visceral drive for status. And you see this in people, especially in Dubai, where people just end up buying watches or cars, and their entire life becomes about their status. And this is fine if that's what makes you happy and gives you meaning in life, but I know a lot of people that do this, and I can tell you that they're not particularly fulfilled. They don't have much meaning. The next thing that happens is freedom. So once you've achieved status, really what you're looking to try and achieve is freedom. And this is where, you are essentially free from constraint, where you can do what you want, when you want, however you want. And these two things are interchangeable. So sometimes people will want status before they want freedom, and sometimes people will want freedom before they want status. But what happens after a while is basically once you have the status, or you have the means of acquiring the status, which is basically just having a ton of money, and once you have the freedom, which basically means you can just do whatever you want, whenever you want, with whoever you want, for however much money you want, forever. It's well, what's the point in living? Because you've got the two things that you really wanted. You're biologically secure, your body's in place, your psychology's in place, and you're free. So now what? Okay, I know I'm going to go and sit on a beach in Bali and go to Thailand and stuff. Well, really? Is that really meaningful? What do you want the freedom for? A lot of people say this where they're like, I want time freedom. And then I'm like, okay, well, what do you want to do with that time? And they're like, oh, I don't know, just travel, I suppose. It's well, why do you want to travel? I don't really know. I just want to see the world. Why? And, you end up in this loop. So you can either get stuck in a freedom loop, which is where you just become a slave to your desire to, explore, which is fine, by the way, or you end up in a status loop. But if you're disciplined and you don't fall into this trap and you don't fall into this trap and you've got this ticked, then you can start to achieve something called transcendence. And this is what I've been trying to do recently. So transcendence happens when your purpose in life and your goal in life completely supersedes your biological or psychological needs, and it becomes about something way deeper and way heavier. And this is what I've been able to do after meditating on this problem for really an entire year and talking to tons of people. I no longer give two monkeys about traveling or status. I don't care. I don't for those of you that know me personally, and a lot of you won't, I don't have expensive watches. I don't buy supercars. I'm not a slave to my desire to be perceived as better than other men. And I'm also not a slave to my desire to, go and do whatever I want and just let my inner child just run loose around the world. So when you get these two things in check, you can achieve transcendence. And transcendence is when you can create a purpose or a vision in your life that it exceeds you. It's no longer about you, and all of your work and all of your desires, they completely transcend yourself and your own biological or psychological needs. And this is what I've been able to do. Now, like I said, this has taken me a full year of thinking, of asking myself near enough every day, and all the people that I know and love, what the hell do I do with my life? I've got all this money, I've got all this freedom, I've got all this status, for lack of better words. Now I've got what most men take a lifetime to achieve. What's the point? And, I sat on that and I carry on making money and making videos and stuff. And now I get it. And so what I'm going to do is I'll walk you through the vision and explain what I want to do in my life. So I've basically created a future state. I've observed that near enough any great person ever had a vision. Anyone who's ever done anything great, they've had a vision. What is a vision? It's a state of future that basically has applied radical change. And for example, someone who was a visionary was Henry Ford. And Henry Ford envisioned actual cars. And before Henry Ford, there were no cars, there were no motor cars, and he brought them along. Another example, it could be Elon Musk. His vision is to colonize Mars, or for every human to drive an electric car. Microsoft's vision was, to put a computer on every desk in every home, for example. And what you've got to realize about these visions and these entrepreneurs and these visionaries, everyone thought they were insane. Like, Henry Ford was like, we're not going to use horses for travel. We're going to use boxes of metal and glass on these things called wheels. People were like, what? How the hell are you going to do that? Like, it's insane. Same thing when Elon Musk says he wants to colonize Mars. Everyone's like, you're insane. That's never going to happen. But the common denominator of greatness, and I've studied a lot of great people throughout history, read a lot of biographies and stuff, and they all have a vision. So I've really sat down and asked myself, like, in order to create a vision and in order to create a desired future state that really improves the life of humanity, what you have to do is you basically have to draw two circles like this. And you have to ask yourself, what am I good at? And then you have to ask yourself, what do I love? And this is literally how I created my thing. So you ask yourself, what are you good at? And this basically means, what are you competent in? And then you ask yourself, what do you love? And for me, it was, it took me a year to realize this, but I kind of got it. So what I love is I love entrepreneurs. I love entrepreneurs to bits and pieces. I love learning and I love teaching. Okay. And, what am I good at? Well, basically learning and teaching, right? Because I have an info business that I've been running for 3 years and I absolutely love it. I love learning information, synthesizing that using my brain and then teaching that to people and basically passing information that solves problems. So I love entrepreneurs, really. I love them. Like, entrepreneurs are my favorite people on the planet. I think that we are the epitome of goodness, and I think that all humanity is moved forward by entrepreneurs. And I also, what am I good at? Well, I'm quite good at learning stuff and teaching stuff. I'm nowhere near good enough. I don't know anything really in the scheme of it all. I'm not that smart at all, but I know enough to know that I like it. And so really, when I was creating my vision, I was like, okay, I know I love entrepreneurs. I know I'm good at learning and teaching. So I need to find a way to do both of these things. And your vision is basically what you love. It's impossible for you to work on something for 50, 60 years and to try and actualize a true future state that you want if you don't love it. It's impossible. Anyone throughout history, you study them, no one's done it without love. And if you want to know how to, I've basically unlocked the unlimited discipline glitch, the unlimited energy glitch. Now I've got this vision, mate, I can't even begin to describe the visceral shift in my psychological attitude towards work. I've unlocked the infinite discipline glitch. I don't even need to try anymore. I don't even need to, I just, all I want to do is just do this because I love it. It's the same thing with raising a child. If you love your child, you'll do anything for them and you won't, and it might be tough and you might suffer, but I've always meditated on Nietzsche's quote, which was, he who has a why can bear almost any how. And I finally get it. So the vision, I want you to imagine a world, and this is, I'm going to state this now, and this might seem insane. It might seem that's not possible, but that's the bloody point. Imagine a world where every entrepreneur who wants to succeed actually does. Just imagine that for a second. Everyone who really wants it does. Every entrepreneur who wants to succeed actually does. That's the vision. By the time that I've died, hopefully, God willing, every entrepreneur who wants to succeed does, through my work and through my companies and through my stuff. I don't know how I'm going to do this yet, but I know the vision. And what this does is it centralizes your attention and it forces you to make decisions and sacrifices, and it forces you to learn and build relationships, and everything in your life now becomes about the vision. And my life now has true meaning and true purpose because I'm going to stop at nothing to make this happen. And everything that I do, everywhere I go, everyone I meet, all the relationships I build, it's all going to be based on this one vision. Does it help me achieve the vision? And this is, the purpose and the meaning you can derive from a statement of love like this is, I might seem crazy right now, but let me explain. So what I've done is I've defined these words because every entrepreneur who wants to succeed does. That's quite a vague thing. So how do we make the vision clear? Well, by every, it's collective, it's inclusive, and it's also conclusive. Every single person who wants to succeed does. Now, the question then becomes, well, what's an entrepreneur? Because this is a subjective definition. Well, I define an entrepreneur as someone that takes risk, solves a problem, and has personal incentive. So if you take a risk to solve a problem, to basically meet an incentive, you're an entrepreneur. And wants, this is the thing, because I was telling my family about this, and they were like, well, everyone wants to be successful. And I was like, I know, but how I'm defining wants is different. So wants indicates character, and really what wants means to me is never giving up and never quitting and actually seeking help. So a lot of people say they want to succeed, but then they give up. You don't really want to succeed, you just think it sounds cool. So when you really want something, you really try, and you don't give up, you don't quit, and you seek help and you have humility. So that's how I'm defining wants. And if you're going to create a vision, you have to define the words that you're working with. I've slaved over this statement for days. Really, for the last year, I've been thinking about this, but everything that I've been learning has just suddenly been centralized, bang, like into this one sentence. Like all of the things that all these people, I've talked to Sam Evans about this, I've talked to Simon Squibb about this, I've talked to billionaires, I've talked to friends, I've talked to family, I've talked to everyone I could think about, like, what do I want to do? Why am I here? And all those conversations and all that knowledge and all that stuff is just suddenly, I woke up and I'm like, I know what I want to do. And my unconscious was just like, here you go, mate. This is what you want to do. So it's amazing what happens when you put your mind to something for a year, because the problem I've really had is I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And now I do. And what does succeed look like? Like, okay, this is a subjective term again. Every entrepreneur who wants to succeed does. Well, succeed basically means the person achieves their goal, they help people, and they also improve their life in the process. So to me, success is achieving a goal and helping people whilst achieving that goal and improving your life as a result of achieving the goal. So just imagine every single person who wants to start a business, who really wants it to work, actually succeeds. Every entrepreneur who wants to succeed does. Every entrepreneur who wants to, just imagine that. Imagine how much of a better place the world would be. Like, entrepreneurs are problem solvers. Every single problem that's ever been solved by humanity has usually been solved by an entrepreneur who's taken risk to solve a problem with their own personal incentive. I love capitalism. And like, just imagine that. A world where everyone who wants to succeed does. Like every entrepreneur. You might be thinking, that's not possible. But damn right it is. You know, and how is it possible? Like, how do you achieve this? Well, any great company has ever done anything great has a vision. And the vision is the future state that they wish to achieve, the effect. And then what they have is they have the cause of the effect, which is the mission statement. The mission is an actionable, verb-based statement that you can actually work on doing to make it happen. So the vision is the effect, which is what you want. And the mission is the cause, or what you're actually going to do about it. And the mission that we have is to revolutionize business education. Because what I've concluded is that if someone really wants it, and I've concluded this through my own experiences, but also having helped thousands of entrepreneurs with their businesses at this point, if someone really wants to be successful, the only thing that's going to stop them from being that is having access to the right information. And so what I want to do is revolutionize business education. And once again, I've defined these key terms. Because education, how do you define this? Well, education is basically, in my eyes, at first principle, a transfer of information. It's where one person who knows something that someone else doesn't tells that person that thing, they then apply it, and as a result, their life is better. That's education. Education is the transfer of information at first principle. And how do you revolutionize business education? Well, first of all, you have to decentralize it. It's all about distribution. And the way it really works is, you download the information, like someone telling you a piece of information is like, it's like going to a computer and downloading something and then uploading it back into your brain and then applying it. So really, for education to work, it has to be decentralized. The information has to be distributed. Otherwise, it's just in a silo, like a book publishing, for example, or a YouTube video. And then it has to be downloaded and uploaded into someone's mind, applied, and then time has to elapse, and then success happens. So how do we achieve success as an entrepreneur? Well, really, first of all, you just have to want it, because if you don't want it, like, you're not going to get it. But the second thing, if you really want it, then you seek information, you get that into your brain, you apply it, you wait for time to elapse, and then you become successful. That's the first principle of entrepreneurial success. It's character, knowledge, and time. Character is, do you really want it? Knowledge is, do you have the right education and the right information? And the third thing is time, which is the elapsement of, cause and effect relationships. And if you have those three things, you'll be successful. I can't give people character and I can't give them time, but what I can do is give them the thing that bridges the gap between those two things. And that's education. And so the problem that I see in the world right now is that Like, the reason that this isn't true, and the reason that every entrepreneur who wants to succeed doesn't, is because they simply do not have the right education. It's as simple as that. First of all, a lot of them just don't want it, but we can't help those people. I can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped, right? I can take a horse to water, but I can't make it drink. But for anyone that wants to succeed and truly, truly wants that, if I give them the right information, they are going to succeed. If they apply it and they do it and they properly do it, they'll succeed. And I know this to be true, but it's exactly how I became successful. I wanted it so badly, and a mentor came along and was like, here you go, here's the information. And the injustice that I see in the market right now is that most business education is crap. We go to university and it's just rubbish. Most of the textbooks, rubbish. Most of the YouTube videos, rubbish. Most of the, it's all not very good. Right, I'm getting a rant on. What does revolutionize mean? Well, radically and fundamentally change for the better and significantly raise the bar. So really what we're doing through education, and the way that I want to revolutionize the education system for business specifically, is by raising the bar. And what that means is making the information and the way that that information is distributed and explained so good and so amazing that for anyone to compete, they have to be better than us. And that's how markets improve, is companies come in and they just raise the bar. So if you want to beat Apple, you've got to make something better than the iPhone. That's a damn difficult thing to do, but I wouldn't be surprised in our lifetime if someone manages to do that. And this is how companies improve the lives of people, is they raise the bar. Now, what's business? Well, this is obviously, what does business mean? Well, business is a vehicle for entrepreneurship. So, if the entrepreneur is the driver, then business is the car. And if you have a car but no driver, there's no point. If you have a driver but no car, there's no point. And this is commercial activity, basically. So this is basically what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And you might be asking, well, how are you going to do this? And the answer, to be quite frank with you, I'm not entirely sure yet. But the whole point is I have this ridiculous, narcissistic, call it grandiose conviction that I can actually do this. And that's a pretty damn powerful thing. Because now my life isn't about making me money. It's not about making me successful and helping me buy a Lamborghini and, giving me a better brand on my t-shirt. It's about the vision. It's about helping humanity. And all of the visionaries throughout history have in some way, shape or form reduced human suffering for the better. And that's what I want to do. And I now feel fulfilled and I have genuine, true meaning in my life. And I'm beyond making money. Don't get me wrong, I love a bit of money and I love making money, but money is now a means to an end for me. Money is now a vehicle for me to facilitate this vision and to invest in things that allow me to realize this. And my goal used to be billionaire, but I realized that anyone who actually became a billionaire, they didn't go after billionaire. They went after a big ass problem, and by solving that problem, they naturally became one. So I have no doubt in my mind that if I actually do this, I'll be a billionaire, I'll probably be a multi-billionaire. But I don't care anymore about that. Well, what am I going to do on a yacht? With a bunch of Moldovan models. Yeah, that sounds fun for about 48 hours. And then you realize that you haven't done anything important and you're just miserable. So that's the vision. And then what I've defined is the key principles or values that I hold near and dear to my heart. So the other common denominator of any great company or great person ever is they are what you would call principled. And principled basically means that you abide by specific rules in your life. So a primary example of principles in outside of business would be the 10 Commandments from Christianity, where, I'm pretty sure Islam has a similar thing, lots of religions do, where you have rules that you abide by, unbreakable, unshakable, non-negotiable values that you will always stick to. And the thing is, in chasing your vision, it's important that you don't lose track of what you value. Because a lot of companies, the way they go to die is they end up just focusing on their fiduciary duty, and it no longer becomes about the vision, and the founder starts compromising his principles. And this happens all throughout history. Any empire that falls, any company that fails, is usually because they stop abiding by the principles. So these are my principles. This is what I'm going to hold true. And every single decision that I now make in my life is filtered through two questions. A, does it help every entrepreneur who wants to succeed? Does it actually contribute to this vision? And B, does it apply by the principles? So the way that I'm going to envision this and actually solve it and have it happen and achieve this mission is through these principles. So the first one is product first, which basically means just build insane products that delight clients. Like the way that we're going to education is a product. And if you can put that first every time, and you put the product first and you make the best possible distribution of information system possible, then you're probably going to educate people properly. Client worship. So putting the client first and obsessing over results. I'm just talking about the entrepreneur here, right? So the person who's taking the risk to solve the problem with their own incentive, putting them first and completely and obsessively, completely obsessing over their results. High standards. So great isn't good enough. Like constantly raising the bar, constantly reinventing yourself, and consistent. Like if I'm hiring someone and they're like kind of mediocre, I'm like, that's not good enough. Long-term thinking, sacrificing today for a better tomorrow, giving up your time in the present for a better state of the future. And that's really what a vision is. Moving fast, so putting cause to effect with speed. So, becoming successful is basically just cause and effect. It's about doing things that you want them to do. And the faster at which you do that, then the faster at which you're going to visualize the vision. Laser focus, keep the main thing the main thing. So all I want to focus on is this vision, nothing else. I don't care about anything else. Bali and Thailand and cocktails and parties. I don't care. It's not the vision. It doesn't contribute to the vision. Yeah, I'm still going to have somewhat of a life, but I'm just obsessed. Simplicity. Seek straightforwardness. So no complexity. Keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. All or nothing. Go all in or go home. If I'm hiring people to help me with this vision, I'm not interested in working with people that aren't going all in. They want a little side hustle. They can, as far as I'm concerned, they can leave. Radical transparency, always be honest and speak the truth. And absolute ruthlessness, which is just stop at nothing to win. And I'm defining win as achieving this vision. And so on my way to this vision and on my way to this future state, I will be holding these principles near and dear to my heart. And as my audience, you're welcome to hold me accountable to these. I have my team holding me accountable to them, all my friends, my family, etc. But this is it. I finally have purpose in my life. Beyond Stripe screenshots and, some money here and there, I actually have true, genuine meaning. Money is now just a means to an end to achieve the vision. And this might not resonate with you, but I promise that in 5 to 10 years time, when you have achieved commercial success and you've got more money than you can ever need, this is how you kind of have to start thinking, unless you want to just have an empty life where you just make money. And that's fine. I know a lot of people that are happy just making money, but mate, you've been put on this planet by God, for crying out loud. You've got a life. You might as well do something damn cool with it. So call it grandiosity, call it narcissism, call it ego. I don't care. I'm going to do this or die trying. Ciao.
Hey everyone, Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to The Nature of Aim. Today's video is going to be discussing goals. All human beings have goals, or people have had them at some point or another, but most human beings struggle to achieve their goals and, well, they really suck in trying to actually achieve them and make them happen. Today's video is going to help you not suck, basically. Chances are, if you're a human, which if you're watching this, you definitely are, you probably have tried to set goals before and failed to achieve them. You may not have even set any goals, but most people don't even bother. But the problem is most people perceive goals and goal setting in a completely skewed way. And so today's video is going to show you how to set a goal and actually achieve it, right? We're not going to go through any of the bullshit like corporate way of goal setting, like the SMART targets or any of that crap. I'm going to be giving you a brand new paradigm and a way to think. And if you can absorb what I teach you in this video, setting and achieving goals will become easier than ever before. And I know that because I've used this methodology for myself and I've developed this for myself. I haven't copied it from anywhere. So everything you see in this video will be new to you. The framework is pretty much brand new and I'm really excited to be introducing it to you. So without further ado, let's talk about goal setting. So obviously we're going to discuss goals, and I know what you're thinking, right? Oh, Charlie, goals, come on, that's pretty basic. Is that all we're going to talk about? But if you watch this video, you'll soon realize why it's a little bit deeper than just that. So here's what we're going to cover. So we're going to start by talking about the first step to self-transcendence. And then I'm basically going to lay this video out into 6 sections. And I call these 6 the hidden 6. Number 1 is taking aim. Number 2 is time theory. Number 3 is drive vacuums. Number 4 is goal causality. Number 5 is environmental encouragement. And number 6 is personal capability. So this model, the hidden 6, is basically the theme of this video. And when you can apply it and use it, You're going to absolutely crush your goals. I promise you that if you really come to terms with this stuff. So let's hop in. So let's talk about the first step to self-transcendence, because self-transcendence as a title for this module is obviously quite a bold statement. You know, to transcend yourself means to completely undergo transformation to become a completely different person. And understanding the first step to that is obviously pretty important. Otherwise, well, you're not going to be sure exactly what to do. And so let's talk about it. So life without a goal is chaos. So I want you to imagine for a second that, you know, you are this boat. And this is the metaphor I'm going to be using. You know, as a human being, you are on a sailing boat in the middle of the sea. You know, take the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean, whatever ocean you want to use. But you're just sort of out there sailing around. And this represents you. And the sea represents chaos, right? You have an unlimited amount of directions or destinations to choose from. But because you don't have a destination or an actual trajectory, things are just chaotic. You end up just sailing around in circles. And just imagine setting sail without intent. You could end up anywhere, right? This is what happens with most people's lives, is they set sail with no destination. So most people, they're born and they become conscious and they go through childhood. And through childhood, they pick up some, you know, psychological problems. Most of us do in childhood. It's pretty common. And then what happens is they go through the standard education system and they go through university or whatever it might be. And then they get a job and then, well, that's it, right? They didn't really ever stop to think like, hang on a minute, where do I actually want to go? No, instead they were just the boat in the middle of the ocean with no real decision. They just put up their sails and then just let the wind take them wherever the wind wanted to take them, right? That's how most people live. And the problem with this is that if you did this, if you actually set sail with no destination, you'd probably end up dead or somewhere random like north of Libya. And then you'd just be like, oh shit, how did I end up here? Now, this is what happens to most people, is like they get to 50 and then they have a midlife crisis because they're like, hang on, like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, this is my life. Like, this is the only one I've got. Why have I spent it without any intention? And now let's say you look at your options instead and you decide, like, you know, you set sail and you decide you want to go to a specific island off the coast of Hawaii. Well, what happens is you can build a trajectory here. So instead of just floating through the chaos of life, right, and just ending up in fucking north of Libya, you decide that you want to go to a certain island, and this island represents order. Okay, so in life we have order and we have chaos. And order is basically, it's very hard to articulate what order is, but it basically means like having control or having a sense of control over your life. Chaos is life itself, it's the monster under the bed, but order is your parent coming into your room and going under your bed to confirm there's nothing under there, right? We as human beings, we dance between order and chaos on a daily basis. And if your life feels chaotic and out of control, it's simply because you haven't got a goal to set yourself against. You haven't got a trajectory to put yourself on. And if you haven't got a trajectory, what that means is you haven't got a goal. Because goals, they, by their very nature, they give us something to work towards. And by having something to work towards, we're able to navigate the chaos of life. Because as human beings, and as young adults, or however old you are, depending upon your age, doesn't really matter. Humans are nothing but raw potential, right? And you've got this huge level of potential to do really anything you want within the laws of nature and physics. And the only thing that's stopping you from manifesting that potential is deciding where to channel it. Because as a human, you're chaotic. You've got all this potential. You could be anything and everything, but you can't be everything because you haven't picked anything to be, if that makes sense. And so by deciding like what the hell you actually want to achieve, you can take your efforts and your energy and the little time you have on this, you know, spinning rock in the middle of nowhere, and you can actually decide to start doing something and building something productive. And that is what basically gives meaning to life, right? It's what you have to set off the suffering with something or another. And life is pain, it's suffering, it's difficult, as I'm sure you're probably aware. But by having goals and by having things at which we could set ourselves against, as in the form of seeing trajectories and being able to make tangible progress, that brings us like clarity and it brings us better mental health. And so this yellow line here represents a trajectory, which is obviously a path. And once you've got a path, you know what you're sailing towards, and you're no longer worried about what the hell you're doing in life. And you end up here and you're like, yay, that's cool. So a goal is an aim, right? It's a way for us to manifest our human potential and bend the fabrics of reality to our will and our desires. So you've got to imagine that your life is kind of like, you just got to imagine that you're third person out and you are a sculptor, right? And in front of you is a massive, huge piece of rock, right? And just like a big square piece of rock. And your goal, like, is as the sculptor, is to look at that rock and to think and to visualize, what do I want this piece of rock to become? And then every single day you walk up to the rock and you just chip a little bit away, bit by bit. And after 80 or 90 years, you can step back and you can look at your life and think, that is what I wanted to achieve. What happens with most people is they have all this potential. They've got this rock in front of them that could be turned into anything they want, but instead they just randomly, chip away at it here and then a bit up here and then a bit down here. And then before they know it, they get to like 70 or 80 years down the line and they've just got this complete mess of a rock in front of them. And by that point, at that point, it's too painful to even realize that you have the option to do it differently. So most people don't. But that's how that works, So goals set us on a trajectory to channel our potential and our energy. And before we change your mindset and begin the self-transcendence process, well, we need to decide what you want. Because if you don't know what you want, then what the hell are you doing here? Like, no amount of mindset training, no amount of like Facebook ads or Loom or sales training or anything like that will help you if you don't know what it's all for. So because, by their nature, goals are a vehicle for self-transcendence. Like, self-transcendence requires vision of future, which is better than what we currently have. Because if you don't have a goal, then you can't transcend into it. So before we can start the training, you need to know what you want. This is because we're transcending you into the person that can easily achieve what you want. But before we can do that, we need to know what you want, of course, right? So my point there is that if you want to grow as a human being, you have to create futures for yourself and visualize futures for yourself that demand more of you than what you currently are. And the purpose of transcendence and the purpose of self-transcendence is to become the person capable of achieving what you actually want. But if you don't know what you want, then there's no point in becoming capable and you won't know what sort of capability is required. And a goal is the snapshot of the future. It's a predicted effect of a culmination of causes that aligns with your feelings of desire and want. Without a goal, life becomes aimless. And really, you're at the mercy of the tides of the ocean that's the chaos embellishing life. And extremely successful people, they didn't stumble upon success, right? They decided on the future they wanted for themselves and then they got to work. And really, that's all success is. It's deciding what you want and then working to get it. The problem is that most people don't decide, or they decide on the wrong thing, or they make a decision and then give up, or they do decide but then they don't work, or they don't understand the goal. Like, people are just really bad with goal setting, and this video is designed to help you with that problem. So you might have already decided what you want. Okay, if you're watching this, in fact, there's a chance you're already there, right? So congratulations. I don't mean like having your entire map lifed out, but you probably have some idea as to what you want to do. And you might have like a desired future situation in your head mapped out. But the problem is that it needs to be crystal clear, and also your expectations of it need to be in alignment with reality. And if it isn't crystal clear, and if your expectations aren't in alignment, then your limbic system and your unconscious mind will self-sabotage, and it will wreak havoc on any effort you make towards actually trying to achieve the goal. So let's dive in and talk about this. So we're going to boil this down to a number, because the beautiful thing about business is that it is very simple in terms of like goal setting, right? You really do just have to decide how much money you want to make in the early stages. Now, as you progress as an entrepreneur, you'll want to become like a mission-led entrepreneur, and then the goal is more like it's not as tangible as a financial form because it revolves around the solution of a problem, and that's not as easy to measure. But right now, you probably have a number in mind, which is how much money you want your business to make. Right, and this could be monthly, it could be yearly, but you probably thought through like how much money you want to make. And if you're not sure what your desired monthly revenue for your business is, well, then just pause the video and have a think, and the number will come to you. I found that like most entrepreneurs, they have a number, right? It could be $3 grand a month, it could be 300 grand a month, right? Most people in this space, have an idea in mind as to what they want to make. And if you don't, then just think, and just like a number will come to you. Don't question it. Just notice that that's your number. Like your unconscious mind will produce this for you. It's very rare for your consciousness to actually like manipulate your perspective on what you want. It's usually like you have a number, you've always wanted that number, you don't quite know why, but it's just what your brain has produced, and now it's what you've associated your future identity to become with, right? And you don't really know, but you should know. And it can be any number. There's no right or wrong answer. When thinking about your desired goal, don't consider the time frame or how you're going to achieve it, right? Just focus on the number you want to be at per month. So the first problem people have with goal setting is like they get way too sort of bogged down into the details of the goal. So I'll see this where like I'm like, what's the goal? Like, to say this to someone, it's like I'll be like, what's your goal? And then they'll be like, oh, I want to make like 20 grand a month, and I want to do it by April, and I want to have this, and to do it, I'm gonna. It's like, man, just like you can figure that stuff out later. For now, just focus on the number, right? So anything you've got tagged on to the end of your number, just get rid of it. So write down your goal, right? But don't tag on something like, by March, or, I want to get to 50 grand a month with like a bunch of high ticket clients, like low volume. Just don't write anything on top of it. Just write down the number. So once you've written it down, I want you to pause the video, and I want you to just look at this goal for a good 10 seconds. Right, just stop and just look at that number on the sheet of paper. It can be any number. There's no right or wrong answer, but you should have it, right? So just look at your number. You should be staring back at you now, and you should have it. Now, if you pay attention to this mindset training, the number in front of you will become your reality. What you've just written down on that sheet of paper, with enough discipline and enough attention to this program, will manifest into reality. Right? And now I'm telling you that because I've seen it happen time and time again for hundreds of people at this point, not only for myself, but loads of other people. But it will only manifest if you pay attention and actually do the work, if that makes sense. Okay. So we've got a lot of action items in this training, and you need to do every single one, regardless of how successful you think you already are, or how basic like the goals might feel or seem. So even if I don't care if you're making 500k a month, right? And you want to get to million, like you have to do everything. Right, it has to be laid out. So, obviously, setting a goal is not enough, right? This is pretty evident because, well, in case you hadn't noticed, a lot of people, they set goals and then they don't really achieve them. So, it's pretty obvious because, well, how many times have you set a goal, whether in personal or business life, only to fall short, give up, or not even get started? It's probably hundreds, right? So, why does this happen to you, right? This is a really important question. Why do you define a future outcome you want, start chasing it, and then give up? Why does that happen? Well, it's due to a failure to understand the nature of aim and the dynamics of your goals. So the way we solve this and the way we remedy this is through understanding the goal and the dynamics of it. And in this video, I'm going to reveal to you a mental model I've created that allows you to understand your goals and the nature of your aims in the purest form with perfect clarity. So most people struggle because they set the goal and then what? It's like, I'm going to send some emails. Like there's not enough clarity, because you have to understand that a goal is an effect. And we mentioned this earlier, it's a snapshot of the future. All effects have causes. So if you want to achieve your goal, all you have to do is define the causes, the actions that you can put into motion to create the effect you want with enough time. And then you proceed to execute on those actions. Achieving a goal is just cause and effect. It's defining what you want, it's defining how to get it, and then doing it. But the problem that most people have is they set the goal and then everything's blurry. And then they don't know why they set the goal, so that's also blurry. And then they don't really know what actions to take, and then they get distracted easily because of all this. So like what we need a fucking plan. We need like a real strong sense of clarity around why we want what we want, what exactly we want, who we need to be to achieve it, where we need to be to achieve it, how we're going to achieve it. All these things need to be understood, and that's the purpose of this video. So what I'm about to show you will make any future goal 10 times easier to achieve. And I'm going to give you a warning. If you continue and genuinely listen and act on what I tell you, your life will not be the same. And that's not some sort of like thing that I'm just chucking in here. Like, if you actually do this and you pay attention, like, shit's going to change you. And I can vouch for this because it's worked for me. So, the hidden six. Let's talk about the hidden six. This is a model that I've created. It's a series of questions, basically, that you'll be very familiar with. However, I've sort of structured them into a different light. What's interesting is that when I started recording the mindset module, I didn't even know that I was going to make this video. I didn't even have it planned. But it wasn't until I got into the goal setting part that I was like, shit, like, how does this all work? And I sort of understood it, but I'd never really articulated it. So this is obviously what I've come up with. So the hidden six is a mental model. Okay, it's a series of exercises that I've created and adapted to goal setting specifically for this module. And it's basically a series of questions that you ask about your goal. So if we want to understand the nature of something, which is obviously what we're doing in this video, the nature of aim, then we just need to know what questions to ask to figure out exactly what to do to achieve it. And so in this video, I'm going to be walking you through the first 5 and then the next video, the 6th. Okay, and the reason these questions are hidden, right, the reason it's called the hidden six is because no one actually thinks to even ask, right? The entire human race goes about goal setting in the wrong way, blindly wishing on their future without any critical thought or inspection. So really what I'm doing here is kind of just teaching you to think critically about your goal, which is a skill that a lot of people lack. And so the 6 questions in question revolve around the what, the why, the when, the how, the where, and the who. Right? So we've all heard of, like, you know, who, what, where, when, why, how, where, like all of these W's and the 1H. But I've taken this framework and I've applied it to your goals. And honestly, it's remarkably powerful once you figure it out. So here we've got number 1, what, which is taking aim. Number 2, when, which is time theory. 3, why, which is drive vacuums. 4, it's how, which is goal causality. 5 is where, and 6 is who, right? So environmental encouragement and personal capability. So number 1 is basically like, what is your goal? Number 2 is, when do you want to achieve your goal and what sort of time frame should we be using? Number 3 is, why do we want to achieve it? Number 4 is, how do we achieve it? Number 5 is, where do we achieve it? And number 6 is, who do we have to be to achieve it? Now, I don't want anyone to just jump straight to one of these things and skip the rest, because if you do that, you're in for some trouble. So don't just skip to number 4 and think, oh, I just need the cause bit, or yeah, I'm just going to go straight to the next video. Just promise you, watch them all. So the hidden six helps you understand all of this stuff. And if you accurately answer all these questions, you can understand the nature of your goal. And this just means you're far better equipped to fucking make it happen. And this doesn't apply to just making money, by the way. You can use these 6 questions for any other thing as well. Like if you want to, you know, build muscle or lose weight or rebuild your relationship with someone, any goal you've got, but we're talking about your business. So let's jump into this model. And the first one is the what, which is taking aim. So the big question is, well, what do you want? And by now you should have a number in front of you, right? You should have your goal, which represents order, which allows us to manifest potential and channel time and energy on a trajectory to produce the outcome we desire. So now let's discuss the what of the goal, right? And this is what I call goal constants and the Imperium equation. So there's 2 pieces to this puzzle. So what I'm going to do is now break down an equation for you, okay, and walk you through like what is the goal? Like, you've got your number in front of you, and this is specifically for sort of like high ticket businesses selling products to niches and services. But we're going to break this down. So let's look at this from a mathematical perspective. So the equation that I'm using here is n plus p plus s to the power of t equals goal. Okay. So let's break this down. So the niche is N. So N stands for the group of people that you're serving. The P stands for problem, which is the problem shared by your niche. The S stands for the solution to the problem shared by the niche. And the little like star is an exponent, which means to the power of, and T is time. So this equation basically states that the niche plus the problem plus the solution times by time equals the goal. So if you want to achieve your goal, then you need to have your niche. You need to have a niche that has a problem. You need to have a solution to that problem. And then you need to give the business enough time and the market enough time to recognize that your solution can solve the problem so you can make the money, which is the goal. And this is really what it boils down to. You know, if you want to bring this thing back to first principles and really like what the components of a goal are, you can just look at it from this perspective if you're talking about your business. And so we know that niches have problems. We know that problems are painful and require solutions. And we know that solutions can be sold to the niche to make money, which is to add value, right? And well, number 4 is that it takes time to create and sell solutions, right? We need time. Everything has to revolve around time. Time is the one variable that most people like forget about. It's like, you know, they just seem to just skip straight over it. So once you have a niche, a problem, a solution, and enough time, you will have your goal. So for example, if you want to get to $50,000 a month, then you'd pick a niche, which could be gyms. You'd pick a problem, which could be like poor retention for gyms. And then you'd pick a solution, and the solution is just providing knowledge on how to prevent members from leaving. And then the time is, well, basically however long it takes to acquire the knowledge and learn how to sell it. Okay? So this is obviously a simplified thing because you're also going to need some business acumen and some business skills. But the core principles of your goal is the niche, the problem, the solution, and the time. And these are what we call goal constants. Okay, so pay attention here. These are first principles. They are factors required to achieve your goal that cannot be disputed or further questioned. Right? I'm not just assuming you need to have these things to achieve a goal in a business. I'm assuming that, like, well, I'm not assuming anything. I'm telling you, you need to have these things, right? You must have all 4 of these to achieve your goal. And so goal constants are the what part of your goal. They are the DNA of the process required to actually create the future you want. And so I've actually got a resource for you here, which is taking aim, defining your goal constants. So I've got quite a lot of resources throughout this video. But if we want to answer the first question, which is like, what is the goal? Well, we can answer that in simple form by saying the goal is to make, you know, $100,000 a month. But then we need to realize, like, well, what actually is the business that creates that and makes that happen? Like, what are the core founding principles of that? So I've got taking aim here. And if I just minimize this, this is the first resource, okay? So defining your goal constants. So to achieve your goal, you must learn and abide by the Imperium equation. This is the knowledge that niche, solution, and problem times by time equals goal. The 4 items before the equal in this equation are the goal constants required to achieve the goal. And this resource is defined to help you get nice and clear on your goal constants. So there's obviously going to be millions of equations, right? You can have, there's fucking thousands of niches probably. There's like, if not hundreds of thousands of problems shared by those thousands of people. And there's many ways to solve those individual problems. So there are no right or wrong answers here. You know, there's millions of different paths you can take towards getting to your goal, right? So the main things are just, number 1, deciding on the goal constants, and number 2, making sure that what you've decided is the right thing for you. So we start with the niche, right? At this point, you should already have your niche defined, and if you don't, well, you should visit the start of the program, which will help you with your niche selection. A niche is obviously a group of people bound together by a variable of affinity, and in business, the niche is defined as a type of business being run. So the secret to niche selection is loving it and being interested in it. If you're not passionate about your niche, you'll struggle because, well, you're going to be spending your life figuring out how to solve a problem for them. And if the niche doesn't interest you or you don't care about them, you're not going to be inspired to solve this problem regardless of the financial rewards. You need some damn passion, okay? Don't pick a niche because it's what someone else told you to pick. Conduct your own analysis, and it should be on your interests and your passions. But you should already have your niche, right? Should be fine. Now, the second thing you should already have or should be thinking about now is the problem. Once you've defined the group of people, you should try and define like the most painful problem they share. Don't worry if you can solve the problem. It doesn't really matter yet. Just focus on making sure the problem is actually like existing and you're not projecting a potential problem you have onto the niche. So let's say you run a marketing business. You're looking to find a niche that struggles with customer acquisition. Obviously, that's the problem you can solve. And then the last one is solution. Right, the problem of your niche can be solved in lots of ways. Your job here is to isolate a solution that would be best for the actual niche. And this is what constitutes like the best solution. So the best solution obviously works, right? It moves the needle. Cheap, it costs little or nothing to implement for your customers. fast, it solves the problem quickly. Simple, it's easy to deliver, doesn't have loads of moving parts and is straightforward. And number 5 is repeatable, right? The same solution can be offered to multiple businesses without variation. We don't want to be changing it every time. And you should be prudent with your solution selection. You can also just note that pretty much any skill to deliver the solution is possible to learn. You just have to make sure it actually is, you know, working and it's cheap and fast and simple, etc. So this is a couple examples of goal constants, okay, that I've actually used to scale businesses to 7 figures. It's honestly really simple, right? This is, by the way, the most basic part of this video, but it needs to be established. We need to agree on like what the founding principles of your goal are and make sure you've got them, because you probably have them, but just becoming aware of them will help you as we progress through the video. So if we're thinking about Northflow Consulting, right, which is our initial business, the niche is gym owners, the problem's getting members, and the solution is ads and funnels to get people into the gym. And, you know, it ticks all of these boxes. It works, it's cheap, it's fast, it's simple and repeatable. And then for Imperium Agency, when we were helping agency owners, or if we're helping agency owners, that's the niche. Problem, appointment setting, solution, training on outbound and inbound methods for appointment setting. Same process. These are the businesses we want to run. We want businesses that work, that like are cheap, right, solution-wise, fast solutions, simple solutions, and repeatable, right? Now, you can note that to begin with, your solution might not work. It might not be cheap, fast, and simple and repeatable. It takes work, but it can be these things, okay? You want to figure out how to make it those things. So that's the goal constant. So what I want you to do now is basically just make a little document like this and just write down the name of your company, right? What your niche is, what problem they have, and what the solution is. And I promise you probably know this, you probably already got it mapped out in your brain, but if you don't, or if it's not clear, just write it out and list it through, and then just make sure that your solution ticks these boxes, because I can tell you now that like the solution's the main thing. And if you're not, like, you can have a goal to make a certain amount of money, but if your solution is really complicated, it can't be repeated, it takes ages to deliver, it's expensive and it doesn't work, nothing really matters. And the same thing applies, is that like, you just need to be sure, like, is the problem you're trying to solve painful enough to people for people to pay you the amount of money you're asking for? And does the niche you're working in, is it actually viable? Is it scalable? Can it support the amount of money you want to make, right? So that's goal constants, okay? So now that we've defined our goal constants, we've got the sort of what of the goal out of the way. The key here is just basically don't fucking change them, okay? So once you've defined your niche and your problem and the way you want to solve that problem, keep those things, right? Now the solution might change as you progress and get better at solving the problem, but for the most part, they should all stay the same. And it means you stick with everything. Okay, so we've got our goal constants. Now, here's the thing, is we're obviously missing the variable of time, right? So let's talk about time. Let's talk about the when of the goal. So that was the goal constants, that's the what. It's really simple, right? Your goal is to make a certain amount of money. The vehicle for you doing that is through your business, and your business is basically going to be, like, at its core principle, comprised of 4 things, right? In short, it's having a group of people to sell to, it's having a problem with those group of people, and it's having a solution for the problem the group of people share, and then having enough time to basically roll that solution out through the market and make money. So let's talk about time, which is basically the when, okay? So we're going to talk about some time theory here. Most people really struggle with time, and it's basically like the key variable in achieving a goal. So let's discuss how to understand it. So obviously, like I just mentioned, people aren't great with time. And by not great or by terrible, I mean people don't really understand how time works, and their estimations and predictions of how long things take are honestly massively skewed. If you don't understand time, well then you're in for some trouble and some pain. So I'm going to teach you how I perceive time and the mental models I use to rationally justify the length of time I give myself for goals. So one of the main reasons and one of the primary reasons that people struggle with their goals is because they set them and then they give themselves like ridiculously short time frames. Now, the key to understand is that, as we've discussed, your goal's an effect, and all we have to do is like put cause to effect. So to effect, we must cause, right? Or we must cause to effect. And you are in no position to tell the universe how quickly or how slowly it should take for you to get what you want, right? What I mean by that is that it's impossible for you to rationally like observe and justify how long something's going to take to unravel, because as humans we cannot see like the underlying cause effect relationships between the things. We can understand them and like write them down and see them, but we struggle to sort of see the time lapse between those two things and how long it takes. And most people are wildly optimistic because we are by nature pain avoidance animals, right? So most people don't give themselves enough time, and then what happens is they go and try and achieve their goal, but lo and behold, because they didn't have enough time, or they didn't give themselves enough time, like by the time the time rolls around, they thought they'd achieved it, they're not even close, and that then it like creates discouragement, and they consider themselves failures. Like, you only really fail when you misjudge how long it's going to take you to do something. Because if you just say, I want to make 10 grand a month, and then remove the time frame and just work every day to make 10 grand a month, then technically the only way to fail is to actually stop trying. But if you say, I want to make 10 grand a month by May, and it's March, and then you've got 2 months to do it and you're making nothing, and then you get to May and you haven't made 10 grand a month, then your limbic system and your subconscious will start to build this identity of yourself as a failure, right? And we don't want to do that, and all because you were too fucking optimistic with your time. And then the knock-on effect of that is that you've just basically created this self-fulfilling feedback loop of you being the kind of person that struggles. So let's start with Stockdale's paradox, okay? So have you ever set a goal only to fall short and get discouraged and quit, or consider quitting? Well, I'm going to tell you a quick story about a bloke called James Stockdale. So this is James Stockdale. He is a renowned war hero from the Vietnam War, I believe in like 1960s, 1964 perhaps. What happened to James, or Mr. Stockdale here, is basically he was flying over, I think, a village or a town or city in Vietnam called Hanoi, I think. And what happened is his plane basically got shot down by the Vietnamese army. And he was basically like parachuting his way down to the ground. And as he was sort of going down, he looked down and he could obviously see like all of these Vietnamese troops basically with guns aimed at him. And one of his famous quotes is he said in his mind as he was flying down, you know, just you can just imagine the feeling you'd have in your stomach of just like, you know, you're just gripping onto this parachute and you look down and you can just see the enemy, just like hundreds of them, just like ready to catch you as soon as you land. And he said to himself as he was falling down, he said, I'm leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus. And for those of you who don't know Epictetus, he's a Stoic philosopher, but this is where James Stockdale's philosophy came from. Anyway, the purpose of this story is to explain a sort of model or paradox that this guy developed as he was being held prisoner of war. So basically, he was captured and he was held as a prisoner of war for a long period of time throughout the Vietnamese War, and it was pretty awful for him. Now, he did live to tell the tale, fortunately, and share his incredible knowledge and fortitude and everything and his philosophies through it. But what did Stockdale say was the biggest lesson he learned from being held as a prisoner of war? Because he said something, right? And also, why should you care as a digital business owner? Right, what's the point? Well, James Stockdale came up with this quote, and it's that the optimists die first. And this is probably one of the most important things I've learned when it comes to goal setting. So the Stockdale paradox states that optimists die first. It implies that having too much faith or confidence or optimism in your ability to achieve a goal or withstand suffering leads to a lack of achievement, or in this case, death, right? Suffering and death being the staying in a prisoner of war camp and, achieving a goal or not achieving a goal is dependent on business. Now, this is a paradox because most people think that you need extreme optimism and confidence and faith and belief to achieve your goals. However, Stockdale, who obviously experienced this firsthand, he figured out it was pretty much the opposite. This was also observed by Viktor Frankl in Auschwitz. He was held in the Nazi concentration camps and the death camps. And he basically realized that like people who died the fastest were the ones who thought they were going to be rescued basically immediately. And the reason that the reason optimists die first is because they're not confronting reality, right? You want to have faith, but you also want to confront reality. So how does this actually apply to getting your goal, right? Now, don't get me wrong, you want to have levels of confidence and faith and optimism and stuff to achieve your goals, but the reason people go wrong is because they have too much faith and optimism and confidence in the time frame. So people aren't overly optimistic about what they can achieve because humans can pretty much achieve anything if physics and nature and time allows them, right? We're pretty cool. But the problem is that people are overly optimistic about the time frame over which they can achieve the said goal. In fact, humans are pretty much overly optimistic about anything related to time, right? So if you say to someone like, you know, oh, how long is it going to take you to do this? Or, you know, when do you think you can get this done by? Or how long is it going to take you to drive to me? Like the over-optimism time bias is prevalent everywhere in our lives. And we all have this tendency to be over-optimistic with how long things take. And it's imperative to your success that you release and break this time bias and realign your expectations with reality. Because we want things, and we want things now with the least amount of pain possible. And that's no different when you're thinking about your goal, the number of money, the amount of money you want to make. However, like, you have to accept reality. So if you're making 5K a month and you think you're going to scale to 50K a month in the next 6 months with no business experience or proven systems, then you can think again, right? Likewise, if you're a beginner with no clients and want to get to 10K a month in the next 3 months, think again, right? Things take time. And the biggest mistake you can make with goals is having a time frame at all, right? Honestly, one of the best strategies I have for achieving like a dollar per month or whatever is to actually just remove the time frame and then just basically work as hard as I can every single day in what I call fill the present, which is basically where you do everything that can be done in that day to the best of your ability. Because we know that like a goal is an effect, and we know we have to put causes to create the effect. So all we have to do is just do the causes and the goal will happen. And the universe will decide how long it takes for us to achieve the goal. But if we expect a certain time frame, it's almost always going to be out of alignment with what the universe can actually help us achieve. And by having a time frame, you either are too optimistic or too pessimistic, right? So what happens is you either think you're going to get it too soon and then you don't get it and you get discouraged, or you're pessimistic and you think it's going to take ages and then you actually stretch out the goal to take that long because that's what you've subconsciously programmed. So the best strategy I found is just to remove the time frame from the equation altogether, right? Because then what happens is if you remove the time frame and just do all that can be done every day to the best of your ability to create the goal and manifest it, then the universe will by its nature just give you the thing you want in the time over which you should be able to have it based on the actions that you take. To get what you want, you have to deserve what you want. The world is not yet a crazy enough place to reward undeserving people in short periods of time. That's what Charlie Munger said. So if you think you're going to rapidly scale to huge heights in a short period of time, you're thinking like the prisoners of war who think help is coming for them next week, right? Your hope and faith is blind, and your perceptions of what is possible over time is likely not in alignment with reality. So going back to the prisoner of war story, with Viktor Frankl, he was obviously captured and he was sent to this camp with other people and other American soldiers. And he observed, he was like, the people that died were people that thought that rescue was just a couple of days away or a couple of weeks away. You know, they were like people in Auschwitz, for example, those fucking poor souls, these poor people, the ones who died first were the ones who believed the war would soon be over and the Allies would come to rescue them in the next couple of weeks. Because the next couple of weeks would roll around and lo and behold, the Allies were still fighting the war and nobody had come to rescue them. And when that happens enough to someone who's suffering, they lose faith. And when they lose faith, they die because they have no reason to live. And your body and your mind are pretty much intertwined. And like, it's the same thing with goal setting. As soon as you start to lose faith because you just keep setting goals with short periods of time, then you keep trying to achieve it, and then you keep failing and you keep falling short, and then your body and you just start to stop doing the actions because the discouragement is so strong. So the best thing to do is just fucking forget about the time frame and stop being overly optimistic. Do not project what you want from time onto what is possible. Okay? And by the way, this also applies to how long you think it's going to take to fix problems, right, in your business and life as well. Like, you know, if you think it's going to take like a really short period of time to, you know, hire a sales rep, for example, well, then you're probably in for some trouble. Like the best strategy I found for anything is to be like, okay, I need a sales rep, converting it 25%. I don't say like, I need one by March. I just say I need one. And then I go and do everything I can to the best of my ability. I fill the present, which basically means doing everything I can every single day to make it happen. And then the universe will give me the sales rep when I've done enough to deserve it. But if I say I want one by March and March rolls around and I haven't got one, then I get stressed and angry and anxious, right? So the best thing to do is just forget about the time frame, man. It's like, oh, I want to build, I want to build the system for looms by April, and it's now like January. It's like, dude, you could build that system in like 3 days if you just did the whole thing in 3 days. So don't, just do everything you can, all that can be done to the best of your ability, and let the universe decide when you get what you want, and remove all expectations of time. Now, there are obviously exceptions to this. You can speed up the process, right, of manifesting your goal into reality. You can get what you want quickly, but it only really helps if you have a lot of experience and know what you're doing. So here's an example, right? So right now, as of me recording this, Imperium does about $195,000. Well, this is the truth. Like, in the last 30 days, we signed around, I think, 29 clients at around $7,000, which means that we've made about 200 grand in the last in the last month. But it took us, we started this thing about 13 months ago. So that's obviously pretty crazy, right? Going from zero to like a multi-7-figure run rate in just over a year. But the thing is like, the reason that we've been able to do that is because Bo and I have 10 years of collective experience in digital business and consulting. Prior to starting this business, I've already conducted 1,600 discovery calls, and Bo's been operating at 7 figures and doing shit like that and building funnels and ads and stuff. So you can get what you want really quickly if you've already done it, right? And you're just sort of repeating it somewhere else. But if you're starting from scratch, it's going from complete novice and complete beginner to 200K a month in 13 months just isn't possible. And Bo and I didn't even set the goal of, multi 7 figures after the first year. We just said, right, we want to get Imperium, we want to scale it as far as we can. Could be like 8 figures. We're not going to be like, yeah, we want 8 figures by this time. We're just going to do everything we can do every day, all day, every day, to the best of our ability. And then the universe will start to reward you. Like, imagine if we said in 12 months we want Imperium to be making 80 grand a month, right? We would have probably got there, and then we would have fallen short by, an extra 110,000, 120,000. So another example, right? When I started my first marketing agency, I went from $0 a month to $10,000 a month within the first 6 months. But prior to starting, I had 6 months of cold calling experience. I'd read over 100 books on sales and digital marketing. And I'd also sought out a couple of 7-figure mentors who were already doing what I wanted to do. And, I also had this, and still have this disgusting work ethic, right? So don't think that just because Bo and I have done this, or because I went from 0 to 10K a month really quickly, that, that's what you're going to be able to do, because you have to sort of look at the conditions on which your life sits. Look at yourself, rationally observe yourself, take yourself out to the third person as if you're playing video games, and look at your skills, right? Look at your character traits and your belief systems and your skill sets and who you are as a person and what you have going for you and what you have behind you in terms of business acumen. And if you haven't got a lot, it's okay, right? It's fine. If you've got a lot, then it makes sense to try and expect more quicker. But if you haven't got a lot, then expect less, right? And just align your expectations with reality. I promise. This is this is contrary to what everyone else will tell you to do, because everyone else is going to tell you that you should set these huge lofty goals and give yourself short periods of time to achieve them. But what I'm telling you is that you can't control this, the universe, right? You have no say in how quickly you can get what you want. You just have to give it your best shot and do all that can be done and just learn as much as you can, and it will give it to you. And that's what I'm saying, is just, look at yourself honestly. I'm not trying to discourage you. I'm just trying to ground you in reality, so you don't get discouraged when your deluded optimistic time frame doesn't bring your goal to fruition. And it could happen quickly. Don't get me wrong. You could strike gold. You could have with this program, for example, you could be in a great niche. They could have a really painful problem. You could have you could already know how to solve it. And then you just need to we've had it before with people with the program where they're doing nothing and they've got a decent sort of set of skills and a decent goal constants, and then they apply the program and then they go from 0 to 50 grand a month in 3 or 4 months, right? It happens, but it's rare, and it only happens because of their preconditions. So another model is to take the time frame that you want to achieve it by and just multiply it by 2 or 3 or 4 times. But the best thing to do is just remove the time frame. And this is why it's important to do, because of something called goal constant depth. Right? So now what I'm going to do is actually talk to you about why this is important. Why do we want to stop being overly optimistic, and why do we actually want to remove the pressure of time altogether? Well, it's because of this thing here, goal constant depth. So I want you to look at these 3 boxes and these 3 lines. Okay? And so these denote the niche, the problem, and the solution, right? Our goal constants. This is how this all ties in. And goal constant depth is the single most important thing you need to have to achieve your goal. And what I mean by this is it's basically the depth of understanding you have around your goal constants, right? So I want you to look at this and just visualize this for me. So what we can see on the right here is we've sort of got this graph that denotes like the depth of something. And I want you to think about this being depth of understanding. Okay, so when it comes to your goal constants and how easily you can achieve your goal, the three most important things to understand are your niche, right? The problem the niche has and the nature of that problem and how to solve that problem for them. Now, you do need more things, right? So you also need to understand how business works, how appointment setting works, how sales works. However, that's exactly what this program is designed to give you. So this program cannot give you like a perfect understanding of your niche. It can't give you like an understanding of their problem. It can't give you the solution because these are unique things and unique variables that we have no like understanding of, because then it's not our niche, it's not our problem, it's not our solution. These are the things you have to understand. The depth of understanding that you need around like the skills in business and appointment setting and sales and marketing and team building and systems, that's the programs for that. And you don't have to worry about that stuff because it's all covered in the videos in this program, as you'll see later on. One of these examples is the depth of understanding you have about mindset and how your personal psychology works. And that's what this module's for. But you need to understand these things deeply, because the depth of understanding you have will determine how easily you can achieve your goal. And the deeper your understanding of your niche, the problem and the solution they have, or the problem they have and the solution you have to solve the problem, it's going to be easier to solve the problem. And guess what you need to acquire a deep understanding of things? Time. Okay? So it takes years to really understand a niche. It takes years to really understand their problem, and it takes years to really understand their solution, right? Or the solution that you need to build. Now, don't get me wrong, you can start a business and you can get clients immediately. But if you want to build like real solid, like multi-seven-figure businesses, it takes a long fucking time, right? Like if you look at Imperium, the reason we understand the niche so well is because we've been high-ticket entrepreneurs, we've been coaches, we've been agency owners, right? So Bo and I have been doing that for 4 or 5 years each, which means we've got 10 years of understanding that niche. And then the problem of the niche, we understand perfectly because we experienced that problem for 10 years. Well, not quite, because we've obviously solved it, but acquisition was a problem we faced. And then the solution we understand perfectly because we solved the problem for ourselves. And so the reason we can go from 0 to 200K a month within a year or two, just over a year, is because of the understanding we have around these things. Okay? And so you've either got shallow understanding or deep understanding. And entrepreneurs with shallow understanding, which is where everybody starts, it's only natural. If you're starting out and you're not making a huge amount of money, your understanding is probably shallow. That's okay. If you're a bit further down the line, you might be sort of in the middle, or you might be deeper, right? It doesn't really, it's going to depend on how much work you've done. So we've got shallow understandings, we've got deep understandings, right? A shallow understanding is when you're new to a niche, the problem, the solution. It also manifests when you've been in a niche and solving a problem for a long time, but haven't actively sought out new information about your niche and the problem and the way of solving the problem. So going back to this, right? You could be like 2, 3, 4, 5, you could be 5 years into your business, right? But if you're trying to solve a problem that existed 5 years ago with a solution that happened to work 5 years ago, then you're not going to make much money these days. This manifests in the coaching space, right? We've got coaches and people that have built programs that, they built 3 years ago and they haven't sought out or acquired new information since. A deep understanding is when you've stuck to a niche and their problem for a long time, right? A long time is like years and years of work, right? The key to understanding this mindset training is that this building a business of good infrastructure and something that builds value takes years of work. Like I'm talking like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years of work. You have to come to terms with this. Instant gratification does not work in business. It doesn't exist in business. You have to just sit down at your desk for 8 to 12 hours a day and focus for 5 to 6 or 6 days a week for years on end before you can start to build things of value. And I can tell you that because it's exactly what I've done, right? You can start making quick money immediately with coaching and consulting and other high ticket stuff. However, if you want to build it for the long term, it takes a long time, right? And bear in mind that the level of your goal will reflect the level of your understanding you need, right? You don't need to be an extreme expert with really deep understandings just to hit 10K a month, but you better be deeper than just shallow. So going back to this, right? If I come out here, you don't need to be all the way down here to make 10 grand a month, right? Like this, like real deep down. And the truth is that there's no sort of cap. You can it just keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, right? And the deeper you go, the longer you're in it, the more you understand it, the more money you make. But like when you start out, the first 0 to 6 months, first year, really, you're just going to be chilling up here. And that's okay because, it takes time to come to terms with this stuff. And, you've got to build it. So you don't have to be like all the way down to make 10 grand a month or 20 grand a month. But if you want to build like a multi-7-figure business, you need to be all the way down the bottom, right? Now, here's a little warning, right? You can have an extremely deep understanding of your goal constants. But over time, this understanding will turn shallow because with time, everything changes, right? The dynamics of your niche will change. The nature of the problem they have will change. Solutions that worked before will no longer be viable. Right, so a primary example of this is iOS 14 or COVID. For many digital entrepreneurs, their deep understanding was set back to shallow and their goals suffered because of this. And this, my friends, is why knowledge is power. So if we go back here, right, here's the perfect example of this is when COVID struck, when Bo and I were in the gym niche, for example, and COVID struck, and then suddenly all like the niche, the dynamics of the niche completely shifted because we were working with gyms and they had to shut. The nature of their problem completely changed, and the solution that we were using to solve that problem was no longer relevant. So our understanding was set, like it was sort of reset. Well, it wasn't completely reset because, well, you can't really undo deep levels of understanding around those things. But my point is that, like, if we just kept doing what we were doing, it wouldn't have worked because, well, the only constant is change, and if you don't keep up to date with shit, then you're kind of screwed. So let's use another model in time terms to understand why this sort of depth of understanding is crucial. So let's talk about effect exponentialism. So in the video where we will eventually talk about exponentialism in some more depth, like some mental models and stuff. But for now, you should really understand what exponentialism means, right? Do you notice anything funny about this graph or this sort of like thing that denotes the depth of understanding? Well, how about now if we flip it upside down? Well, what we can observe is that this graph is exponential, right? We can sort of see how it just like hockey sticks. It's like kind of slow and then up and just shoots up. So this is effect exponentialism. And this is how this all ties in. This is how goal constants tie in with time, which ties in with optimism. So over time, effects will compound, right? And what that basically means is that like the extremity of the effect you can achieve is great, like becomes greater with time. So the more you do, like let's take outreach, for example. If you send 100 emails a day for a year, then a year from now, you'll get far more positive replies because of all the feedback you've received to improve that system. And also someone might reply to you today from an email you sent them 6 months ago. And so if you're measuring like the effect of how many meetings you can book, well, then the best thing to do is just to give the system loads and loads of time because you can start gathering metrics and feedback to improve the system. And that's how we build compounding knowledge. And that's how effects compound. So knowledge compounds, right? Now, yeah, basically it says there, do you want to know what else compounds, which is knowledge, of course. So as you learn more about your goal constants, your depth of understanding rapidly increases. And this is exponential because in the beginning, you have to acquire a lot of knowledge to build even the most basic understanding of your chosen goal constants. So the problem here is that most people expect and want quick results, and these obviously don't exist in business. And the yellow box is where most people give up, okay? The first stages of your goal acquisition are the hardest. They're the least rewarding and also the longest, right? So when you put this concoction together of like something being really hard, not giving you anything back, and also taking ages and loads of pain, it sort of makes for quitting. However, I've given you the remedy for this because if you understand that this shit, like just by understanding this alone and understanding that it takes time, and by not giving yourself like a stupid over-optimistic time frame, you're far less likely to quit. Because my job with this video, the key is for me just to make you realize that you just have to keep going, right? You just have to define your goal constants, figure out what you want, set your goal, figure out why you want it and everything and how you're going to achieve it, and then just don't stop doing that. And the reason that you're going to quit is because it's taking longer than you're expecting and it's just painful. So what we can observe in the green box is that after the longest period of time, the understanding spikes significantly and reaches a peak. So like after the longest period of time is when we start getting the most results. So it's an exponential curve where at the bottom, as we can see on the sort of axis at the bottom here, like it's taking ages and ages and ages to build momentum. But then after fucking ages, it just starts to spike up and the results become exponential. And that's exactly what happened with Imperium Agency. So in the first 6 months, we didn't really break anything beyond 20, 30 grand a month. And then by month 8, we were doing 40 grand a month. And then by month 10, we started doing 60 grand a month. And then now we're month 13, it's 190 grand a month. And so that's obviously sped up a little bit because, well, that's abnormal. But my point is that it's possible, right? So, we will call the peak, right, in this green box here, mastery. Okay? So mastery is when you've spent enough time and enough work to understand your goal constants to allow for this exponential curve to kick in. Okay? And if you've ever wondered how someone can start a business and scale it to that point within a year, it's because they've achieved mastery beforehand in goal constants similar to the new ones. And this is obviously what Bo and I did with Imperium. So, I just sort of explained exactly how we've been able to do that. And so here is the big problem, right? Here's the big problem. We now know that the ease at which you will achieve your goal depends on how well you understand your goal constants. And if you're wondering why this understanding is so important, it's because your business is basically comprised of these three things, right? Understanding your niche, knowing what problem they have and understanding the nature of it, and then knowing how to solve that problem. And the deeper you understand those variables, the easier it is for you to navigate and make decisions around what's best to actually achieve your goal. You can put cause to effect better. So we now know also that knowledge compounds, meaning that the results you get will become, exponentially more extreme with more time. So the big problem here, and this is the big problem, this is what happens, this comes when someone decides on their goal constants, only to switch them out after a short period of time. Okay? So most people give up before their understanding of their niche problem and solution can start to compound, and they give up during the hardest and most painful part. So the reason people switch niche is because what they're doing is simply too difficult, or they run into a problem they feel like they cannot solve, right? So if you're figuring out how to deliver, coaching for people in, health coaching or something, and you're running into this problem where you can't seem to get people to pay high ticket. And then you think, do you know what? Maybe I should just try this niche instead because maybe they'll pay high ticket. That's why people give up, is because they run into a problem that becomes too painful to solve, or they believe it can't be solved. Now, all they have to do is stick with that problem and solve that problem, as pretty much every problem can be solved, and then move on. And then every time you solve a problem, chunk, you move down that sort of depth of understanding, right? And there will be peaks, there will be points up to which you're about just sort of on the precipice, you just have to solve one problem to start seeing exponential progress. Because where we are here, with this point here, if you can make it to here, just here, then everything's boom, everything, you just sort of fly down here really fucking quickly, and then you start making a shitload of money. So as you're building your solution in the early stages, it feels like, you're making some progress, but the progress is so slow and so excruciating. And then ironically, what happens is there's a really painful problem around at this point right here, which could be tracking for e-com businesses, or it could be anything. You probably are aware what the problem might be right now. And then you're just I just can't seem to do it. And then so what you do is you think, I'll try this solution instead. And then you reset back to here. And then with that new solution, you move forward and forward and forward and forward. And then you get to here. And then there's a really difficult problem, a really thorny one that you can't overcome. You're no, I'll just try this one instead. And then and most people's, most entrepreneurs, careers just look like this. And it doesn't have to be the solution. It could be the problem. So they're I'm trying to solve this problem for this niche. And then like it's like, oh, I just can't figure out this lead quality thing for them, or I just can't figure out how to get them to fix their mindset. It's just too much of a problem. I'll just try this one instead. And then the problem is you'll notice that like the amount of money you can make is congruent with the depth of understanding you have. So the reason most people are constantly plateaued at a certain amount of money is because they only ever reach a certain amount of understanding, which is like here. You know, they're like, oh, I'm going to pick this solution. They're like, oh, this is painful chunk. And like, because you're doing all this work, like this point here requires like the most work and the most pain for the least amount of reward. So your limbic system in this motion here is like, what the actual fuck are you doing? Like, this is horrible. I can't like justify doing this. But then all you have to do is just remember this graph. And when it feels like it's most painful, it's when you're about to just completely fly down the ranks here. And I tell you what, man, like when you just like jump over to this point here and you just start flying down, it's the best feeling in the world. Like nothing is more gratifying and rewarding than knowing that you gave this thing some time and stuck it out. But what will happen is like the opportunity and pain are pretty much synonymous. So the point at which you are in the most pain is the point at which you're about to just completely break down a new level and fly down to the bottom, and your depth of understanding will just compound, and then you can just make as much money as you want, basically. So you have to understand that these things take time. And so like this is obviously like niche hopping, right? This is the nature of it. It's the grass being greener. It's when the person offering coaching to like help, it's like the person offering the person offering coaching to agency owners decides to suddenly switch to gym owners, right? And they just make that decision to switch because agency owners are too difficult to work with or whatever. And then they completely reset their understanding, and then they just go back to square one. Now, there are times where it does make strategic business sense to switch niche or change solution or change problem. So for example, like when COVID hit, Bo and I had no choice but to move towards the solution, right? Like we had to change the solution. The problem had shifted, the niche had shifted. Another example of this is with Imperium Agency. When I'm recording this right now, we work predominantly with agency owners. However, that niche and that market is only so big, and we're scaling pretty quickly. And we're thinking, well, okay, this doesn't have like huge amounts of longevity. We can start thinking about switching towards coaches and consultants, which is exactly what we're thinking about doing. And like, we're not resetting our like solution and niche and stuff because it's easier. We're doing it because it makes strategic business sense, because we're going to exhaust the market soon, right? And then that's not going to happen anytime soon. Like there are so many agency owners in this market that we could work with. However, like we have to start thinking about these things, like what is more scalable, what makes more strategic business sense, who can afford higher ticket prices and such. And so there is a time and a place to reset and switch, right? However, because we understand like the coaching space better than anyone else, we can make that switch and it won't be difficult at all. So this is just a graph I drew up. It's pretty untidy, I know, but I did freehand this with my mouse. It's not the best, but like the principle is the same. You can sort of see like the blue denotes the understanding of goal constants, and the purple denotes the amount of money. And like what we can observe is that like here is just pure pain, because we're doing lots of work and not making any money, but then suddenly like something happens and we solve one problem, and then it unlocks the key to everything. And this is where most people give up, right? Every time you switch goal constants, you reset your progress to zero. In other words, you don't give your understanding enough time to compound. So most people who keep switching around from niche to niche or problem to problem or solution to solution, they build an understanding, and then like they find it too difficult, and then they switch and they go back, and it just creates all this stupidity, right? And then they understand like a lot, like they understand a little about a lot, right? And you can't do much with that basically. So you must give your niche, your problem, and your solution time, right? Remember the equation. It's n plus p plus s to the power of time, right? Time, switch time back out. And, you know, if you switch them out at the, like, if you just decide like one day, like, oh, do you know what, this niche, like, I just don't think it's working, or like this problem, it's just like really annoying, or I can't really do this solution anymore. I just want to try this instead. If you switch them out, then you're going to be resetting yourself back to zero. So the most important thing to remember is this here, right? It takes time, it's painful, it takes years and years and years and years and years, and you get down here and it's just so excruciating, and you can't, like, you're blind to what's going to happen next, because all you've seen in the last like 6 to 12 to 18 to 24 months is just slow progress and pain. And then just like you solve this and then whoa, there, down you go, right? So stick to the damn thing that you pick, okay? It's important. So that's my point. You've got to give yourself time. You've got to understand and come to terms with the fact this is going to take years of work, action, and pain. The best thing you can do right now is come to terms with the fact that this is going to take time, right? You might, that probably disappoints you. You're probably feeling some negative emotion. You probably don't want to believe me. You probably think it doesn't apply to you, right? Your subconscious right now is probably conjuring up emotions or thoughts or beliefs or feelings that try to disagree with this statement because it wants it immediately. It wants it now. And deep down, it probably wants you to fail. Your brain's very good in knowing what you should do and what you shouldn't do based on what you want. And what I mean by that is it knows you really well. So it knows that like by setting a really drastic over-optimistic time frame that you're going to get discouraged. And so by actually like having an over-optimistic time frame, you're inadvertently self-sabotaging. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's an unconscious thing that you're doing. So the key to building your dream life is to let go of time frames, because your goals will change over time as you continue to transcend yourself. This is the other thing as well. Like you can't like... we can't, like human beings don't understand exponentialism against time. Like time is not linear, like effects are not linear, they compound over time. And like if you just think like, oh yeah, I'm going to have like this in 2 years, like it could be 2 years and 1 month is what you needed. That last month is where that shit could have just gone completely exponential. Like if you're like, I want to get to 100k a month in a year, it's like, well, maybe it takes like, maybe it would have just taken you like a year and 3 months. And like the first year is that sort of like, you know, long end of that tail where it's just really slow growth. And then the last 3 months is where it all takes off. But because you think it's going to take a year, you don't give it the extra time. So remember, you have to fill the present, right? What that means is each day is an opportunity to put causes into motion that contribute towards the effect you want. It is your duty and your job every single day to define those actions and to complete them to the best of your ability. And we'll talk about what those actions are later. But you have to do it, and you have to do it without the expectation of how long it's going to take for those causes to manifest into an effect. So you wake up, you look at what you've got to do, you make sure that what you're doing is in alignment with what you want, right? So outreach, sales calls, team building, system building, whatever it might be. And you squeeze as much as you can. You don't overdo it, but you don't procrastinate. You do everything that you can do today to achieve a goal every single day for years on end without any expectation of when you're going to get what you want, because you can never predict it. Okay, so now I'm going to reveal how to find the drive that will motivate you to achieve your goal. So like obviously now we've just had a bit of a chat about that time and like what your goal is and what it comprises of and like what you need to understand to like achieve the goal and everything. But why do we want to achieve them, right? Now this is one of the most profound things and one of the most profound questions a human being can understand and can do. And I want to share it with you now, because understanding why you want your goal is to understand the goal itself. So now we're going to talk about discovering your drive vacuums. And this is going to completely, you know, this thing, when I did this myself, I was like, holy shit. Like, you know, you have to realize that like the surface level of the goal, that sort of like amount of money that you want to make, that's not really the goal at all. Because where the hell does that number come from? Right? What, have you thought it through? Have you critically sat down and decided like no, like all of these sort of like desires and ambitions that we have that move us towards a trajectory or that put us on a trajectory to achieve a future, like the number is a tangible way for our brain to decide what we want. But what that number represents is what's really important. And we want to uncover the motivation behind the number, because it allows us to understand the nature of why we want what we want. And that allows us to align our efforts. And I promise this will be the most useful thing you do. So let's hop into discovering your drive vacuums. So don't be afraid by the weird words or strange name. All of this will make sense in just a second. So let's sort of talk about your drive vacuums and what a drive vacuum actually is first of all. So a drive vacuum is basically like, it's the thing that's underneath the goals we've discussed, and let's talk about it now. So at first glance, your goal will seem simple, it will seem direct, and it will seem straightforward. But you've got to recognize that your financial goal is not really a goal. It's not really what you want, and it's actually not what you're working for at all. Goals reveal drives, okay? And by drive, I mean subconscious thing, right? Like it's a subconscious directive. Like it's a subconscious instruction that is putting our body into motion to achieve something that we want. So drives help us understand ourselves. Once you've stripped this dollar per month number, or euro per month number, or pound per month number, once you stripped it down to the purest, the most fundamental reason you want to grow your business, we have your drive. And this is the most enlightening thing a human can do. Because once you bring this reason to your consciousness, you can use it every day to fuel your discipline and transformation and bring even more order to the chaos surrounding life. This is how we figure out why you do what you do, and most importantly, why you're putting yourself through all the fucking pain in the first place. Because in case you hadn't noticed, building a business and trying to achieve a goal is pretty fucking painful. It hurts, man. Like it's not an easy thing to do. However, we have to offset that pain and that suffering against a really solid reason. As Nietzsche said, he who has a why can bear almost any how. And if you haven't consciously justified the why, then you're going to never consciously justify the work, right? So subconsciously, your subconscious knows what you want, but until you come to terms with knowing exactly what that is, in your cognitive mind, consciously thinking about it and visualizing it, then when it comes to actually doing the work, it's going to be really hard because we don't necessarily see a reason. So let's discover your drive vacuums, and I want you to do this now. So don't put this off. We cannot proceed without you doing this. So here's what I want you to do. Right, I want you to do this right now. So there's instructions on the screen. Pause the video, and please, for the love of God, do not continue until you've done this. You might think, oh yeah, fuck that. It's just, this is some stupid hippie psychology stuff. I just want to learn about looms and I can't be bothered. I promise, you need to do this. So number 1, get a blank sheet of paper and a pen and write down 5 bullet points. Right? Next to number 1, put down your desired monthly revenue for your business. Number 2, I want you to ask yourself why you want this number, right? Write it down next to number 2. And then step number 3 is I want you to ask yourself why you want the thing in number 2. And then for number 4, you ask yourself why you want the thing in number 3. And you just keep going, right? You keep going again and again until you get to the bottom of why you want this damn money. So 5 might be enough, but you might need to ask why 10 times or 15 times. Right? This will take thought and it will take concentration, and it will not come naturally to you to begin with. Do not be surprised if it takes you over an hour, but I promise it will be worth it. You want to remove all distractions and just sit in a room by yourself with a pen and paper, lie down on the floor, if you want to do that. I mean, it sounds a bit crazy, but that's how I, if I'm really thinking through something critically, I will actually just sprawl out on the floor with a pen and paper and then just think. It's a pretty difficult skill to acquire, but think it through until you're certain of the base drive. So the base drive is it's when you hit rock bottom, and you'll know when you've hit rock bottom because you won't be able to tell yourself why you want that thing. Okay? And you have to be honest with yourself. Now the chances are that your goal might reveal some ugly motives, right? Or some purer, healthier ones. But either way, we can understand these motives to realize why we feel compelled to chase after our goal. And this will give us a big advantage. So what I'm saying here is there's a chance that when you reveal the unconscious and make the unconscious conscious, you might not like what you see, right? But that's okay. No one's here to judge anyone. You're not showing this to anybody else but yourself. And there's only benefit and there's only upside to understanding this stuff. So I want you to just do this now. Pause the video, pen and paper, write down a list of numbers 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. Write down at number 1 what you want in terms of financial reasons, and then just keep going down asking why you want what you want. So 10 grand a month, why do I want that? Well, I want that because I want money. Well, why do I want money? I want it so I can be financially free. Why do I? And just keep going down, down and down and down. And just, if you don't think you have an answer, just spend 15 minutes just thinking about it. And then eventually you'll get to the bottom and there'll be a reason. And you won't be able to explain the reason because you'll have got to the bottom. This is critical thinking, okay? So here's an example, right? I'm going to tell you now, this stuff can get ugly, right? So just be prepared to remove all judgment from yourself because, sometimes you're going to reveal some stuff that you might not have wanted to find. So here is an example. And this is honestly like what this shit can look like. I'm not even joking, right? So the goal could be, I want to make $20,000 per month. And then you'd say, well, why? Why do you want $20,000 a month? And it would be because you want more money. Well, why do you want more money? I want to buy a Lamborghini. Well, why do you want a Lamborghini? Well, I desperately crave attention, right? Now, that's not something to laugh at. It's just the truth. Because most people that buy expensive cars, it's usually for a reason that isn't as pure as they would want it to be. And there's no judgment. And it might not always be the case that someone who buys an expensive car does it because of this. But for the most part, like, you know, someone that's making nothing and wants to buy a Lamborghini, like, it's probably because they want to seem like the person that makes a lot of money. So the why would be, I want attention. And then the why to that, like, why do you desperately crave attention? Well, growing up, your parents didn't give you enough attention. So the goal, right? So you can't really answer that like, well, why didn't my parents give me enough attention? You enter some fucking Freudian shit if you go down that route. But like, you know, you can't really answer that. That's the base reason as to why. So the goal here is to satisfy an unconscious craving for attention to fill a hole from your childhood. Right? So we took this all the way down from the top to the bottom. So you have to do this because you have to come to terms with why you're working. And so sometimes you'll find your reason and it will make you uncomfortable. And, you know, sometimes it makes perfect sense. And I would almost recommend, if you get to the bottom and it looks like this, I would recommend seeking out a therapist to help you with navigating this. Because, you know, you might want the Lamborghini, but well, why? It's a similar thing to like, you know, why does someone want to lose weight? Or maybe they were bullied for their weight as a child, right? And that created like real pain, and now that manifests into their goal of wanting to lose weight. So like the way this works is it's like the adult self is built and designed to care for the child self. So who you were as most of these problems will manifest from childhood or your years as a teenager. Okay, so here's an example number 2. I want to make $10,000 per month. Why do you want to make that? Because I want to quit my job. Why? Because I hate my job. Why? Because I hate being told what to do. Why? Because it makes me uncomfortable to know that someone can exercise power over me and determine the quality of my life. Okay, well, you could go further and say, well, why does it make you uncomfortable? But we can observe here that the goal is to take control over the life. Okay, so here's mine, right? In case you're wondering, we can get deep here. This was my initial goal. So my initial goal was to make £8,334 per month, because if you times that by 12, you get exactly 100,000 a year, right? And I hit it, and it was cool. But, you know, well, why do I want to make that money? It was because I want to make 6 figures a year. And like, well, why did I want to make 6 figures a year? Well, it's because I didn't want to have to go down the route of getting a 9 to 5. And it's like, well, why didn't I want to get a 9 to 5? Well, it's because being average really scared me. Well, why does being average scare you? Well, it's because you've got some base level narcissism, Charlie, right? I realized this. I was like, you have to understand yourself, because if you don't, you don't know why you're working. It's never just to make the money and get the thing. And coming to terms with this stuff is ridiculously powerful. You know, I have some base level narcissism in my personality that rejects mediocrity and needs to be channeled. And the goal was to escape, right? The goal was to escape a life that didn't align with my sense of self. And that's really powerful shit. So I tell you, if you dig deep enough, you will find stuff that you don't want to find. And that's okay. But digging these things out and rooting them up is actually the healthiest thing you can do, because, well, it allows you to come to terms with it. And coming to terms with it is pretty cool. So understand that we don't create goals to move towards a better future. We create them to move away from a painful current present. And goals are a mechanism of faith used to soothe our current pain and give us hope there is a better future. So the way in case you're wondering, the way your subconscious and the way your brain deals with this shit that you've had to withstand either in your childhood or whatever, it deals with it by setting a goal, and then like the goal becomes the order to the chaos. And we talked about this earlier. So another example of this, I can give you another personal example. When I was growing up, when I was going through my sort of adolescent years of as a teenager from 13 to 17, I was really bad with women and I got no female attention, and that made me really insecure. And so what happened when I was 18 is I started to feel this just drive, this sense of just like real purpose, of real sort of like discipline to build a business and make money. And I didn't analyze it at the time, but it wasn't until like only in the last couple of years that I look back and I thought, well, why did I have that drive? Why did I want to make, you know, $100,000 a year? And when I dug down and when I started asking why, I was like I did this, and there might be an example in a second, but I was like, it's the same principle. Like, why do I want to make, you know, $100,000 a year? And I had you'll have multiple of these. So like one of them was I was scared of being average, but the other was women. And I was like, well, I want to buy like a nice car and have a cool flat and, you know, have all this shit. I was like, well, why do I want that? And then I was like, because I want a girlfriend. Well, why do I want a girlfriend? Well, that's pretty straightforward. It's so that you can, you know, so that your limbic system knows it can produce offspring. And, you know, that's just how most guys are wired. And I can't speak for everyone, but that's how I was wired. And then I was like, well, why do I want that? And I was like, because I was always rejected by girls. And so what was happening is as I was becoming an adult, my subconscious mind was starting to set goals that allowed me to take care of the child within. And so by achieving the goal, the drive vacuum, right? The reason it's called a vacuum is because it's the way a Hoover works. Like it's like emptied out, if that makes sense. Like the vacuum is created because there's a hole that needs to be filled, right? The goal, when you hit the goal, the space in your life that you're trying to fill, the pain you're trying to soothe, is soothed by achieving the goal. And so if you're wondering why you've got this strange sense of motivation, it's probably because of something that happened to you. Or it could be another one. For example, you could have a more well, actually no, I'm not going to look at this in sort of like a positive or negative light. There's no such thing as a positive or negative drive. It's just, it is what it is. So another drive that would potentially be deemed more positive in other people's eyes would be like, you know, I've got an upcoming, like my child's going to be born in 9 months and my family's totally broken. We've got no money. And I don't want my child to have the life that I had. Something like that, for example. And then fuck, dude, you're working for your unborn child. Like you're going to pull your finger out and really get into it. Okay. So we understand this, that goals are subconscious manifestations of pain avoidance. They're aligned with our deepest fears, traits, needs, and desires. So if you've got a goal, it's not because you've cognitively, consciously thought of it and just produced it. That shit's coming from somewhere down deep. And it's like a string, and all you have to do is just keep asking why you want it and keep going down and down and down. And it might take, you know, weeks or months or even years of reflection and meditation. And you'll eventually reveal fundamental cause and real truth in yourself that you didn't know you had. And understanding these traits and fears and stuff and all the desires, it equips us with a knowledge that gives us a huge advantage because they allow us to avoid a crucial mistake. So the reason that we want to dig all this stuff out and the reason we want to understand why is because it helps us understand ourselves, which means that like look at it like this. In business, it's you versus yourself. What that means is that you are the enemy, right? There's a part of you that is going to self-sabotage. And if the better you understand yourself, the better you understand your enemy. Okay? And so the more of this shit you can pull up and understand, and the more of this stuff that's unconscious you can bring to your consciousness, the more you know what you're up against or what you have going in your favor to push you towards the goal. Okay? So they also allow us to avoid a pretty crucial mistake, which is obviously what happens when you get the goal. Because if we've got a vacuum and we fill that like a dry vacuum, an unconscious hole to fill, and we fill that hole by achieving the goal, then all of the motivation and all of the desire and all of the incentive and the drive forward to achieve that thing is just suddenly stripped out from beneath us. And so when that happens, it's like, well, what's left? Well, as we know, these are the dangers of dry vacuums. As we know, goals are subconscious manifestations of desire that have root in a fear, trait, or desire, which is actually usually multiple fears or desires. And we call these fears or desires drive vacuums. And these drives come from our childhood because we typically lack something. So I mentioned this earlier, but in school I was a teenager, no luck with girls, faced a lot of rejection, and this created an unconscious vacuum of a drive for a mate or a girlfriend. So, we can see how, because I didn't have what I needed biologically throughout those teenage years, when I started becoming an adult, my subconscious kind of had no choice. And this won't happen every time. Like, some people become fucking incels, stuff like that. No judgment, but you can go all sorts of different directions. But I was fortunate that it became like a positive thing and started to drive me towards getting what I wanted. And upon reflection, with the advantage of maturity in retrospect, if I'm being honest, when assessing my motivations for starting my business, the drive for attention from women was at the forefront of my drive vacuums. And I'm not ashamed to admit that. That was what got me started. The reason I wanted to start, and now I'm looking at it, the reason I wanted to make that money was because I wanted female attention. And I started my first business out of self-hate and anger. And that's not even like an exaggeration. I really didn't like myself. I was angry at the world, and I was just a loser. I was just this skinny kid with a video game addiction, with no real prospects for anything. And then I was like, oh, but I've got so much potential. I could be more than that. And then that all manifested into this, who I am now. And I've been able to work through all that stuff with a therapist. It's pretty deep stuff to work through, but sometimes the most profitable thing you can do is therapy. Now, here's where this creates a problem. So eventually I made my, 100 grand a year, right? It felt great. And I ended up getting loads of dates and, having a great time. School teenage me definitely loved it, right? But once I'd filled this drive vacuum, my motivation for work completely dropped, and I ended up regressing way back. It was like my subconscious had just said mission accomplished and signed out, right? So this is the danger. This is the downside of drive vacuums, because right now they work in your favor because they push you. But as soon as you fill that hole, and as soon as that vacuum is filled, right, as soon as that unconscious desire or that unconscious fear or whatever it might be is sort of checked off, well, then all of the drive that you had is just gone. Because what was driving you was that vacuum, that thing that had nothing in it. And now you've put something in it, it doesn't drive you anymore. It's kind of just imagine a drive vacuum is just like an empty stomach, right? It just makes your body move towards achieving the goal of eating something. And then once you've eaten something, it doesn't need anything until it gets hungry again. But that kind of doesn't happen with drive vacuums. So that's the problem. Well, what do we do about this? The moral of the story is that, well, your drive vacuums will get you your goal, but they won't help you beyond that. Understanding why you're putting yourself through the pain of going after your goal is helpful. But once you have the physical item you wanted, once you have the tangible thing like the money or the car or the travel or the financial freedom, your motivation to continue driving forward and making progress as a human will diminish. And that creates fucking pain, right? Because what happens is when you see personal progress, you get addicted to it. And let's say you go from 0 to 10k a month because you want female attention, right? You get 10k a month, you get female attention. Now your drive vacuum is gone. However, you've gone from 0 to 10 grand a month, and now you've got this sense of identity where you're an entrepreneur and you're the type of person that grows yourself. But now all of your motivation to grow yourself is stripped of you because you've achieved the goal. So now you've got this cognitive dissonance between wanting to do more because it's your identity and it's what you've become, but not having the motivation to do it. Creates pain, right? I've been there too many times, and I can speak from experience. This is deep psychological shit that no one talks about, man. Nobody even knows this stuff exists. It's just taken me a long time to suss it out. So, this is why on this fourth bullet point here, this is why people stagnate and get stuck. They hit a goal, but then they lose the drive and the work ethic that got them there because the unconscious has filled the drive vacuums it wanted to fill, and the motivation is gone. If a subconscious drive is powerful enough, the human will figure out how to fulfill it. This, of course, is a simplification of the human condition and why we do things. After all, it's a model. Models are simplifications. But I've observed this in myself. I've observed it in countless entrepreneurs and other friends of mine. And I've read more books on psychology than I can actually count. It's quite embarrassing how many books I've read on psychology. It's ridiculous. But this is the sum of it. And so if you're already making good money and feel comfortable, then your past and current stagnation is nothing but a byproduct of no longer having the subconscious drives that pushed you in the first place. So what happens here? So you're going to be in two positions. You're either really motivated and you've got this pain, right? Because this is the main sort of indication of having a drive vacuum is pain. Because once you hit 10, 20 grand a month, you start whatever, 100 grand a month, whatever that looks like to achieve what you want, you're no longer going to be in pain. But then you'll be in so much comfort that comfort produces pain, because the comfort is what inhibits your ability to keep working. So you're always going to be in pain, but it's just which type of pain. Like, is your pain a manifestation of like a fear or desire and not having filled that? Or is the pain coming from the comfort? So we need to know how to navigate both these scenarios. So let's talk about the psychology of stagnation quickly. So understanding that your drive vacuums will give you the drive to achieve your goal is important, but knowing that there is a strong danger is important as well. So once you achieve your goal and satisfy the drive vacuums, your behavior will revert, and you will either regress or do just enough to maintain but not grow. So this can happen because you might make the money 1 month and then you're going to stop doing it because your brain, your subconscious can't really predict the future, right? So like, you gratify the drive vacuum, you get it, and then like suddenly what happens is the next month or 2 months later, you just stop working, and then you're back to square one, and then you go all over again. And if you're at the point where you feel comfortable and your business, as soon as you feel comfortable, you know you're in some fucking trouble, right? Business wise, as soon as you start to feel some comfort, you're really going to start to stagnate, because you know, if your business is stagnant and plateaued in terms of revenue, then the quickest way to fix the plateau is by doing some soul searching and digging into your whys. You know, you need to find out why you actually want to grow the thing. Because if you don't have a why, then your limbic system and body won't bear any how. So like I mentioned this earlier, like if you want your body and your mind to do the work, you need to give a reason. You kind of have to like cash it in and be like, right guys, you know, okay character, or okay body, okay consciousness, you know, okay, cognitive efforts. Here's why I want you to do this thing. Like, it's called reason respecting tendency in psychology. Like, we need to have a why. And initially, in the early stages of entrepreneurship, your subconscious takes care of that for you because, well, something has happened. Like, you know, your family haven't got enough money, or, you know, your dad was an asshole to you. Like, this, by the way, wasn't my case, but, you know, just picking out a thin air. Like, your parents were horrible and said you'd never succeed and you want to prove them wrong, or you're terrified of being poor because that's what you grew up around, or because in your childhood, like, someone bullied you and said you'd never do anything and you want to prove them wrong. And like, you usually start a business out of some sort of anger, right? Anger or fear. And once the anger or fear is tempered down by having achieved the goal, it then manifests into comfort because, well, it can't really go anywhere else. And then you're sort of stuck because you don't know why you're working anymore. So you need to start figuring out what's next. And the key is to realize that we don't have business problems. You know, if your business is plateaued, it's not a business problem, it's a personal problem, right? The personal problem you've got is comfort usually, and the personal problems appear in the business. And if you don't have a strong sense of why, then there's no point in having all of our appointment booking systems or scripts or funnels, because you won't use them, right? You'll stop believing they work, or you'll unconsciously do anything you can to sabotage your results and stay where you are. So we need to clean this out. We need to figure out why you're working. Because like right now, you might actually know your drive vacuum, and you might not be making much money, and you want to make money, and you know why you're working, and that's fine. But like, it will happen. You'll get your goal if you follow the stuff in the program and you channel that unconscious, like, you know, chaotic energy that you've got onto the program. You'll get what you want. But when you get what you want, you'll become comfortable, and then you'll be in pain, and you'll come back to this, and you'll have to redo it. So if you're at the point where you're making good money and you're comfortable, but your business is stagnant, it's because you aren't connected with a strong reason. So now let's talk about discovering your higher purpose. Okay, so we need to sort of transcend like our reasoning. And so I've got a resource to help you do this. Okay, this is the solution to comfort. You know, a lot of entrepreneurship is just battling comfort, basically. Okay, so the human condition requires justification to withstand the pains associated with growth. Money is never the goal. It's what pain is alleviated by the money that is the goal, and it's what mission is accomplished. It's what pain is alleviated by the money that is the goal initially, and it's what mission is to be accomplished after this. So what that means there is, in the early stages, you're motivated by pain avoidance and by numbing pain. But in the late stages, you have to become a mission-led entrepreneur. And your why and your reasoning has to transcend your personal wants and desires. So right now you'll be in two states of minds, right? You have drive vacuums that are unfulfilled, and these are pushing you towards a tangible number that you and your subconscious believes to be the way to escape the pain. This resource isn't relevant to your situation, so you come back to it when you hit your goal and start experiencing some, what I would call toxic comfort associated with it. Number 2, this is where you might be. You have enough money to comfortably live and have already fulfilled your base drive vacuums. You are now experiencing a battle with comfort. This resource is for you. So here's why. Questions to meditate on. So this isn't something that I can just SOP. I can't just give you like a simple, like, I wish I could, but this is like an activity that you have to do in your own time. Like, it has to be a bit of soul searching, and it's your soul, not mine, so I can't search it for you. But I can give you questions to dig something up. So if you want to continuously be driven to grow, your work has to mean something. Past a certain point, money will lose its strength of meaning to you. This will happen. Once you give a man or a woman enough money to do whatever they want and go where they want when they want, why would you want any extra money? Like, what's the point? Like, if you've got, like, you know, if you haven't got massive expenses and you've got a business that passively makes you $100,000 a month, then why would you want any more money? Why would your subconscious, or why would your, you know, limbic system or behavioral mechanisms that drive your body want you to do anything? Like, they just won't. Money will lose its meaning to you. Your work has to matter to you and other people. So here are some questions you can ask yourself to figure this out. And this has personally taken me years, right? So don't expect it to be immediate. So ask yourself these questions. I've listed them out. Why do you and your business exist, other than for the purpose of making money? If you went out of business, who would care? If you stopped working, would the future of the world be any different? Would it matter to anyone if you went out of business? Why should extremely talented people relocate and quit their jobs and dedicate their lives to this thing? Why do you get out of bed in the morning? And why do you need to make sacrifices for this thing? Now, your answers here can be macro or micro. So when I'm talking about, like, you know, would it matter to anyone if you went out of business, right? It could either be like the entire population of the world, or it could just be your family, right? There's no right or wrong answer, but what matters is that you have a why. So you can be working for your family, you can be working for your future family, you can be working for your community, you can be like, this is like an element of responsibility. So once you've solved your own shit with business, once you've solved your own drive vacuums and your own money, and you've taken care of yourself, and you've now taken responsibility for your situation and your life, and you no longer have like extreme problems that cause you extreme discomfort related to things within your control, it's time to start branching out. So maybe the next, like, this is honestly the model I use, is once I've taken care of my shit, my responsibility then extends to people I love and helping take care of their shit. And by shit, I mean suffering. So you need to start seeing your work, and I'm not saying you need to, but this is how I've done it, is I pulled myself out of this battle of comfort, and I won the battle of comfort by realizing that, like, I wasn't suffering anymore, which meant that I now had potential to reduce the suffering of people around me in my family. And then once I've taken care of my family, I've got the ability to start extending out, like, the reduction of suffering in my community. And then I can start doing it globally, and then countrywide and nationwide. And, like, you can eventually just, like, you want to see your business as a vehicle for you to eliminate the suffering of other people that mean something to you. That's fucking meaningful. That's how you produce meaning. That's how you get out, because then you're no longer getting out of bed for your own end. You're no longer getting out of bed to make yourself money. You're getting out of bed because you want to reduce the suffering of someone that you love. And that's a very strong drive. And this is meaning through responsibility. So this is basically what I was just talking about, right? I managed to transcend my drive vacuums by recognizing that the meaning in my life was derived from taking responsibility for suffering of other people. So putting it simply, get up and put in the work for other people. As a human, you're too familiar. This is deep shit, but as a human, you are all too familiar with your flaws, your personal laziness, your dark thoughts, your negative emotions, and your bad or destructive behaviors. All of the bad stuff you've thought or done, you know about it, and no one else shares this burden with it. You know what you've done or haven't done, and you know what potential you have that you haven't fulfilled, and you know what you know your self-sabotage patterns, and like, you know whether you're a good person or not, and you know what would make you a bad person if you were one. And, like, you know, there's no judgment here, but you may find it extremely hard to work for yourself because of this. So the knowledge you have of yourself and like who you are, you might not want to help that person. Well, no, this is really deep, and I don't mean this like, you know, I encourage self-love, but self-sabotage can be a manifestation of self-hate. So you should work on rekindling your relationship with yourself, because, you know, you will want to help yourself. But like, if you find yourself in a constant state of self-sabotage, it's worth entertaining the idea that the reason you're sabotaging yourself is because the way you've behaved in the past is out of alignment with the values that you hold near and dear to your heart. And so, like, if you observe this, like, let's say you've got like a client who's really horrible and they don't align with your values, and you find them to be really nasty and horrible, and then they ask for some help, you probably say no. But if you are that client to yourself, then you're not going to do anything to help them. So you need to, if this is your situation, I would advise seeking out a therapist and trying to start, you know, and the way you fix this is just by starting to behave properly, you know, because then you can fix the problem by going to the root and starting to, like, you know, if you have, like, you know, negative behaviors and you go out and drink a lot when you say you don't want to drink, but you do drink, or if you know, say, I'm not going to do this, but I do this, or like you do drugs, but you don't want to do drugs, like, just stop doing the behavior and you'll start to rekindle the relationship with yourself. But you need to start treating yourself as though you are someone responsible for taking care of. So there's a study that actually shows that humans are more likely to remember their dog's medicine than their own. And what that tells us, and what that tells the scientific community, is that people care more about their pets than they do themselves, because they love their pets and they don't love themselves. Now, if you're in that position, then the way you fix this, like I said, is by starting to behave in a way that's congruent with what you truly value, or start talking to a therapist and figure out why you keep self-sabotaging, and it will become pretty evident to you why. Just go to a therapist and say, listen, I keep going through these periods where, like, I make progress and then I break it all down, and then they'll work that through with you, and it's pretty enlightening. It's helped me massively. I've done a fair bit of therapy, and it's helpful, man. But this obviously takes time. So in the meantime, you can also, like, the second way to do this, and I do both, is to figure out who you want to help, why you want to help them, and get to work doing so. So this is crazy. Like, you're probably thinking, like, Charlie, this program is supposed to just help me, like, build my business and start making more money, and now you're telling me to get a therapist and, like, take care of myself and rekindle my relationship with myself. Like, what are you on about? Like, this is actually the most profitable stuff you can do. Is, like, dive into your mind and your psychology and your subconscious and fix it. Because if you fix yourself, then you fix your business, because your business is an extension of yourself, right? And, like, you know, meaning through responsibility. Right now, you might keep self-sabotaging because you are comfortable, and you know, like, what you've done, you know that you might not deserve to succeed, and you know, like, what you're like, so you don't try. But if you're doing it for someone else and other people, then you're going to do it. So this is where having a problem and a mission and a vision comes in. Because, like, if you want to become a sort of like mission-led entrepreneur, and you want to extend your motivations and reason for working beyond your personal gain, then having, like, a group of, like, people to solve a problem for, or having a vision or a mission, is really helpful for this, because it allows you to actually, like, tangibly like, map out why you're working for reasons other than yourself. So human beings have problems. These problems create cause and create pain and suffering in their life. As a developing entrepreneur, you have the potential to solve these problems and remove this suffering. Pick a damn problem and make it your why. So the problem is, like, well, what problem do you see present in the world you want to solve? Why is it important? Who faces it, and why do you want to fix it? Write it here. By the way, you can make a copy of this document by going up here and clicking to file and make a copy, right? And then vision, right? What is the vision of your company? Right? Once your company has solved the problem, what will the world look like? And you can write that here. And then the mission is, how will you achieve your vision and solve this problem? And you can write that here. So, like, this is a really important thing to do, man, because, like, if you've got this issue where you keep getting comfortable and you fulfilled all your dry vacuums and you keep self-sabotaging because you don't want to make any progress because there's a part of you that you don't love, then you need to find a group of people you do love and then figure out how you can help them alleviate their suffering, right? And if you want to figure out how to do that, then you just figure out what their problem is, and this manifests. So here's an example. If you're really struggling to define, like, the problem, the vision, the mission, you can just Google a company you love. So, like, if I go here and just search like Apple's mission, for example. Apple's mission statement is to bring the best user experience to its customers through its innovative hardware, software, and services. So that's like their mission statement, for example. Or you could probably do this with like Google, right? Organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So you can find some examples. This is what Imperium Labs' problem, vision, and mission is. Like the problem that we see, that we want to solve, that we've basically dedicated our lives to solving, is that most high-ticket entrepreneurs struggle to grow their business, right? They want to create better futures for themselves and their families and their clients, but they lack the knowledge and the systems to do so. So that's the problem we see, is that like we've got like entrepreneurs who want to start businesses to make money for themselves and take care of people and, you know, take care of their families and stuff. And they want to help an industry and solve problems, which is the nature of like being a high ticket and coaching and consulting and stuff. And like, but they just struggle. They fall short of the understanding. So our vision is for the industry-wide struggle of high ticket client acquisition to no longer exist. So when we're done, this is what will have happened. Right, when our vision is fulfilled, it will be fulfilled when high-ticket client acquisition is no longer a problem. And the mission: build and deliver an unrivaled set of systems that any high-ticket entrepreneur can install and use to reliably grow their business and achieve their personal and business goals. So an example of this is this mindset video, right? Like this mindset module is dedicated to be like a system or a series of content that you can install and use and understand to help you grow your business. So that's like the mission, the vision, the problem. And this is why Bo and I work, and this is why we build a team, and this is why we are doing what we're doing. Because like, I don't need more money. Like there's no, and that's not to sound like cocky or anything, not at all. But like my point there is, it's like, there comes a point where when you're making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month with like 70 to 80% profit margins, there's no reason to keep making more money. So you have to find another reason. And the reason I'm putting this module in here, and this training in here, is because even if you don't, like, if you're not facing the problem of comfort right now, you will, because this program will help you achieve your goal, right? And then you'll be comfortable. And then the reason you can't keep growing is because of comfort. So it also helps to think about the long term, right? So like once you've done all the why and stuff, you can go down to here, like, and answer these questions. What are you building for your future family, right? What good can you do with the money you make? What is a huge problem you see in the world and want to solve in the long term? And how does your current company facilitate a potential solution towards this? So like what you might think, like this depends entirely on how you're wired. But for me personally, I want to solve an extremely big problem. Right? Now I cannot do like, and the problem I face there is that like high ticket client acquisition is not like a international problem, right? It's localized, it's specific to an industry. However, I want to personally solve a huge problem like reversing climate change. And what I'm doing is I'm using my current businesses as a way of acquiring skills and capital. So when the opportunity presents itself, I can build a huge company dedicated to a global solution of a huge problem like global warming. So my sort of reason for growing this company is twofold. The first is so that I can actually visualize this and bring this and solve this problem, because I've experienced this problem and it's bloody horrible. But the second reason is my business at the moment, my businesses, they fit into a longer term vision of me proceed to solve a huge problem that's going to alleviate suffering for hundreds of millions, if not billions of people. Okay, so that's like my why, and that's me being transparent with you. So you can sort of think this through, and that's how you defeat comfort. Pretty deep stuff, okay? And nobody else is talking about this stuff. Everybody else is just focused on, you know, how to sign an extra client. But this is what you need to know. So now that we've talked about that, let's talk about the how, right? So this is goal causality. So by now we've covered the what. Right, so we've gone through your goal constants. We've figured out like what you need to have in place, like your niche, your problem, your solution. We've talked about time and time frames and why you shouldn't give up and everything. We've also discussed why you want to achieve your goal. Now it's time to understand how to achieve it. And this is goal causality. So here we're going to cover three things, right? Number one is reverse engineering the math of your goal. 2 is simple planning for clarity. And 3 is the chain of action. and they're all pretty cool. So now that we've discussed the what, the when, and the why, let's talk about how, right? Probably the sexiest part and the one that's making you sit up the tallest, I suppose. So this is very simple. We're now going to use reverse engineering and planning templates to build a solid, clear idea of what we need to do to make a goal happen. And so we've got a resource here, reverse engineering your goal. You're gonna love this. This is cool. So I've got this resource. This will be available in the download section below. And so what we're going to do now is basically reverse engineer and invert your goal to figure out exactly what you need to do to make it happen. So your goal and your business can be broken down to a series of numbers in like simple forms and first principles. And so what we're going to do now in this document is go through and work through the numbers. And by working through the numbers, we can define a single daily activity and a single daily volume and number to do to actually achieve the goal. And it really is this straightforward. Like this is we talk about causality and cause and effect. This is about as black and white as it gets. Okay. So I want you to go ahead and you can click here to actually make a copy of this Google Doc. If you just go to File, make a copy, and then you can start filling it in for yourself. So what I want you to do here is reverse engineer this goal. So for those of you who aren't familiar with reverse engineering, it's basically where we figure out how to solve a problem by starting with like the end goal and then proceeding to like work our way back through the numbers. So what I want you to do is in this step-by-step form is start by defining your goal below. Now, I want you to state this. In fact, if I just come here a second, I need to actually change this one because I did update this before starting this recording. So let's just come back into here. Okay, so just disregard that. So what we want to do here is we want to start by defining the goal. And what we're going to do here is we're going to do something like contradictory to what I said earlier. Okay, so it might sound stupid, but we want to define how much money you want to make and how many months you want to make it. So I want you to be really pessimistic with this time frame. Now, I have mentioned that I want you to remove the time frame from your mind entirely. Okay, and I still want you to do that. But for the purpose of this exercise, with it, when it comes to cause and effect, it is actually possible to figure out exactly what you need to do over a certain period of time to achieve the goal. However, the caveat to this is we're going to do this, but we're going to completely forget about the time frame. Because what we want to do is we want to get a sort of number per day of activity. Like we're going to define the activity and then define how much volume of that activity we need to do per day to achieve the goal. But to get that number, we need to have some rough time frame, right? But it does not mean that we will achieve the goal in the time frame we set. It just means that the numbers say we will. But it might take longer, it could happen shorter, but we're going to set a time frame, we're going to figure out how much we need to do per day, and then we're not going to have any emotional attachment to the outcome against the time frame over which we've set, okay? So, step one, define goal. State your goal below in dollars and months. So you just, whatever, like, you know what your goal is. We're not going to do it like to monthly, we want to do it over a certain period of time, because like it just is a lot easier to like figure it out over 12 months, for example. So I would maybe just do 12 months, like how much money you want to make in the next 12 months, okay? Number two, state the value of a client. So once you've figured this out, you want to state the average value of a client below. So you're just going to put that number in here, figure out the lifetime value of an average client and how much they're worth to you. If you're selling multiple products, well, we're going to talk about that. We probably already have, but we just want to sell one thing or very few amount of things. Just figure out like what one thing you want to sell the most of and pop it in here. Okay. So step three, state your sales metrics. So if you don't know your metrics, then I'd suggest you use these ones here. But I want you to put your sales conversion rate. I want you to put your good fit rate and your SHRP rate. So your sales conversion rate is the percentage chance of a call closing if the client's a good fit, right? The good fit rate is the percentage chance of a prospect being a good fit on the call you pitched. And the SHRP rate is the percentage chance of someone actually showing up for a call. So the good fit rate is, you might be unfamiliar with this, but this means like if you book 10 meetings, not all of them are going to be a perfect fit for your program, right? So like one or two of them might have no money at all and they might not be a good fit. Or one of them might like not even be in your industry, right? So we need to account for the good fit rate to get a proper indication as to what we need to do. So like if you don't know these numbers because you're still starting out, then I would suggest you put your sales conversion rate as 15%, your good fit rate as 70 and your show rate as 70 as well. Those are the sort of like baseline metrics that you should be able to achieve with the program. Honestly, you can achieve way more than that, but we're going to be pessimistic, okay? So put those metrics in there. Now, note that the systems can give you obviously a stronger sales conversion rate, a better good fit rate, and a good shirt rate. But you know, you've got to understand that learning and installing these systems takes some time, so it's best to be conservative. The secret to reverse engineering successfully is pessimism, right? Please do not say you have a 50% sales conversion rate if you haven't got like 100 calls of data in black and white to prove it. In fact, like, it almost is better to, like, if you think you can convert it 30%, just say you can convert it like 15, because the more pessimistic you are with these numbers, the better your expectations will be aligned with reality, the less likely you are to get discouraged, the more the universe will favor your ability to actually get the results, because, well, you're actually going to keep trying, right? So if you haven't got data, then don't put it. So like for Imperium, we've done like hundreds, if not thousands, well, we've probably done like 1,000 sales calls at this point. And like we can actually, I can tell you exactly what our sales conversion rate is. I can tell you exactly what our good fit rate is, our show rate. You probably don't have this data. You might be able to guesstimate it, but I would suggest just being really pessimistic or using these ones if you're going to be using systems in the program. Okay. Number 4 is state your appointment booking metrics. So list your appointment booking systems below. And if you don't have any yet, just wait till you do the outbound or inbound attraction methods and come back to this. So what you want to do is have the system name and the appointment booking rate. So like if you're using Loom Alchemy, we see appointment booking rates here from anywhere from like 2% to like 10% to 15%, sometimes crazy. Same with cold messaging, it could be like 2%, it could be 10%. My suggestion here for appointment booking rate, if you're not sure what it's going to be yet, just be really pessimistic and put 2%. Okay, now you can also do this with ads, you can do this with inbound, you can do it with YouTube videos, but for the sake of this exercise, I'd recommend just using like an outbound attraction system because it's so definable and tangible. So I would just put here 2% as the appointment booking rate, because that's like the minimum that you should be able to achieve with Loom Alchemy, for example, or cold messaging, but it could be more like 5% or 10%, but we'll be pessimistic. So please, pessimism, like by your nature, you might want to be optimistic, but don't be. So step 5 is to reverse engineer the numbers. So what we're doing now is we're actually going to go through and reverse engineer all the numbers, and I've got an example on the next page. So what we do is step 1 is to take the dollar goal and divide it by the client value to get how many clients we need to achieve the dollar goal. Then we take the clients required and divide it by the sales conversion rate to find the good fits required, like how many calls we need to do that are a good fit. Then we do it with good fit calls required divided by good fit rate, which gives us how many sharps we need. Then we go on to sharp rates required, or sharps required, and we divide that by sharp rate to get how many bookings we need appointment wise. We're defining this as bookings, by the way, like the cause and effect is bookings. And then once we know how many bookings we need, we divide this by the appointment booking rate to figure out what outreach volume is required to achieve the bookings. And then what we can do is we can figure out how many days it takes, right? So my point here is we reverse engineer this. So we figure out how many clients we need. Then we figure out how many good fit calls we need to get those clients. Then we figure out how many sharps we need to get those good fit calls. Then we figure out how many bookings we need to get those show ups. Then we figure out how much outreach we need to do to get those bookings. And then what we do is we take the outreach we need to do, like the amount of volume, and we divide it by how many days we have to achieve our goal. And that gives us the daily activity required. And all the metrics should be set as a decimal. So like if you've got a 15% sales conversion rate, it would be clients required divided by 0.15, but I'll give you an example. Okay, so let's hop into an actual example where we can see how this works. So here's an example. Let's say that you want to make $240,000 in 12 months. Okay, well, let's say the client value is $6,000 and the sales conversion rate is 20%. The good fit rate is 80%, the sharp rate is 82.5%, and the appointment booking rate is 2.5%. This could probably be a bit more. But let's do this. So step number 1 is we find how many clients we require. So what we do is we do 240,000 divided by 6,000 to find we need 40. And then what we do is we try and find how many good fit calls we need. So we basically do 40 divided by 0.20 because our sales conversion rate is 20%. And that means we need 200 good fit calls. And then we take 200 and divide it by 0.8 because that's the good fit rate. And that tells us we need 250 shows. We take 250, we divide it by the show rate of 82.5%, which means we need 303 bookings. So we need 303 bookings at an 82.5% show rate, an 80% good fit rate, and a 20% conversion rate on those calls to make this money. Now, what we then do is we take our appointment booking rate of 2.5% and we divide 303 by 0.025, which is 2.5% represented as a decimal. And that means that we need 12,120 emails to make this work. So what we do now is we look at how many days. So we're going to do 12 months, right? Which is 365 days. Now, we don't want to send cold emails on weekends. So we basically remove 104 days because there's 52 weeks in a year. There's 2 days of the weekend per weekend. Per week. There's 52 weeks. So we do 52 times 2 is 104. So we remove 104 days and we remove Christmas as well because nobody wants to be reached out to on Christmas, or maybe Thanksgiving, whatever. And that leaves us with 247 days to send emails. So what we proceed to do is we divide how many emails we need to send by how many days we have, which then gives us 49, which means that we need to send 49 emails per day. So this means that all you have to do is send 49 emails a day. So 49 emails per day will make you $240,000. It's simple, and that's how it works. Okay, so this is how we reverse engineer a goal. And it really puts cause to effect. Like, there is nothing cleaner than this, because now, like, obviously you need more things. You need like a product, you need a team, you need like some other shit. But for the most part, like, if you want $240,000, you send like 49 emails a day with these metrics. Now, the best thing you can now do is double this number because, like, you know, it might be, we still need to be pessimistic, but I would just increase that number by 25 to 100% to 50%, whatever. Usually just adding like, you know, an extra 25% onto it, or 50% is quite good. But that's basically how it works. So I want you to do this for yourself now. Okay. So what I've done here is, you know, I've mapped this out. So now it's your turn, and please, for the love of God, be pessimistic, right? So you're going to put your desired revenue in here, divide it by how much the client's worth to get your average, how many clients you need. Take that, divide it by your sales conversion rate to figure out how many calls you need, and then like good fit calls at least, and then divide that number by your show rate to figure out, your good fit rate to figure out how many shows you need, and then just keep working back through this model here as I've just mapped out. And what will happen is you'll eventually have a number here, and this is in gold. And the number highlighted in gold is your North Star. Come hell or high water, get it done every damn day. No excuses. And I'd suggest doubling it, or at least adding like, you know, 25% on, 50% on, to be certain to hit your goal. The worst case scenario is you get there twice as fast, right? This obviously calculates with organic, but you can use the same model for other methods like paid ads or referrals or content. So like if you know that, like, let's say you're doing YouTube as a strategy to get clients, which will be taught in the program. Like, let's say every video you upload, you book like 2 calls, right? Then what you could do is you could deduce how many videos you need to actually produce to produce the amount of calls you need to get the meetings. But this is really how it works, guys. This is like as straightforward as it gets. And we can do some further math if we want to. So we need 303 bookings, which means, you know, we're conducting 250 calls. 200 of them are a good fit. So we're really doing like 200 proper sales calls over the course of the year. And we've got 247 days, which means that we're not even doing a call a day, right? So we don't even need to do a meeting every day. It's probably like a meeting every like 4 meetings a week to make this happen. So, you know, like, what is that, like 0.8 meetings a day or something? But this is the point. Like, the main thing you want to find is this number here, is how many, like, what volume of activity do you need to perform each day to achieve your goal? If you can figure that out, you can put direct cause to effect, and you can also line up the time frames. Now, once you've done this, like I said, like double or just get this number as like high as you can. Like, don't then just think, oh, I've got to do like, you know, okay, so I've to achieve like 100 grand, I've got to do, I've just got to do like 15 emails a day. Well, don't just do 15 emails a day, man. Just do like 45, right? 50, 60. Just do as much as you can, but just know that you've got the math lined up, and it will give you. This will just relax you. Like, it will allow you to relax a bit in the chasing of your goal. So that's reverse engineering your goal, and that is basically how we put cause to effect and define exactly what needs to be done to achieve the goal. So now let's build a plan. Okay, planning out a goal is really straightforward for high ticket businesses. So I've actually got a resource for you here, and like what we're going to do is we're going to build like a little visual form and show you how to do this. So I've got this resource called Simple Planning for Clarity. If you open this up, it will look like this. So pretty simple. The resource is going to help you plan and like build a plan around your goal. This is like a basic plan. We're not being too intricate. We're just building like the sort of top level view of what you want your business to look like. And the secret here is that less is more. The less variables you have, the more simple it will be, the easier it will be to grow and scale. So what I've got here is a series of like titles in bold. And what we want to do is we want to just answer these questions. Okay. So this is all you need really to like grow your business. In case you're wondering, like there's going to be a few things that might not be in here that might be like of lesser importance, but the main macro things that you need I've listed out here. So channels. What channels are you going to use to generate appointments for your business? Right? List them out here. You might just have one, you might have multiple. Systems. What macro systems are required to run your business? Right? So by run, I mean automate. So onboarding, support, service delivery, sales might be the main ones. Websites and funnels. What websites and funnels will your business have? You might have a main website and you might have one funnel. You could have a webinar funnel. Products and services. What products or services will you sell with this business? Right? It should just be one thing, but you might have a couple products. Maths. How many units do you need to sell to achieve your goal, and what profit margin are you aiming for? Okay, so you put your unit in here, like you should have this from the reverse engineering, like I need 40 clients to make $240,000, and that's the maths. If you've got two products, you can account for both of them, but just having one's the easiest way to scale a business, or maybe like a mastermind or something, but yeah, keep it simple. Team. What team will you need in place to help achieve your goal? Now you can add more people here, but it might just be like you, a VA, an accountant, and someone to help with service delivery or something. Pretty simple. Objectives. What are the core objectives required to achieve your goal? So now what you can do is you can think of the miscellaneous things that you need to have accomplished for you to actually bring your goal straight to fruition. Pretty simple stuff. Like you won't be complicating this too much, but like, for example, like, if one of the things we're doing with Imperium is eventually we want to use YouTube ads to actually get clients and grow and scale. And so we need to basically build a system for YouTube ads, which is something that we've played with before, but we've never truly mastered. So one of our objectives is actually basically to build a system for that. So once you've defined the variables, I'd suggest mapping them out in a tool like Miro or FigJam. Having this to visualize is very helpful. So if you want to see how we've done this for Imperium coaching heading into 2023, you can click here. So right now it's almost April in 2022. And Bo and I have already planned out Imperium for 2023. And this is our plan. So you can actually click here and open up this PDF. And this is basically like exactly what it looks like. Might be a little blurry, so I'm actually going to pull it up here. Okay, let's just load this one up. So this is how we've mapped out our entire business, right? And this is literally it. So what we've got here is we've got the channels, the channels of appointment booking. So we're going to be using organic YouTube and a podcast. We're going to have looms and setters and YouTube ads. Nice and simple. Systems. We need a system for sales. We need a system for onboarding. We need a system for like delivery in terms of actually like delivering like our product to clients. Like how do we do that? What, like, are we using Kajabi? Are we using School? And then support. How do we support clients? Those are the main 4 systems that we need to run this business. And then websites, we'll have a simple website and a simple funnel. And then products, we have the Imperium Systems program, which is what I'm working on right now. If you're watching this video, you might be part of the Imperium Systems program, or you could be part of our earlier version 1 program. And then we've got the Imperium Collective, our second product, which we're going to be working on in 2023. This will be our mastermind that we will cap to probably about 50 people a year. Then we've got our team over here on the right. So we'd need growth manager, 1 and 2. So 2 reps and 2 setters, an operations manager, client success manager, a marketing manager, 2 VAs, an accountant, and then me and Bo, who wouldn't do anything except from support and coaching. And so like that's our team. That's the infrastructure we need to support this goal. This is the math. So we want to sell our product at $9,600 360 times, which will bring us around $3.456 million in revenue. Then we want to sell the Imperium Collective, our mastermind, at $2,500. This might increase this price. We're not sure on this yet, but this is like rough estimate at 50 units a year, which is $1.25 million. Gross revenue is 4.7 million. Then we have 40% expenses because we are going to be running YouTube ads, and we've obviously got a pretty large team over here. So, you know, the thing is that if you want to completely automate your business, you have to sacrifice profit, because the only true way to automate and have something to run itself is to have a team. And so you have to make a decision between profit and your time. And I would rather have time than profit, right? So we'd run a 60% margin, which means our gross profit would be $2.82 million. And then we've got our objectives here. So these are our core objectives. Build version 2 of the program, Imperium Systems, which is what I'm working on now, ready for 2023. Create the Imperium Collective, which is the mastermind. Master YouTube ads, 3 vids a week for the YouTube channel, build the team in blue, and then maintain our profit margins. Those are our objectives. So this is how I've planned out my business. Now, I cannot take credit for this structure because the person I learned this from is Sam Ovens. Some of you might be familiar with him. He actually helped with this and it was really useful. So thank you, Sam. You know, we've been working with Sam for a long time. So yeah, I can't take credit for this system for planning, but I have found that it's like this little document here I produced, but I thought it'd be useful for you. It's been useful for me. So thank you to Sam. But build this out, and then this just gives you like a page of all the variables you need to achieve your goal. And it's a really beautiful way to plan. You'll notice it's very simple. You'll notice there's not many variables, and you truly can build a like $4 to $5 million business a year with these amount of variables. Now there's going to be some other little bits and pieces, and obviously I'm aware of that, but for the most part, the big things that are the things we should be worrying about and focused on are listed out here. So that's how to plan. Okay, you can use that resource, and that should give you clarity on your goal. So now that we've defined the raw math of your goal alongside a clear-cut plan, let's explore the chain of action. So this is pretty cool. So having a plan and understanding your math is important, but it doesn't really matter if you don't have a clear-cut step-by-step plan of action that's reverse engineered to the day. So we need to have like a coherent sort of structure on like, we know what we need to do because we can visualize it. We know what like our daily actions are. We know how much we want to make. We know what our team should look like. We know what systems and channels and products and funnels and objectives, but like, how do we like organize this into a coherent workflow so we know what to work on and when to work on it? Well, understanding your goal means to understand all the causes you need to put into motion to make it happen. So we now know, after you've watched this video, you're one of the lucky few, that goals are cause and effect, right? Like a goal is not some magical thing that just randomly happens by chance or mystery. It's understanding that like what underpins that goal is a collection of variables that, if lined up together in tandem, will produce the goal. Like it's kind of just like, I don't know, it's like Tetris. Like you just like put those little pieces together and then the thing like just builds and then you just have Tetris. I don't know, just around, like, it's like a puzzle. You know, like want to build the puzzle, you just put the pieces together and then it's there. So we can obviously observe that that's not all there is to it, right? So we've obviously we've defined your North Star. Right, this is the big thing, the number of outreaches you need to do per day to make it happen. Like, you know, you could have ads or inbound as well, but we've defined like the real big thing, like that sort of number of messages or emails or videos or posts or ads or ad spend. Like that's the thing, the big thing, like how are we attracting clients to this business every day? What do we need to do every day to achieve those numbers and how does that work? But we also need to do the following. Right, we need to build channels for appointment booking. We need to build systems for consistency. We need to build websites and funnels. We need to build products or services or improve them. We need to build a team, and we also need to achieve our objectives. In case you're wondering what to prioritize, it's always going to be number 1 and number 4. Right, these are by far the most important things to get right. So, like the first thing you need is channels for appointment booking, but the second thing you need is products or services to actually sell that are good. These are the first 2 things you should focus on in your chain of action. So your chain of action, by the way, I may not have defined it, but your chain of action is basically like the series of actions you need to take to make your goal happen. To like put all of this together, and like it's going to take time and work, but now you know exactly what you need to work on. It's just a question of organizing it and prioritizing it so the goal happens quicker, right? But like the first things you should always be focused on is appointments and services and products. So the first thing to build is the channels for appointment booking. Even if you have nothing to sell, just start generating appointments, right? It might sound crazy and backwards, but what it does is it forces you to start focusing on the thing that really matters, which is making money. And then once you start booking appointments, it lights a fire under your ass to start building something good to actually sell them, because you don't want to waste them. So it's like a sort of pressureful thing that's beneficial. But you know, the most important thing is to get right at product and appointment booking. Because if you've got loads of appointments and you're selling people and you've got a great sales process, but you're selling people a product doesn't work, then they're going to ask for refunds and your reputation will be fucked. And then if you're getting like a poor reputation, loads of refund requests, then, well, you're not going to achieve your goal because you've got negative forces acting against you, right? So resource, chain of action. This is pretty simple. I've sort of laid it out here. Obviously, like, I can't give you like a cut and dry way to do this, but this resource is designed to help you strategize the best chain of action for your goal, like the best series of things you need to do. Like I said, I can't really give you the chain of action because it's dependent on you, but I can give you some frameworks and just the model to sort of sit down and think about it. So step one is to organize priorities. Obviously, as I mentioned, your priorities should right now be two things. Number one is building a system to generate appointments. You know, we've figured out how many you need. And then number two is building the best insane product in your service, the best product or service in your niche to solve the problems. So you've got to sell the best, right? You have to sell the best thing in your niche. The leading cause, the main thing that contributed to Bo and I getting multi-seven figures with Imperium within a year or two, or a year and a month, was purely product. It was because we sold, or we still sell, the best thing on the fucking market. In fact, I'd go as far to say that you could take everybody else's course on the market, wrap them up into a bundle and put it against ours, and ours would still win. That's how much confidence and belief I have in our product, because the thing works incredibly well. And the caveat is that most people in our industry don't have good products. So like, you only have to be better than everybody else, but you want to be amazing, right? So you need to focus on these two things first. And it's really like this thing here. Number two, you have to have a good product. It sounds so elementary and so basic, but if you're not selling something that is unbelievably amazing for the client, you will not get your goal, right? So once you've got appointments and something amazing to sell, and by the way, we'll have modules on this. I'm not just telling you, we'll show you how to do it. But once you have something amazing to sell, you can start to focus on other things. I cannot give you a cut and dry method to plan out the rest of your objectives because everyone's going to be at different points. When planning, I find it helpful to forget about timeframes or be extremely loose with the time I give myself, or pessimistic. The purpose of this exercise is to get clarity on what chain of action is required, so you don't need to be hyper-specific with timeframes. So I'm just going to draft up a little plan for this. This is just an example. So let's say there's a business currently doing 10 grand a month. They're selling a 3K product and they want to get to 50 grand a month. I'm just going to sort of talk out how I would do this, right? So what I'd first of all do is seek to increase this product price to around $5,000, right? So I try and figure out how I can charge more money by just improving the product and basically solving a bigger problem, or like having like a stronger sales process. The first thing I do here is just try and go from 3K to 5K because you want to sell high ticket. So what we then do is we know that to get to 50K a month, we need 10 clients. Okay, so my next step of action would be to build a system, probably through cold email or cold messaging, to book, something like 50 appointments a month, or let's say 60 appointments a month, knowing that my show rate will be, 80%, my good fit rate will be 80%, which means I'll be doing around like 40 appointments a month. With a 25% sales conversion rate, I'll be doing 50 grand a month, right? That's just like sort of run through the math like whoop. So I now know I need to generate, let's just call it 70 appointments a month to be pessimistic. Fuck it, let's just say 80 appointments a month to be pessimistic is what we need to generate. So then I would go back and reverse engineer, I'd go through, and so I need 80 appointments, and let's say my appointment booking rate is 3%, then I do 80 times by 0.03. Hang on, what am I doing here? That's 80 appointments a month, isn't it? So let's do this times by 12. So that's 960. So if I want to make, this is okay because it's just by, hang on one second. What have I done here? See, this is the thing when you try and do it quickly. It's easy to get confused. So let me just come out here. So let's map this out properly, right? So we want to make 50,000 a month, which means that we need 10 clients. So at a 25% conversion rate, this means, oh no, we do divide. That's why I'm being an idiot. It's been a long video. Sorry, guys. So we need to do 40 good fit calls. Okay. So then let's say that we need, our good fit rate is 80%. So we do 40 divided by 80. So we need 50 show ups, And let's say we've got a show up rate of 80%, which you'll have in this program. So then let's do 50 divided by 0.8, which means we need to book 62 appointments. Let's call it 65 to be pessimistic. So which means we need to do, if we do 65 divided by 20, that we need to do 3 appointments roughly per day, right? So that's the first thing I do, is I plan out like a system to improve the product to charge more. Then I'd build a system to generate 3 appointments a day. And if I was doing 3 appointments a day, then I know I'd roughly sign 10 clients at 5K to make 50 grand a month. Then what I would proceed to do is, once I've got that system in place, I would make sure, well, obviously you need to put the sales system, right? So you can actually convert people at that 25% that we're talking about, or 20%, whatever it is. And then you'd progress through to the next thing, which would then be to look at where most of your time's going. So is your time going towards service delivery, and are you coaching loads of people? Like, what sort of problems are people facing going through your product? I'd start to build modules around that. You might want to hire a virtual assistant to take care of the outreach, and maybe a sales rep to take care of everything else on the sales side. Then you can purely focus on the product and the coaching. So you sort of see my like chunk. Like, I'm not starting by building a website or by building an onboarding process. I'm solving the first problem, which is getting like customers, and then building a product that we can charge more money for. And then I'm figuring out how to sell that to people. And then I'm figuring out how to improve the product based on their feedback. And then I'm starting to build a team like around the biggest problems, around what's taking most of my time. And then I'm stepping back. And then, do you see my point? So this is just a real sort of basic plan. But what you want to do is you want to spend the next couple of hours with a paper and pen thinking through your chain of action. So by chain of action, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, it's almost like you're, like, you know, when they in chess, when they say they're thinking like 10 moves ahead, that's what you want to do. Now, you also have to understand that your chain of action will never ever be linear and perfect, because there's variables that are going to fly at you that will make it impossible for you to perfectly follow it. But all we're looking for here is a loose structure for the next 12 months to follow, of actions that we need to take. Like, it's like a macro to-do list of big projects that we need to work on, or big hires we need to make at certain points. So if you know that, like, you know, if you know you need loads of appointments and you haven't got enough availability to do the appointments, then you need a rep, right? So you have to hire a rep at some point, and you work through these things, and you have to strategize and think through, like, visualize your goal, work your way back, think of all the things you need to have the goal contributing, and everything needs to be in place, and then figure out in which order you need to build them based on the priority of what has the most impact on the goal. That's how we do it. Every hire, every system, every objective, write them all down and organize them properly. So you need to sort of anticipate, like, once you start signing like a bunch of clients, you're going to need to have a client success manager. So maybe you have a threshold in mind. Like, once I hit, like, you know, 20 clients a month, I need to have someone handle support, because I can't handle support. Like, I've got 5 clients at the moment. I could probably handle 4 times the amount of support tickets before I started to break down. So that means that around 20 is when I need to hire someone else to handle the new clients. So you have to just sit and think and just strategize out the plan. And you do this, in case you're wondering, by looking at your plan that you've mapped out. This is why we visualize it. And we just look at, like, what needs to be built first, what hires need to be made and when they need to be made, what objectives need to be done first, like what's going to drive appointments, what's going to drive client success, and which is always the product. When do I need a website? Like, do I need the funnel immediately? When do I need to build a support system? When does delivery become too much? You just have to sort of like fit all these variables into a nice little pattern. So there's a few notes here. I've actually capitalized these. I would not just pretend I'm shouting. Do not prioritize around pain avoidance. This is the biggest mistake people make. If something's going to be a bitch to do not put it off or procrastinate on it. So what you'll probably want to do, your natural pain avoidance brain, the first thing you'll want to do is go and work on your website and start really just getting some stuff done on your product, and then maybe doing some stuff like just like, you know, a little bit of accounting, or like you start looking for a VA when you don't need one, or you'll start thinking about, like, you just need to like sink your teeth straight into the difficult stuff. The stuff that you will try to avoid is the stuff you need to do the most. So if you're wondering what you should do, look at what you're procrastinating on the hardest, and that's usually what it is, right? So here's a few notes. Anyone that builds a new website first is going to fail. So fun fact, we don't even have a website for Imperium. We might do when you're watching this video, but like right now, we don't even have a website. We've got a funnel, and even then it's not really like a proper funnel. If you build a system for onboarding before an appointment booking system, you will fail, right? If you hire a sales rep without having a successful sales system in place, you'll fail. Like, we don't have a website. So like all of this stuff, like you just have to really think through like what needs to be done, when does it need to be done? The most important thing right now is getting clients and keeping them really happy. So that's building the channels first, then building the products, right? Build a channel, automate it, get the calls, then work on the product, right? You should be able to do both. It's possible, trust me. Once you've done that, right, once the product's at a point where it's really good, you can start putting fuel on the fire, maybe hiring a sales rep, and then you can start looking at building other systems. And like, you know, you've got it all in your head, so you want to start building systems, and then maybe it's time to start working on one of these objectives. You just have to, I can't give you like the actual, like, you know, playbook for this, because it's going to be down to you, and like, you know, you have to sort of, you know, your situation better than I do. However, it's a useful thing to do. Just sit down and just write it out. And like Bo and I have this, like, I'm not going to reveal it because it's kind of like personal shit for the business, but like we've literally just got like there's like 20 steps of like step by step what we need to do over the next year to actually build this thing. And like we've also got it for the product. So like I'm not going to click on this, but we've got a Trello board here called 2022 end product. And this shows like exactly what we need it to look like and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So that's the how, right? So that's how we achieve our goal. That's the how. We've covered like all of these things. We've gone through reverse engineering. We've gone through the plan, and now you should have a chain of action. So you need to pause the video, and obviously you haven't done it in the last like 2 minutes.